Chapter 1575. Lord Mansion Master, he's the five-clawed blood dragon of the dragons, Xuechan. When the blood-robed old man bowed at Duan Rufeng respectfully, Kumi transmitted his voice to Duan Rufeng. He's also the current enforcement elder of the dragons. I'm looking for Diju. Duan Rufeng glanced at Xuechan indifferently and said calmly. Diju? If Duan Rufeng had said he was looking for the clan leader of the dragons, Xuechan would not be surprised. However, Duan Rufeng said he was looking for Diju. He could not help but feel shocked. Although Diju was also a five-clawed golden dragon like the clan leader, he had not fully grown yet. Although his strength was not bad, he was far from being comparable to Xuechan, let alone the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Mansion Master Duan, may I know why you're looking for Diju? Xuechan asked hesitantly. He could tell the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion did not come with good intentions. Xuechan, does our Lord Mansion Master have to report to you when he comes to the dragons to look for someone? Kumi sneered as he stared at Xuechan coldly. Although Xuechan was a five-clawed blood dragon, he was not afraid at all. To a certain extent, he and Xuechan were old rivals. Although it was difficult for him to defeat Xuechan, it was impossible for Xuechan to defeat him as well. Of course, that's not what I meant. If Kumi was alone, Xuechan, naturally, would not be afraid of him. However, now that Duan Rufeng was here, he could not be arrogant no matter what. Kumi alone was enough to restrain him. On the other hand, Duan Rufeng alone could easily defeat him. In the next instant, Xuechan saw Duan Rufeng completely ignored him and directly walked toward the depths of the dragon's estate. At the same time, a powerful divine consciousness swept out from Duan Rufeng's body. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded more than half of the dragon's estate. It was as though he wanted to turn the dragons upside down. Xuechan felt a great amount of pressure from the powerful spiritual consciousness. Although it was not directed at him, it was still difficult for him to breathe due to the close distance. Rumor has it that although Mansion Master Duan has not risen to power for a long time, his strength is not inferior to any of the leaders of forces on the same level as the Azure Cloud Mansion. It seems like the rumors are true. Mansion Master Duan is much more powerful than I've imagined. Xuechan's heart shook. He was filled with dread towards Duan Rufeng. However, when he thought about how Duan Rufeng had acted so brazenly in front of him at the dragon's encampment, he could not help but feel a wave of anger rise in his heart. Mansion Master Duan, you. Just as Xuechan opened his mouth to stop Duan Rufeng, he was interrupted by a black figure that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Xuechan, I'd like to see if you've improved over the years. The person who stopped Xuechan was Kumi. Kumi's skinny body was covered in a black robe. His hand that was holding onto the walking stick was trembling at a strange frequency. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying light as though he was ready to attack Xuechan at any time. If Kumi was alone, Xuechan would have made his move long ago. However, faced with Kumi's obstruction, it was impossible for him to stop Duan Rufeng. Even though he was not afraid of Kumi due to this reason, he did not make his move. Let's look for the clan leader. This was the only way Xuechan could think of. Among the dragons, the only person who could stop Duan Rufeng was most likely the clan leader. The moment Xuechan thought of this, he transformed into a bloody ray of light and disappeared before Kumi's eyes. Kumi did not chase after him. Instead, he followed closely behind Duan Rufeng and entered the dragon's encampment together. Kumi, you've met Diju before. Find him. Duan Rufeng's expression was calm, but there was a murderous intent hidden in the depth of his eyes. That five-clawed golden dragon called Diju had almost killed his son. There was no doubt he was completely enraged. In this world, there were two people who were irreplaceable in his eyes. They were his wife, Li Ro, and his son, Duan Lingtian. Previously, he had left Duan Lingtian on Cloud Continent because he wanted to let Duan Lingtian build a strong foundation on Cloud Continent so that he would be able to improve even more when he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. If it was not for this reason, he would have brought Duan Lingtian to the Azure Cloud Mansion long ago. Yes. Kumi quickly nodded as his eyes gleamed coldly. After he learned that his young mansion master was almost killed by Diju, his heart was filled with guilt. After all, he knew Diju had passed by the southern district of the Dao Marshal Saint Land. He had even met Diju before. However, he did not expect Diju's target would be his young mansion master, so he did not stop him. If he had known Diju's target was his young mansion master, he would not have allowed him to travel south. Due to the guilt in his heart, Kumi did not hold back at all when he extended his divine consciousness to search for Diju. Along the way, Duan Rufeng and Kumi had used their divine consciousness to search without restraint. Naturally, they had alerted many members of the dragons. Initially, these members of the dragons were aggressive and wanted to teach Duan Rufeng and Kumi a lesson. However, when the few four-clawed divine dragon elders were easily defeated by Kumi after they had revealed their true forms, they lost their temper completely. Who are they? They actually came to our dragons as though they're strolling in their own backyard. Don't be unconvinced. If you're capable, go and kill them. It's obvious that the black-clad old man respects the middle-aged man. However, this old man who's just a follower can easily defeat so many four-clawed divine dragon elders from our dragons. Unless the five-clawed divine dragon elders make a move, I'm afraid none of us are a match for him. The group of clansmen from the dragon clan felt helpless when they saw Duan Rufeng and Kumi acting recklessly. They could only watch on helplessly. At the same time, they were also hoping that the five-clawed divine dragon elders would appear soon. Who's that? How dare you barge into our dragons? Perhaps, the heavens had heard the thoughts of the members of the dragon clan. Soon after, a burly figure appeared in front of Duan Rufeng and Kumi. It was a burly old man dressed in green. The burly old man hovered in the air. There was an awe-inspiring look on his face. Elder Qin Yen. It's Elder Qin Yen. Elder Qin Yen is a five-clawed divine dragon from our dragons. If he makes a move, he'll definitely be able to deal with that black-clad old man. When the burly old man appeared, the eyes of the dragon's members who were wary of Kumi's strength lit up immediately. Duan Rufeng could not help but frown when he was stopped by the old man, Qin Yen, with a displeased expression on his face. Scram! Kumi was even more straightforward as he shouted. At the same time, he raised his hand, and the air seemed to have frozen. Whoosh! 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 Withered tree branches appeared out of thin air within a 100-meter radius. The vine-like branches bound Qin Yen in just a blink of an eye. They pulled him to the side as though they were playing with him. Qin Yen wanted to break free from the vine-like branches after he was comfortable. However, he realized that he could not break free from the bondage of the branches without transforming into his original form. Withered tree territory. You. Don't tell me you're Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion? Just when Qin Yen was about to transform into his true form, a thought flashed in his mind. He guessed something from the territory that was binding him. However, Kumi could not be bothered with him. After he tossed him to the side, he no longer bothered with him. Kumi stood at the side and welcomed Duan Rufeng into the dragon territory. As a five-clawed divine dragon, Qin Yen naturally had his own pride. When he saw Kumi actually dared to ignore him, he was instantly enraged. Roar! As an earth-shattering dragon roar resonated in the air, Qin Yen transformed into his true form. A green divine dragon that was several hundred meters long appeared. Judging by the 5 sharp claws on each of his claws, it was obvious he was a 5-clawed green dragon. The 5-clawed green dragon hovered in the air. His body that was several hundred meters long almost covered the entire sky. It gave off a feeling as though a dark cloud was pressing down on a city. Elder Qin Yen is serious now. Upon seeing this, many of the dragon's members' eyes lit up immediately. All of them stared intently at the scene. Who's this black-clad old man? To think he's able to force Elder Qin Yen to transform into his true form in such a short time. He's really not simple. Some of the dragon's members noticed the details. Elder Qin Yen said earlier that the black-clad old man is Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. One of the dragon's members asked in confusion. Azure Cloud Mansion? Kumi? Many of the dragon's members shook their heads. It was their first time hearing about such a person since they rarely went out. I hope he's not Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Otherwise, I'm afraid Elder Qin Yen will be in deep trouble. Some of the four-clawed divine dragon elders who had heard of Kumi's name had a hint of dread on their faces. Elders, is Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion really that powerful? Many of the hot-headed elders asked in confusion. Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion is as famous as Elder Shui, the enforcement elder of our dragons. Over the past few hundred years, he and Elder Shui have fought more than 10 times. However, every time, it ended in a draw. This has never changed. This has never changed, one of the four-clawed divine dragon elders said solemnly. What? His words shocked the group of hot-headed elders in the surroundings. As members of the dragons, they, naturally, knew how powerful Elder Shui was. Even among the dragons, Elder Shui's strength could be ranked in the top 3. However, such a person was actually able to fight Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion to a draw so many times. I hope he's not Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. Many of the dragons' members prayed inwardly. Unfortunately, their prayers were destined to be in vain. In just a blink of an eye, the elder of the dragons who had transformed into a 5-clawed green dragon had already exchanged more than 10 blows with Kumi. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the black-clad skinny old man stood there motionlessly in the eyes of the dragon's members. Chapter 1576. You can cast the withered tree territory, and you're so powerful as well. You must be Kumi. At this moment, the 5-clawed green dragon who was heavily injured after his body was sent flying again. His eyes were filled with dread when he looked at the skinny figure shrouded in black. Qin Yen, let's join forces. I don't believe we can't defeat a mere Kumi. Before Kumi could reply to Qin Yen, the 5-clawed green dragon, another old voice resonated in the air. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, a gray-clad old lady appeared and stared at Kumi coldly. Before the others could see her face clearly, her human form had already disappeared and was replaced by a 5-clawed divine dragon that was several hundred meters long. However, unlike the 5-clawed green dragon, her entire body was purple. She was a 5-clawed purple dragon. Apart from that, it was obvious her body was much longer than the 5-clawed green dragon. In fact, among the dragons, the longer one's body was, the more powerful one was. It's Elder Violet Crystal. Among the dragons, Elder Violet Crystal's strength is second only to Elder Blood, who's a 5-clawed blood dragon. If she and Elder Qin Yen join forces, they'll definitely be able to defeat Kumi from the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion's Kumi lives up to his name indeed. However, he can forget about defeating Elder Violet Crystal and Elder Qin Yen if they join forces. After the appearance of the 5-clawed purple dragon, the group of dragons who were watching the battle were in high spirits. All of them stared intently at the development of the situation, anticipating the exciting moment. 2 5-clawed divine dragons fighting the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouse, Kumi, was not something that could be seen at any time. On the other hand, Kumi's expression turned slightly grave when the 5-clawed purple dragon appeared. Humph. While the group of dragons was anticipating the battle between Kumi and the 2 5-clawed divine dragons, Duan Ruffling, who had been temporarily thrown to the back of their minds, suddenly snorted coldly. This snort seemed to contain a powerful force, causing the group of dragons present on the scene to feel chills running down their spines. In the next moment, they saw a scene that they would never forget. As the middle-aged man who had come with Kumi casually raised his hand, the space around him began to tremble. It was as if the space around him was about to break apart. At the same time, along with 2 loud noises that sounded almost at the same time, the group of members of the dragon tribe were shocked to find that the 2 originally majestic 5-clawed divine dragons had been blasted down at this moment. It was as if they were being crushed by Mount Tai. When the 2 5-clawed divine dragons fell into the mountains together, it naturally caused a huge commotion. It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. In particular, the 5-clawed azure dragon was injured twice in the blink of an eye, and this time the injury was even more serious. It couldn't help but open its bloody mouth and spit out mouthfuls of blood. The situation of the other 5-clawed purple dragon was not much better. Why, you're the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. When the five-clawed purple dragons saw Kumi respectfully following behind the middle-aged man who had attacked them earlier, a hint of panic flashed through its eyes as it asked in a trembling voice. In her opinion, only the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would be able to make Kumi follow him so respectfully and with such terrifying strength. Although she did not know why the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion would appear in front of the dragons, and it seemed like he did not come with good intentions. If you dare to jump around in front of me again, you'll die. Duan Rufeng's expression remained calm. However, when he looked at the five-clawed purple dragon, his eyes gleamed coldly like a blade. It caused the five-clawed purple dragon's heart to tremble. It did not dare to question his words at all. It stood there obediently and no longer dared to make any rash moves. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Upon hearing the five-clawed purple dragon's words, the five-clawed green dragon who was already severely injured was so frightened that his vision turned black. He almost fainted. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful existence on par with the clan leader of the dragons. Earlier, he actually dared to display his slight skill in front of such an expert. He was so ashamed that he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At the same time, horror dawned on the group of dragons as well. Even if they were a group of hotheads who rarely ventured out, they might not know who Kumi was, nor did they know who the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. However, all of them knew about the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was an extremely powerful force that was on par with the Dragon Clan. For a colossal force like the Azure Cloud Mansion, the mansion master was, naturally, not inferior to the clan leader of the dragons. When the group of dragons thought about how they were facing a powerful existence whose force was not inferior to their clan leader, they felt their legs go weak. Some of the four-clawed divine dragons who were clamoring earlier also shut their mouths obediently. What a joke! The person in front of them was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Even if they were killed, they, the dragons, might not be able to avenge them at all. The moment Duan Rufeng made his move, the two five-clawed divine dragons immediately became obedient, let alone the other dragons. Just like that, Duan Rufeng and Kumi continued to make their way to the dragon's lair. There's such a huge commotion here. Why isn't the clan leader here yet? It's not only the clan leader. Elder Shua and the other few five-clawed divine dragon elders aren't here as well. The group of dragons began to feel restless. All of them felt uneasy. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion did not come with good intentions. However, the Dragon Clan's clan leader and the other five-clawed divine dragon elders were nowhere to be seen. There's no need to panic. The reason the clan leader and the few elders aren't here must be because they're busy with something. They'll definitely come. When Qin Yan, the five-clawed green dragon, who had transformed back into his human form, saw Duan Rufeng and Kumi's disappearing silhouettes, he comforted them. Although the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion is powerful, there's no need for the clan leader to fear him with his strength alone. Zi Jing, the five-clawed purple dragon, had also transformed back into her human form. The old lady appeared again and said in a hoarse voice. After the two five-clawed divine dragon elders comforted them, the group of dragons finally calmed down. Found him. At the same time, Kumi, who was searching with his divine consciousness, finally found Diju's whereabouts. When he found Diju, he was in closed-door cultivation. It was because Diju was in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, it was impossible for him not to know about the commotion outside. Poor Diju. He was at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation when he was interrupted by Kumi, who barged in without warning. Although he was a five-clawed golden dragon, the strongest five-clawed divine dragon, and a member of the imperial family, he had not fully matured yet. His strength was only on par with Qin Yan, the five-clawed green dragon, who was the weakest five-clawed divine dragon among the group of five-clawed divine dragon elders. Naturally, he was not a match for Kumi. He did not even have the ability to resist. Senior Kumi, what are you doing? Diju was, naturally, enraged when he was awakened and interrupted from his cultivation. However, when he saw that the person who interrupted his cultivation was Kumi, he immediately suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Don't you know what you've done? Kumi smirked. With a raise of his hand, he gave Diju a slap. The slap stunned Diju. Kumi. As a member of the imperial family of dragons, Diju had pride and dignity that far surpassed the other five-clawed divine dragons. For a moment, he seemed to have forgotten that Kumi was more powerful than him. He completely erupted and even transformed into his true form as a five-clawed golden dragon. However, with his current strength, how could he be a match for Kumi? With just a flip of his palm, Kumi suppressed him. After forcing him to transform back into his human form, he lifted him up in front of Duan Ruffing as though he was carrying a dead dog. During this process, Diju, who was powerless to resist, widened his eyes as though he would explode at any moment. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such humiliation. He secretly swore that he would not be a dragon if he did not kill Kumi. You're Diju? Duan Ruffing asked nonchalantly as he looked at Diju, who looked like a dead dog in Kumi's hand. Who are you? After Diju was suppressed by Kumi, he had temporarily suppressed his anger. However, when he heard someone questioning him, he immediately asked in a cold voice. It was as though he was venting the anger he had suppressed in his heart on Duan Ruffing. Slap. The moment Diju's words left his mouth, it was as though a fuse had been lit. Diju, who revered Duan Ruffing like a god, raised his hand and gave him another slap. Diju, you're really bold. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? I think you really don't want to live anymore. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? After being humiliated by Kumi again, Diju, who was about to fight with his life, was completely stunned when he heard Kumi's words. The mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was a powerful existence who was on par with the clan leader of the dragons. Let alone the current him, even if he had fully grown in the future, he might not be a match for the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Most importantly, he had also heard about the deeds of the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. He knew the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was so powerful that he was even more powerful than the previous mansion masters of Azure Cloud Mansion. It was said that the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was not even 100 years old yet. Naturally, Diju knew very well what it meant to possess a strength that was on par with the clan leader of the dragons, even though he was not even 100 years old yet. Lord Mansion Master, why you're looking for me? Diju took a deep breath and managed to sort out his thoughts before he calmed down temporarily. When Diju saw the cold gleam in the eyes of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a chill rose in his heart. At the same time, he faintly realized the reason Kumi had treated him like that earlier was most likely because of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, he found it strange. He had never offended the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but why did the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion look at him as though he was an enemy? Lord Mansion Master, is there any misunderstanding between us? When Diju saw Duan Ruffing keeping quiet, he began to panic instead. He was not afraid of Kumi at all. When he had fully grown in the future, he was confident he would be able to suppress and kill Kumi. As the saying went, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. However, he had no confidence in defeating the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion at all. Misunderstanding? Duan Ruffing smiled coldly. You almost killed my son. Do you think there's a misunderstanding between us? Boom. Chapter 1577. Duan Ruffing's words were like a bolt from the blue to Diju. However, after being struck by the bolt from the blue, he immediately regained his senses. He smiled wryly at Duan Ruffing and said, Lord Mansion Master, is there a misunderstanding? I haven't even seen your son before, so how could I have made a move on him and almost killed him? At this moment, Diju's heart was filled with grievance. He was so wrong that he felt like a little girl whose bottom had been touched. The middle-aged man before him was the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion that was on par with the dragons. His strength was not inferior to the clan leader of the dragons. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to offend such a person. Looks like you won't give up until all hope is gone. Duan Rufeng sneered. He was too lazy to explain anything. However, the gleam in his eyes became even sharper. Di open your ears and listen carefully. Duan Lingtian is the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion. Kumi said in a deep voice as killing intent filled his eyes. Duan Lingtian. When Kumi's words entered Diju's ears, it was like a huge rock that was smashed into the calm water, causing a huge splash. It shocked Diju so much that he was stunned. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the name Duan Lingtian. When he recalled the loss he suffered in the hands of Duan Lingtian, his anger did not diminish at all. He could not wait to drag Duan Lingtian out and grind his bones into dust. Apart from that, he also suspected that his son had died in the hands of Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, he had always treated Duan Lingtian as his number one enemy. From the beginning until the end, he didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was a cunning kid, and if it wasn't for his carelessness that day, he wouldn't have fallen into Duan Lingtian's trap. That experience was a humiliation to him. He had to use Duan Lingtian's blood to wash away this humiliation. Ku Lao, did you make a mistake? Your Azure Cloud Mansion is a powerful force that's comparable to the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, that Duan Lingtian is just a brat from the mortal continent. It's impossible for him to be related to your Azure Cloud Mansion. After taking a deep breath, Diju said with a fluke heart. Diju, I'm afraid you still don't know. Not only is my young mansion master from the mortal continent, but my mansion master is also from the mortal continent. Upon hearing Diju's words, Kumi could not help but sneer. Kumi's words completely crushed the last bit of hope in Diju's heart. It caused Diju's expression to change drastically as a horrified expression appeared on his face. The Duan Lingtian whom he hated to the core was actually the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. How was this possible? Even until now, Diju still found it hard to believe even though the matter was almost confirmed. You almost killed my son. If I don't do anything about it, I don't deserve to be a father. Duan Rufeng glanced at Diju indifferently. His tone was calm, but it was filled with a terrifying coldness. However, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my cultivation base to the same level as yours. If you can withstand 10 of my moves, I won't kill you. Duan Rufeng's words were filled with confidence. Suppress his cultivation base to the same level? 10 moves? Diju, who thought he was going to be doomed, suddenly brightened up when he heard Duan Rufeng's words. In his opinion, he was 100% confident he would win against a human martial cultivator with the same level as him. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Duan Rufeng was not someone an ordinary human martial cultivator could compare to. Even though Diju had transformed into his true form, the five-clawed golden dragon, right from the beginning, he could only barely withstand Duan Rufeng's 8th move. When Duan Rufeng's 9th move landed, Diju was also heavily injured with ease. The originally majestic five-clawed golden dragon had also become extremely wretched at this moment, like a big loach. Impossible. Diju, who was heavily injured by Duan Rufeng, also found it hard to accept this reality. He was certain Duan Rufeng had indeed suppressed his cultivation base to the same level as him. Even so, he still felt like his hands and feet were tied in front of Duan Rufeng. He could not fully unleash his attack. Or rather, he could not unleash his attack at all. In his eyes, Duan Rufeng was like a mountain, a towering mountain that was difficult to surpass. Each and every one of Duan Rufeng's moves seemed to be able to move mountains and overturn seas, giving him great pressure. This pressure did not only come from the outside, but it also came from his heart, causing him to be physically and mentally exhausted. He was on the verge of breaking down. At this moment, he finally realized how terrifying this mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. This is after he suppressed his cultivation base to the same level as me. If he didn't suppress his cultivation base, how terrifying would his strength be? Even the clan leader might not be so strong, right? At this moment, Diju was completely shocked by the strength Duan Rufeng had displayed. He had even forgotten what Duan Rufeng had said to him earlier. However, when Duan Ruffing stopped and stood still with killing intent in his eyes, Diju jolted and finally regained his senses. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Mansion Master Duan, I admit that I almost killed Duan Lingtian. However, the reason I wanted to kill him is because he played a trick on me. Moreover, it's very likely that he killed my son. At this moment of life and death, Diju had no choice but to throw caution to the wind as he roared, Mansion Master Duan's son is your son, but my son is not my son. He killed my son, so don't tell me I shouldn't seek revenge. Where's the fairness in this? Fairness? Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Ruffing could not help but sneer. Diju, I'm afraid my age is not even a fraction of yours. Since ancient times, the Dao martial Saint Land has always valued the strong. In front of a powerful force, there's no fairness at all. It's impossible that you don't know about this, right? If you really want to talk about fairness, then when you killed the people from my son's sect, did you hear them talk about fairness? If you really want to talk about fairness, then let me tell you. I, Duan Ruffing, am fairness. It was rare for Duan Ruffing to speak so much. Perhaps it was because he was happy that Diju was about to die, or perhaps it was because of some other reason. All in all, the moment his words left his mouth, the aura on his body had completely changed. The moment his aura changed, the surrounding space began to tremble as though the end of the world had arrived. The terrifying aura on Duan Ruffing's body rose up in just a blink of an eye and transformed into a billowing black flame as though it was going to burn the sky. Whoosh! As the billowing black flame soared up, half of the sky was shrouded by the black flame. Whether it was Duan Ruffing himself, Kumi who was standing behind him, or even Diju who was standing in front of Duan Ruffing, all of them were drowned by the black flame. When the black flame soared up, a destructive aura spread out wherever it passed. Even the members of the dragons who were standing far away could clearly sense the destructive aura. At once, some of the members of the dragons with a lower cultivation base had a drastic change of expression. They were bleeding from all 7 of their orifices. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Moreover, they were still far away. Diju, who was in the center of the black flame, undoubtedly had to bear the greatest pressure. In Kumi's opinion, Diju would definitely die if the mansion master made his move. However, Duan Ruffing did not have any joy from killing Diju. He frowned and said coldly, Dishan, you've finally come out. Dishan. Upon hearing his mansion master's words, Kumi's heart jolted. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with the name Dishan. This was the name of the current clan leader of the dragons. If he were to ask who he feared the most among the dragons, it would undoubtedly be Dishan. As the clan leader of the dragons, Dishan was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with his mansion master. He was not someone he could go against at all. As the black flame in the air dispersed, it was as though the night had turned into day in an instant. Diju, who was supposed to be killed by Duan Ruffing, was now shrouded in a layer of golden light shield. Around the golden light shield, there seemed to be streams of solidified golden light flowing continuously like little golden dragons. Within the huge golden light shield, apart from Diju, who was extremely pale, there was also an old man with a sturdy body. The old man wore a long golden robe. As he stood there, it was as though he had merged with heaven and earth. He gave off an immense pressure. Naturally, this pressure was ignored by Duan Ruffing. However, Kumi could not ignore it. His expression was solemn. It was obvious that he was trying to resist the pressure on purpose. This old man was none other than the current clan leader of the dragons, Dishan. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 5 figures, including the 5-clawed green dragon, Qing Yan, and the 5-clawed purple dragon, Zijing, who were easily suppressed by Duan Ruffing earlier, appeared behind Dishan at the same time. They surrounded Diju like stars surrounding the moon. Among the 5 figures, apart from Qing Yan and Zijing, there was also Xuechan and 2 other old men. Just by sensing the aura emitted from the 2 old men, one could tell that even if their strength was not as strong as Xuechan, it was not weaker than Zijing. They were two of the other 3 five-clawed divine dragon elders in the dragon clan. Among the dragons, there were only 9 five-clawed divine dragons. In this generation, due to the appearance of the 5-clawed devil dragon, Di Yong, he occupied one of the spots. Due to this reason, there were only 8 5-clawed divine dragons left. At this moment, apart from one of the 5-clawed divine dragons who happened to be absent, the remaining 8 5-clawed divine dragons were led by clan leader Di Shan. All of them were glaring at Duan Rufeng fiercely. However, even in the face of 7 5-clawed divine dragons, Duan Rufeng's expression remained unchanged. It was as though he was not facing 7 5-clawed divine dragons but 7 ordinary people instead. Mansion Master Duan, it's one thing for you to barge into the territory of the dragons, but you actually want to kill the next clan leader of the dragons? Do you really think there's no one in the dragon clan who can stop you? One of the 2 5-clawed divine dragon elders who did not appear earlier took a step forward and stared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he asked in a deep voice. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our mansion master in such a tone? Chapter 1578. Kumi, this is the dragon's territory, not the Azure Cloud Mansion. The old man whose face had turned red due to Kumi's words shouted in a deep voice as his eyes gleamed coldly. Stand down. Just as Kumi was about to say something, Di Shan opened his mouth and calmly said to the old man. Although the old man was a 5-clawed divine dragon elder, he did not dare to cross the line in front of Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons. However, his eyes were still gleaming coldly when he looked at Kumi. What? You want to fight me? When Kumi saw the coldness in the old man's eyes, he smiled mockingly and said, It's not that I'm looking down on you, but there are only 3 people among the dragons that I'm afraid of. However, you're not one of them. When the old man heard this, his face turned red, but he was rendered speechless. He could not deny this. Although he was glaring at Kumi, he knew very well that he was not a match for Kumi. Among the dragons, there were only 2 people who could defeat Kumi while one of them could fight him to a draw. The rest of them, including him, were not a match for Kumi. When Kumi saw the old man no longer dared to say anything, he also retreated behind Duan Rufeng. Mansion Master Duan, how did Di Ju offend you? Di Shan asked calmly as he looked at Duan Rufeng. It was as though he was not affected by the fact that Di Ju was almost killed. Di Shan, what would you do if someone almost killed your son? Duan Rufeng sneered as he glanced at Di Shan nonchalantly. Huh? When Di Shan heard Duan Rufeng's words, he could not help but frown. He had just arrived, so he did not know the ins and outs of this matter. At once, he could not help but look at Di Ju. His son is Duan Lingtian. Di Ju, who was lucky enough to survive, looked much better now. When he saw clan leader Di Shan looking at him, he immediately sent a voice transmission to clear his doubts. His tone was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Although he did not let go of his hatred for Duan Lingtian just because he knew Duan Lingtian's father was the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, he knew he could only admit defeat at this moment. He was not a match for the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion at all. If he fought back blindly, he would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Di Ju's words, Di Shan could not help but frown. Naturally, he was not unfamiliar with this name. This was because this was the person Di Ju had asked him to look for. This was also the person who had killed Di Ju's son. It did not cross his mind that the brat from the mortal continent whom Di Ju had mentioned was actually the son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was not even a fraction of his age, he knew how terrifying this mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was. The previous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who was not much weaker than him, was said to have died in the hands of Duan Rufeng. It was precisely because of this that Duan Rufeng was able to become the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although he had not fought with Duan Rufeng before, he knew he might not be able to win even if he fought with Duan Rufeng. Di Shan, as long as he dies today, I'll leave immediately. Duan Rufeng said nonchalantly. Based on his tone, it was as though there was no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, horror dawned on Xuechan and the other five-clawed divine dragons. In the end, Xuechan stepped forward and asked in a deep voice, "Mansion Master Duan, may I know how Diju offended you that you want to kill him?" "Xuechan, I advise you to stay out of this matter." When Kumi saw Duan Ruffing had no intention of replying to Xuechan, he said coldly, "Even if Diju from the dragons dies in the hands of Lord Mansion Master, he only has himself to blame. Do you know he almost killed my young Mansion Master? Xiao Fuzhu is Lord Mansion Master's only son." "What?" The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, apart from Di Ju and Di Shan who already knew about this matter, horror dawned on the five-clawed divine dragon elders, including Xuechan. At once, their eyes landed on Di Ju in unison. "Di Ju, is this true?" Xuechan asked in a deep voice. Seeing that Di Ju did not deny it, the few five-clawed divine dragon elders' faces turned grave immediately. They secretly cursed Di Ju for being reckless and for provoking such a powerful enemy for the dragons. Although they felt that Di Ju was a sinner, this was the dragons' territory after all. They were the five-clawed divine dragons' elders. Naturally, they would put the interests of the dragons first. They would not fight among themselves in front of outsiders. "Kumi, is there a misunderstanding?" Xuechan asked in a deep voice as he looked at Kumi. "Misunderstanding?" Kumi smirked. "If there's a misunderstanding, it's Di Ju from the dragons who has misunderstood my young Mansion Master, right? Putting aside the fact that my young Mansion Master might not have killed his son, even if he did, it seems like he's helping you dragons get rid of the evil, right? Could it be that you dragons really want that five-clawed devil dragon to grow?" Five-clawed devil dragon. The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Di Ju's face. He did not expect Kumi would take the initiative to bring this up. A five-clawed devil dragon was a taboo among the dragons. At that time, his son, the five-clawed devil dragon, Di Yong, should have been executed. However, he had used a scheme to deceive everyone and spared Di Yong's life. Although he had spared Di Yong's life, he did not dare to let Di Yong stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, he had sent Di Yong to Half Moon Island that was near Cloud Continent on the Mortal Continent. He was the only one who knew about this. Although many people in the clan suspected that his son, Di Yong, was still alive, they did not have any evidence. Moreover, they could not find Di Yong at all. Due to this reason, they could not do anything to him. Now that Kumi had revealed this matter, Di Ju immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. The clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan, stared at Kumi. His calm eyes flashed coldly at this moment. It was apparent he was displeased with Kumi for revealing the five-clawed devil dragon. "What? Don't all of you know that Di Ju's son, the five-clawed devil dragon, has only died a few years ago?" However, Kumi, who had Duan Ruffing as his backing, was not afraid of Di Shan at all. He sneered at the group of five-clawed divine dragons and said, "I must say that all of you dragons are very lucky. Although that five-clawed devil dragon survived, he still died in the end. Otherwise, when he grew up, all of you would have been doomed. All of you shouldn't have forgotten the dragon's ancestral rule, right? The dragon's ancestral rule was to kill any five-clawed devil dragon as soon as they discovered it to prevent future trouble. Di Ju, your son is actually still alive." Zijing looked at Di Ju with a grave expression on her face. The other few five-clawed divine dragon elders had a grave expression on their faces as well. "It seems like all of you don't know about this." Kumi shook his head and clicked his tongue as he said, "Then, all of you probably don't know that the young man, Duan Lingtian, whom all of you dragons have been searching for, is most likely the savior of all dragons. At the same time, he's also the young mansion master of our Azure Cloud Mansion." Kumi's words were like a bomb that dropped on them. Recently, all of them knew that the dragons had been searching for someone called Duan Lingtian. However, all they knew was that the clan leader was the one who looked for that person and not Di Ju. At this moment, all of the five-clawed divine dragon elders, including Xuechan, looked at Di Shan, the clan leader of their dragon clan. Their eyes were filled with confusion as though they wanted to get an answer from Di Shan. Di Shan nodded. Since things had already progressed to this stage, he knew it was useless for him to keep it a secret. Xuechan and the others immediately had a grave expression on their faces. In the end, it was Di Ju who was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. There was a reason why the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion came to the dragons to kill Di Ju. In this matter, their dragon clan was really not in the right. While Duan Ruffing was confronting the 7 five-clawed divine dragons, the clan leader of the Azure Cloud Mansion suddenly changed his mind. Chapter 1579. At this moment, it had been almost half a month since the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, issued a challenge to Lady Feng, the Drift Blaze sect's disciple. During this half a month, word of the challenge had spread among the Drift Blaze sect's disciples. Although it did not take long, almost half of the people in Windfall Nation had received the news. For a time, the challenge had become a grand event that half of the people in Windfall Nation paid attention to. Moreover, many people from various forces had sent their invitation cards to the Drift Blaze sect so they could watch the battle before the day of the challenge. One of the two parties of the duel was Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. As long as one was a citizen of Windfall Nation, almost everyone knew about her. Lady Feng had risen to fame a year ago. She had entered the heaven ranking a year ago and had risen to fame ever since. If it was said that Lady Feng was not very famous at that time, then half a year later, Lady Feng was completely known by the people in Windfall Nation. She even had a certain degree of fame in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. This was because half a year after Lady Feng had entered the bottom of the heaven ranking, she had made her move again and defeated the person who was ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. Currently, half a year had passed since Lady Feng entered the 23rd place on the heaven ranking. Based on Lady Feng's improvement in the past half a year, most people concluded that she had the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Naturally, if one wanted to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, one would have to leave Windfall Nation first. This was because none of the powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage who were ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking were from Windfall Nation. As for the other person in the challenge, not many people knew about the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan. Nobody had even heard of such a person in Windfall Nation before this. In less than half a month, under the deliberate efforts of some people managed to find out about the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan. Master Duan had appeared in Sita clan 2 months ago. As soon as he appeared, he had cured the strange illness of Situ Hang, the great young master of Sita clan. Before this, almost everyone thought that Situ Hang would definitely die. After all, even the grade 4 Saint Refinement Master in the Windfall Nation's imperial family was at a loss when it came to his illness. He even said that Situ Hang was not sick but had been bewitched by something unclean. Even the 4th grade Saint Refinement Master of the imperial family had sentenced Situ Hang to death. Almost no one thought that Situ Hang would survive. Mr. Duan appeared. Once he appeared, it only took him 1.5 months to pull Situ Hang back from the gates of hell. Situ Hang had recovered completely, as if nothing had happened to him. Apart from that, they had also heard that Situ Hang, the great young master of Sita clan, would be accompanying the interim advisor, Master Duan, to challenge Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Who was this Master Duan? He could even cure a strange illness that a grade 4 Saint Refinement Master who specialized in medicine refinement Dao could not do anything about. Some of the more observant people even began to search for information about the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan. However, they did not even manage to find out his name. All they knew was that everyone in Sita clan addressed him as Master Duan. Even the clan leader of Sita clan was no exception. It was as though this Master Duan had appeared out of thin air in Windfall Nation. Before this, they could not find any trace of him at all. At this moment, in the eyes of the people in Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian, the interim advisor of Sita clan, was shrouded in mystery. Moreover, there were many people from the various forces who had specially sent invitations to the Drift Blaze sect to see the heaven ranking. Most of them wanted to see Duan Lingtian, the mysterious interim advisor of Sita clan. They wanted to know what kind of person he was. Among them, the forces that were not on good terms with Sita clan were the most active. They had been fighting openly and secretly with the Sita clan for many years, and they knew the Sita clan very well. Now that Mr. Duan had suddenly appeared, it made them feel extremely pressured. Naturally, this pressure did not come from Master Duan's strength. Challenging a heaven-ranking powerhouse was enough to prove that Master Duan was only a Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator. He was not a threat to them at all. The pressure they felt was mostly due to the mystery that Mr. Duan had unknowingly revealed. After all, he had cured a strange illness that even a grade 4 Saint Refinement Master and a group of Saint stage powerhouses could not do anything about. This was not something an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial or Dao cultivator could do. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian had become famous in Windfall Nation before the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect had even begun. Naturally, the reason he became famous was because he had cured Situ Hang. Previously, news of Situ Hang's strange illness had spread throughout the entire Windfall Nation. During that period of time, almost everyone knew about it. Many people even traveled thousands of miles to the capital in the hopes of obtaining the reward issued by the Situ clan. However, none of them succeeded. Even Duan Lingtian did not expect this when he first heard about it from Situ Hang. Master Duan, your name has spread like wildfire in Windfall Nation now. Even if you lose the battle with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, as long as you announce your name will sweep through the entire Windfall Nation like a hurricane. At that time, as long as your senior brother is in Windfall Nation, he'll definitely know that you're in our Situ clan. He'll come to Duan Lingtian immediately, Situ Hang told Duan Lingtian with a smile. What? Do you have so little confidence in me, young Master Hang? Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he asked mockingly. Upon hearing this, Situ Hang smiled awkwardly and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Of course not. I'm just saying one of the possibilities. Although he indeed felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to defeat Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, he did not dare to say anything in front of Duan Lingtian. He was afraid he would offend Duan Lingtian. However, he had underestimated Duan Lingtian's magnanimity. When he casually said those words earlier, Duan Lingtian had already guessed what he was thinking. It was just that he did not care about it at all. This was because Duan Lingtian knew very well that there were some things that others would not believe even if he had a glib tongue. The only way to convince others was to use practical actions to convince them. For this reason, after hearing Situ Hang's explanation, Duan Lingtian did not continue with this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. Young Master Hang, Situ Zhuo will be facing the wall for 3 months in another month. At that time, he'll leave the enforcement hall as well. He did not succeed this time, and we don't know what method he'll use to deal with you next time. What's your plan? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Situ Hang and asked. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning Situ Zhuo, Situ Hang's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. Situ Zhuo was the culprit who almost caused his death previously. Due to certain reasons, he and his father did not want to fall out with Situ Hang's faction. For this reason, they decided to minimize the matter and end it with the death of the devil cultivator. However, in his heart, there was no way he would let this matter go. After all, he almost died. If he died, he could imagine the future of the Situ clan. It would definitely belong to Situ Zhuo. If Situ Zhuo became the patriarch of the Situ clan, with Situ Zhuo's ruthlessness, he did not even need to think to know what would happen to him and his father. It would definitely be extremely miserable. Master Duan, although I've heard about Situ Zhuo's deeds in the past, I didn't expect him to be so ruthless to me. I've suffered once, and I won't suffer a second time. After taking a deep breath, Situ Hang spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His tone was so cold that it made people feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. It's good that you know what you're doing. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had a good impression of Situ Hang. As for Situ Zhuo, he did not have a good impression of him at all. If there's anything I can help you with, you're welcome. Duan Lingtian said again. Thank you, Master Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Hang's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly bowed to express his gratitude as a junior. Although Duan Lingtian was perhaps 1 or 2 years younger than him, Duan Lingtian had a very high position in his heart. He did not treat Duan Lingtian as his peer. With our speed, we should be able to reach the Drift Blaze sect by this afternoon, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at the scorching sun in the sky. Yes, we'll be able to reach by this afternoon. Situ Hang nodded. After we arrive, we'll rest in the Drift Blaze sect for a night first. Tomorrow, we'll familiarize ourselves with the Drift Blaze sect's environment and walk around the Drift Blaze sect's estate as their guests. As for the battle between you and Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect, it's set for the day after tomorrow. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although Situ Hang was not much older than him, he was still inferior to Situ Hang when it came to handling trivial matters. As the saying went, every profession has its own specialization. Perhaps, this was what it meant. After leaving the Windfall Nation's capital and heading to the Drift Blaze sect, naturally, Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho were not the only people in the group. There were 5 other people hiding in the dark as well. If it was not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had anti-tracking experience from his past life, perhaps, he would not have noticed these 5 people. These 5 people were hiding in the dark like venomous snakes, ready to attack or even kill at any moment. 5 imminent Saint Stage powerhouses. Moreover, they must have cultivated some kind of secret tactic to conceal themselves. Apart from me, I'm afraid not many people below the Saint Stage would be able to notice them. After Duan Lingtian activated his divine eye, he could clearly sense the powerful aura that was faintly emitted from the 5 people who were hiding in the dark. Chapter 1580. Naturally, the reason Duan Lingtian concluded the 5 of them were at the imminent Saint Stage was because they gave him the same feeling as the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. After Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had broken through to the paramount Saint Rudiment stage, his senses had become even sharper. He was certain the 5 of them had followed him when he left the Siddha clan. Don't tell me they're 5 of the shadow guards from the Siddha clan? Duan Lingtian thought to himself when he recalled the things he had heard when he was in the Siddha clan. When he was in the Siddha clan, he would occasionally hear some of the Siddha clan's lineal disciples mention some unknown secrets. One of them was the Siddha clan's shadow guards. It was said that most of the Siddha clan's shadow guards were at the imminent Saint Stage. Perhaps, none of them could be compared to the powerhouses on the heaven ranking. However, since they were never exposed to the public, even the powerhouses on the heaven ranking might not be able to do anything to them. If the powerhouses of the heaven ranking were to be careless, it was very likely that they would die in the hands of these powerhouses. This was how terrifying the Siddha clan's shadow guards were. The Siddha clan's shadow guards were directly controlled by the clan leader. Therefore, these 5 shadow guards must have been sent by Siddha Hao, the clan leader of Siddha clan. The clan leader of Siddha clan is really thoughtful. With these 5 shadow guards around, we won't have to worry about anything even if something unexpected happens along the way. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, the Siddha clan's foundation is really terrifying. Even though they're both 7th-rate forces, the Moon Illumination sect is far from being comparable to them. Perhaps, the number of Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect was not inferior to the Siddha clan. However, in terms of quality, they might not be comparable to the Siddha clan. Moreover, in terms of imminent Saint Stage powerhouses, the Moon Illumination sect was far inferior to the Siddha clan. In the Moon Illumination sect, there were only a few vice sect leaders who were at the imminent Saint Stage. As for the Siddha clan, aside from the imminent Saint Stage elders, more than half of the 18 shadow guards were at the imminent Saint Stage. This was not something the Moon Illumination sect could compare to. With 5 shadow guards hiding in the dark, Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho did not encounter any obstacles along the way as they arrived at the Drift Blaze sect smoothly. The Drift Blaze sect was a sect that was similar to the Moon Illumination sect. It was hidden in the mountains. However, the Drift Blaze sect's estate was located in a group of extinct volcanoes and active volcanoes. To a certain extent, it was much more prominent than the Moon Illumination sect. On the way here, Duan Lingtian had also learned about the Drift Blaze sect from Situ Hang. He knew that the Drift Blaze sect was a 7th-rate force that was even stronger than the Siddha clan. All of this was because of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. The sect leader of Drift Blaze sect was a female powerhouse called Ziyun. However, this Drift Blaze sect leader was so powerful that she was said to be invincible among the seventh-rate forces in Windfall Nation. Moreover, this was publicly acknowledged by the Saint stage experts of various forces. What kind of concept was this? Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was a female powerhouse. In Windfall Nation, regardless of the powerhouses in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, among the seventh-rate forces and forces below the seventh-rate forces, her strength was publicly acknowledged to be the strongest. Due to Ziyun's existence, even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was unwilling to offend the Drift Blaze sect. Moreover, there were even people who said that Ziyun was the strongest. Even in the Windfall Nation's imperial family, there were only a handful of people who could defeat Ziyun. After learning about how powerful Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was, Duan Lingtian was also taken aback for a long time. It did not cross his mind that a female martial cultivator would be able to reach this stage in such a huge Windfall Nation. It was truly shocking. Apart from that, he also learned that Lady Feng, who was ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking, was Ziyun's direct disciple. At once, Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh emotionally. Like master, like disciple. Naturally, Duan Lingtian also knew that with the potential that Lady Feng had displayed, it would not be difficult for her to surpass her master, Ziyun, if everything went smoothly in the future. After learning about Ziyun's existence from Situ Hang, Duan Lingtian was also curious about the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. He was curious about what kind of woman she was to be able to lead a seventh-rate sect to become the publicly acknowledged #1 force below the imperial family in Windfall Nation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, the strong ones were revered. Perhaps, if the Drift Blaze sect did not care about Ziyun, it might even be inferior to some of the other seventh-rate forces. However, it was precisely because of Ziyun's existence that the Drift Blaze sect surpassed the other seventh-rate forces. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, when a person's strength reached a certain level, it would not be difficult for them to support a force. When they arrived at the Drift Blaze sect, a Drift Blaze sect's disciple welcomed them. However, Duan Lingtian also noticed that when the Drift Blaze sect's disciple who welcomed them found out that he was the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, there was a hint of pity in his eyes when he looked at him. It seems like they're also very confident in that Lady Feng. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. At the same time, he was even more curious about what kind of woman she was to be able to achieve so much in such a short period of time. At this moment, he could not wait to meet Lady Feng. However, he also learned from Sita Heng that if he wanted to meet Lady Feng, he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow, the day of the battle between him and Lady Feng. Before that, it was almost impossible for him to meet Lady Feng. It was not because Lady Feng had to prepare for the battle, but because Lady Feng had always stayed in the Drift Blaze sect's forbidden area. Even with so many inner and outer court disciples in the Drift Blaze sect, it was rare for them to see her. It was said that in the past year, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples who had seen Lady Feng the most had only seen her a few times. All of these made Lady Feng even more mysterious, causing Duan Lingtian to be extremely curious about her. Although the Drift Blaze sect's disciples' attitude toward Duan Lingtian and his two companions was not very good, as the host, they still obediently arranged a place for Duan Lingtian and his two companions. It was a mansion located halfway up one of the extinct volcanoes in the outer court area of Drift Blaze sect. It was very clean from top to bottom. It was obvious that the Drift Blaze sect had prepared it well. The three of you, this will be your place. Have a good rest tonight. Our Grand Elder will come and look for all of you tomorrow morning. After the Drift Blaze sect's disciple informed Duan Lingtian and his two companions, he left immediately. It was as though he did not want to stay here for a second longer. Duan Lingtian and his two companions looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. They entered the mansion in unison and each found a room to stay in. At the same time, in the faraway dragons, Duan Ruffeng was starting to feel a little impatient as well. Ever since Kumi revealed the big news, the 5-5-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Shui Chan, were filled with dissatisfaction toward Diju. At this moment, Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, greeted Duan Rufeng and told him that they would come up with a conclusion that would satisfy Duan Rufeng. Duan Rufeng, on the other hand, had waited for an entire afternoon. If it was not for the fact that he was wary of Di Shan, Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would not have waited for so long. However, after an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Rufeng could no longer wait any longer. All of you have discussed for an entire afternoon, but you still haven't come up with a conclusion? Duan Rufeng's tone was filled with dissatisfaction, causing Di Shan and the others to regain their senses. Apart from Di Ju, who stood at the side with a pale expression and did not participate in the discussion, the five-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Xuechan, sent voice transmissions to Di Shan, the clan leader of the dragons, to discuss a solution. After all, the dragons were indeed in the wrong in this matter. Put aside the fact that the son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion might not have killed Di Ju's son, even if he did, it would be considered as helping the dragons get rid of a scourge. The five-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Xuechan, felt terrified just by thinking about the danger of a five-clawed devil dragon. They believed that if news of this spread out and reached the ears of the dragons, Di Ju would definitely become the target of public criticism. On the other hand, even if the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion barged into the dragon's territory without mercy, none of the dragons would blame him. This was because in the eyes of the dragons, he was innocent. He might even be the father of their benefactor. Although the dragons were arrogant, they were a tribe that knew how to be grateful. They would not be ungrateful. He would remember whoever helped him for the rest of his life. As the clan leader of the dragons, Di Shan had the final say in many matters. There was no need for him to consider the feelings of the few five-clawed divine dragon elders and the others. However, he was also in the wrong in this matter regarding Di Ju. After all, he had long known that Di Ju's son was still alive and had been killed. Later on, he even helped Di Ju by ordering all the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land to search for the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, Di Ju's enemy. Due to this reason, Di Shan knew he could not ignore the feelings of the few five-clawed divine dragon elders in this matter. Naturally, during the discussion in the afternoon, he had also made up his mind. Di Ju must not die. Di Ju was not only a five-clawed divine dragon, but he was also a five-clawed golden dragon. He was the only candidate to be the next clan leader of the dragons. If Di Ju died, it would mean that the dragons would lose their heir. Among the dragons, all the candidates to be the next clan leader would be a five-clawed golden dragon. This was the rule of the dragons since ancient times. No matter how outstanding a member of the dragons was, it was impossible for him to become the clan leader of the dragons if he was not a five-clawed golden dragon. A five-clawed golden dragon was more like a religion that represented the dragons. It was irreplaceable by any other five-clawed divine dragon. Mansion Master Duan. Di Shan looked at Duan Rufeng and said in a deep voice, "The dragons will give you an explanation regarding this matter. It's good that you're willing to give me an explanation. Tell me, what's your plan? Do you want me to kill him after I bring him away, or do you want me to kill him in front of all of you?" Duan Rufeng asked as he glanced at Di Shan indifferently. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, horror dawned on Di Ju's face right away. At the same time, he looked at Di Shan anxiously. He was really worried that Di Shan would hand him over. As the saying went, too much concern leads to confusion. This was exactly what Di Ju was feeling right now. Chapter 1581. Mansion Master Duan, as the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, you should know us dragons very well. If Di Ju is a five-clawed golden dragon, it's fine even if I hand him over to you since he has committed such a mistake. Di Shan looked at Duan Rufeng and said, however, he's a five-clawed golden dragon. I'm sure you know how important a five-clawed golden dragon is to us dragons, Mansion Master Duan. It's impossible for us to hand him over to be slaughtered by others. Di Shan's words were resolute. There was no room for discussion at all. That's right. At this moment, even Xuechan and the other five-clawed divine dragon elders who wanted nothing more than to beat Di Ju up nodded in agreement. In this matter, they would stand on the clan leader's side unconditionally. If Di Ju was a five-clawed golden dragon, perhaps they would not have let Diju go even without Duan roughing. However, since Diju was a 5-clawed golden dragon, as a member of the dragons, they had no choice but to protect Diju for the sake of the dragons. Diju represented the future of the dragons. Although Dishan, the current clan leader of the dragons, had an almost endless lifespan. However, according to the rules of the dragons, Dishan would have to leave the dragons after 1,000 years. To be more precise, he would have to leave the dragons in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At that time, Dishan would have to go to the dragons in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. This was the mission of a 5-clawed golden dragon as the imperial dragon. It was also the rules set by the dragons in the upper province. Even Dishan could not violate it. At that time, after Dishan left, the dragons in the lower province would need a new clan leader. This clan leader could only be a 5-clawed golden dragon. Currently, Diju was the only 5-clawed golden dragon in the lower province. Due to this reason, Diju was destined to be the next clan leader of the dragons. Although the group of 5-clawed divine dragon elders led by Xuechan were dissatisfied with what Diju had done, they had no other choice. Even if the dragons still had a 5-clawed golden dragon, they would not protect Diju so mindlessly. Upon hearing clan leader Dishan's words, Diju heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, he also realized that he had been too worried. As a 5-clawed golden dragon and the successor of the dragons would not let anything happen to him. Dishan, I'm not interested to know what the 5-clawed golden dragon means to you dragons. All I know is that Diju almost killed my son. On top of that, you dragons actually want to search for my son with great fanfare? Are you planning to hand him over to Diju after you found him so that Diju can kill him? When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, his voice was filled with rage. Duan Rufeng was enraged, and the hairband that held his long hair was instantly broken. His long hair fluttered in the wind, setting off the monstrous demonic aura that pervaded Duan Rufeng's body. His long hair was like a python that had come to life. At the same time, Duan Rufeng's aura completely changed. At this moment, his pair of eyes that were originally black seemed to be covered with a layer of red. A monstrous killing intent was faintly emitting from his body. This killing intent was closing in on the 7 5-clawed divine dragons. Apart from Dishan, horror dawned on Diju and the 5 5-clawed divine dragon elders led by Xuechan. Diju and Qing Yan, who had a weaker cultivation base, were pressured by the killing intent until their faces turned red. They opened their mouths and spat out blood. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the void with Duan Rufeng as the center seemed to have completely distorted. Many flowers and trees in the mountain forest were directly overturned. Even the members of the dragons who were far away could feel the great pressure. One by one, they retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. What a powerful aura! After the group of 4-clawed divine dragons elders retreated, all of them had a grave expression on their faces. Their eyes were filled with fear. The other members of the dragons, on the other hand, had long been frightened out of their wits. This is the aura of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. At this moment, Duan Rufeng seemed to have transformed into a devil god who ruled over heaven and earth. The might of a devil god was unstoppable. Mansion Master Duan, do you really want to let things escalate to such a stage? Dishan's expression turned grave as the golden light on his body shone brightly. In just a blink of an eye, he had transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that was 1,000 meters long. His aura was so strong that it was not something the 5-clawed green dragon or the 5-clawed purple dragon could compare to. The moment the 1,000 meters long 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, it hovered in the air and blocked the scorching sun, causing more than half of the dragon's residents to be shrouded in darkness. That's the clan leader's true form? At this moment, the group of dragons who were hiding in the distance raised their heads and saw Dishan's true form immediately. All of them had a horrified expression on their faces. Even the clan leader's true form has appeared. Don't tell me he's going to fight with the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion? Horror dawned on the faces of many dragons. If these two powerhouses who stood at the peak of the Debussy subterranean really fought, more than half of the dragon's residents would be destroyed. Di Shan, it seems like you're going to fight with me. Faced with Di Shan, who had transformed into his true form, Duan Rufeng's expression remained calm. It was as though he was not affected by the aura emitted from Di Shan's gigantic true form at all. On the other hand, Kumi, who was standing behind Duan Rufeng, had a grave expression on his face. Although Kumi was strong and could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was not weak at all. However, in front of a powerhouse like Di Shan, who was on the same level as Duan Rufeng, his strength was much weaker. Mansion Master Duan, if you insist on killing Di Ju, I can only choose to fight with you and protect him. Di Shan's thunderous voice resonated in the air. Of course, if you're willing to choose another solution, I, the dragons, will, naturally, treat you as a friend. We, the dragons, will never attack our friends. What? Are you threatening me? Duan Rufeng smiled as a black flame suddenly rose from his body. The devil flame was monstrous, as though it could devour everything. At the same time, two scarlet flames rose from Duan Rufeng's eyes as though they were about to devour someone. When Di Shan saw the aura on Duan Rufeng's body continue to rise and even suppressed his own aura, a hint of dread and anger could be seen in Di Shan's gigantic eyes. On one hand, he was afraid of Duan Rufeng's strength. After all, although Duan Rufeng had only risen for a short period of time, his strength was widely acknowledged to be powerful. Moreover, he was even ranked higher than him on the Supreme Saint ranking. To be honest, he did not even have a 50% chance of winning against Duan Rufeng. On the other hand, he was angry that Duan Rufeng did not give him a way out. Could he not see that he was trying to make peace with him? This was the territory of the dragons. As the clan leader of the Dragons clan, it was naturally impossible for him to lower the prestige of the dragons. However, he realized Duan Rufeng did not seem to understand his intention at all. He actually wanted to fight with him. Chapter 1582. Mansion Master Duan, just tell me. What do you want before you're willing to spare Di Ju's life? When Di Shan saw Duan Rufeng was really going to fight with him, he decided to compromise first. Although he was not afraid of fighting with Duan Rufeng, he hesitated when he thought about the impact it would have on the dragons if he lost. He was the clan leader of the dragons. Every action of his represented the dragons. Naturally, he did not dare to challenge them. Clan leader. When Xuechan and the others saw Di Shan had actually compromised, their expressions turned grave. Although they knew they should not have fallen out with Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they still felt extremely sullen when they saw their clan leader compromising in front of their own home. Naturally, they did not dare to vent their anger on Duan Rufeng. Moreover, Duan Rufeng was not wrong at all. Xuechan and the others glared at Di Ju furiously. If it was not for the fact that Di Ju was a five-clawed golden dragon, they would have personally dealt with him. However, Di Ju did not care about Xuechan and the others at all. When he realized the dragons would protect him no matter what, he was no longer afraid. However, when he looked at Duan Rufeng, there was a hint of coldness in the depth of his eyes. Until now, he had finally calmed down from the shock that he had received from what happened today. It did not cross his mind that the famous mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Rufeng, was actually the father of Duan Lingtian, whom he wished he could kill. After realizing that he was not going to die, his mind became active again. His hatred for Duan Lingtian grew even deeper. Naturally, he did not dare to show it at this moment. Duan Lingtian, I can't believe you're Duan Rufeng's son. I'll definitely make you pay for the humiliation your father has brought me today. Unless you hide in the Azure Cloud Mansion under your father's protection forever, Di Ju will definitely kill you. Di Ju was roaring in his heart. If Duan Lingtian were to appear before him now, he would not hesitate to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Now, he no longer thought about whether or not Duan Lingtian was the murderer who killed his son, Di Yong. Even if Duan Lingtian had nothing to do with Di Yong's death, he would not let Duan Lingtian go. What? Di Shan, you've turned into your true form. Why don't you accompany me to loosen my muscles? After hearing Di Shan's words, Duan Ruffing had no intention of withdrawing the monstrous demonic flames rising from his body. Instead, he asked with a mocking smile on his face. Duan Ruffing's words made Di Shan blush. Naturally, since he was in his true form of a five-clawed golden dragon that was more than 1,000 meters long, one could not see his expression. In just a few moments, Di Shan's true form that was more than 1,000 meters long disappeared as he reverted to his human form. He was a majestic old man dressed in a golden robe. His body was sturdy as he stood there like an iron tower. With the disappearance of the five-clawed golden dragon that was more than 1,000 meters long, it was as though half of the dragon's residence had fallen into darkness. They didn't fight? The group of dragons in the distance could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Although they wanted to witness the battle between their clan leader and the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, they were unwilling to see that scene when they thought about how the residents of the dragons would be destroyed if they fought. Mansion Master Duan, you should be lenient whenever possible. When Di Shan reverted to his human form and subconsciously lowered his head to Duan Ruffing, a voice that seemed to come from all directions resonated like a ghost. Huh? Duan Rufeng frowned when he heard the voice. The voice sounded familiar, but he could not recall who it belonged to at that moment. Unlike Duan Ruffing, Di Shan sighed in relief when he heard this voice. It was as though he had found his savior. After a few moments, a figure that only Duan Ruffing and Di Shan could see flashed across the sky and appeared next to Di Shan in just a blink of an eye. The person who had just arrived was a young man. The young man was tall and had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. His handsome face had a hint of wickedness to it. The mark between his brows resembled a coin, and it looked like a totem. The young man was dressed in a loose black robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His long, blood-red hair was draped over his shoulders, setting off his wickedly handsome face and exuding a unique sense of beauty. The first impression this young man gave off was that he was beautiful. Leader Dugu. Di Shan took the initiative to greet this young man who looked frighteningly young. He did not expect this person to return. Previously, the reason he had appeared so late was because he had gone to see this person. That was why he had been delayed for so long. Leader Dugu. Xuechan and the other five-clawed divine dragon elders also bowed respectfully at the young man. Leader Dugu? Don't tell me you're the person from the Mountainshade Black Market? Di Ju, who was standing at the side, also had a slight change in his expression. His heart was filled with shock as he stared at the wicked-looking black-robed young man. Why are you here? Upon seeing the black-robed young man, even Duan Ruffing could not help but frown. In fact, he did not reveal such an expression even when he was facing Di Shan. However, fear rose in his heart when he saw this black-robed young man. Mansion Master Duan, if you can come to the dragons as a guest, why can't I? Perhaps, I came to the dragons earlier than you. However, if both of you didn't reveal your powerful auras and fight each other, I'm afraid I wouldn't have sensed your presence and wouldn't have returned. The black-robed young man looked at Duan Ruffing and said with a seemingly friendly smile. Naturally, it was only a friendly expression. However, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes from time to time. It was apparent he did not get along with Duan Ruffing. Humph. Your business in the Mountainshade Black Market has already reached the dragons. Don't you think you've stretched your hand too far? Duan Ruffing sneered. You don't have to worry about this, Mansion Master Duan. However, I'm more curious about why you've come to the dragons. Moreover, you're so aggressive and unforgiving. The black-robed young man looked at Duan Ruffing with interest. You don't have to worry about this, Leader Dugu. Your Mountainshade Black Market has nothing to do with me. However, it's best if you don't interfere in the matter between me and the dragons. Otherwise, I don't mind making a trip to the Mountainshade Black Market. Duan Ruffing said coldly. When the black-robed young man heard Duan Ruffing's threatening words, the smile on his face disappeared. Mansion Master Duan, don't tell me the Azure Cloud Mansion wants to declare war on both the Mountainshade Black Market and the dragons at the same time? Leader Dugu, if that's what you want to see, naturally, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. However, I'm afraid you'll have to ask clan leader Di Shan if the dragons are willing to go crazy with the Mountainshade Black Market. Chapter 1583. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, the black-clad young man immediately looked at Di Shan. Di Shan was also slightly embarrassed. The two people in front of him were the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion and the leader of Mountainshade Black Market. The Azure Cloud Mansion and the Mountainshade Black Market had always been enemies. If it was not necessary, naturally, he did not want to get involved. Moreover, he knew very well. Even if the dragons joined forces with the Mountainshade Black Market to deal with the Azure Cloud Mansion, they might not be able to annihilate it. If they failed to annihilate the Azure Cloud Mansion, what awaited the dragons was endless calamity. However, the Mountainshade Black Market was different from the dragons. The Mountainshade Black Market had always been enemies with the Azure Cloud Mansion. Even if they became enemies again, it would not affect the Mountainshade Black Market much. However, to the dragons, it would affect them greatly. Apart from that, the Mountainshade Black Market style had always been bad. It would be fine if they only cooperated with the Mountainshade Black Market in certain aspects. After all, many forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land had cooperated with the Mountainshade Black Market to some extent. However, most of them only wanted to profit from the Mountainshade Black Market. They had never thought of joining forces with the Mountainshade Black Market. If the dragons became allies with the Mountainshade Black Market, they would become jackals of the same tribe. The dragons' reputation in the Dao Martial Saint Land would definitely be affected. Most of the Mountainshade Black Market's businesses were illegal. They did not have a good reputation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. If the dragons really joined forces with the Mountainshade Black Market, the arrogant dragons might become the target of scorn. This was something Di Shan was unwilling to see. Due to this reason, it was impossible for Di Shan to join forces with the Mountainshade Black Market to deal with the Azure Cloud Mansion, whether it was because he was afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion or because he did not want to have a close relationship with the Mountainshade Black Market. Leader Dugu, I appreciate your kindness. However, it's true that the Dragon Clan is in the wrong this time. Di Shan rejected the black-clad young man's stare. Humph. Hearing Di Shan's rejection, the black-robed young man's expression changed. In the end, he snorted and said, "If that's the case, I won't get involved in the matter between you two." The moment the black-robed young man, leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market, finished speaking, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and vanished without a trace. Although leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market had long guessed that Di Shan would make such a choice, he could not help but secretly scold Di Shan for not knowing how to appreciate favors. However, since he could not drag the dragons into this matter to deal with the Azure Cloud Mansion, there was no need for him to continue staying here. Chief Dugu, Duan Rufeng has a son named Duan Lingtian. I'm guessing he's not in the Azure Cloud Mansion right now. Perhaps, even Duan Rufeng doesn't know where he is. Just as leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market was about to leave, a voice transmission entered his ears. Duan Rufeng's son? Duan Lingtian? Interesting. How interesting. When leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market received this news, his eyes lit up. However, since he had left the dragons in just a blink of an eye, nobody noticed his gaze. Dugu did not doubt the authenticity of this news at all. This was because when he heard the voice transmission, he knew who it was. It was none other than the other five-clawed golden dragon from the dragons, Di Ju. Although Di Ju was only a nobody in his eyes, he was not worth mentioning at all. However, due to the five-clawed golden dragon's bloodline in Di Ju, he had paid attention to Di Ju before. He knew Di Ju was a vengeful person. To be more precise, he was a five-clawed golden dragon. Although he did not know how the conflict between the dragons and Duan Rufeng started, based on the situation earlier, he could faintly tell everything started with Di Ju. Due to this reason, he did not doubt the authenticity of Di Ju's voice transmission. As for Di Ju, who sent the voice transmission to leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes as he muttered to himself, "Duan Lingtian, just wait for the people from the Mountainshade Black Market to look for trouble with you. Perhaps, I don't even have to make a move. The people from the Mountainshade Black Market will definitely kill you." In fact, Di Ju was not certain if Duan Lingtian was in the Azure Cloud Mansion or not. The reason he sent the voice transmission to the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market was because he hoped he would look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian was really in the Azure Cloud Mansion, unless Duan Lingtian did not leave the mansion, he believed the Mountain Shade Black Market would not allow Duan Lingtian to roam freely outside. As the archenemy of the Azure Cloud Mansion, the Mountain Shade Black Market would not let go of any opportunity to attack the Azure Cloud Mansion. This was especially true when he was the only son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Mansion Master Duan, tell me your condition. I believe you already have a plan in mind. Di Shan looked at Duan Rufeng and said bluntly. Since Duan Rufeng did not give him a way out, he could only give himself a way out. Although it was slightly embarrassing, he had no other choice. 3 years later, let my son enter the dragon cleansing pool of the dragons. Duan Rufeng did not say anything else when faced with Di Shan's bluntness and went straight to the point. He also knew it would not benefit him if he forced Di Shan into a corner at this moment. Although he was not afraid of Di Shan or the dragons, he could not help but be wary of the dragon's strength. This was because the dragons had a close relationship with the upper province. According to rumors, the dragons were divided into the dragons of the upper province and the dragons of the lower province. The dragons in front of him were only the dragons of the lower province. The dragon cleansing pool. Duan Rufeng finally stated his condition. He wanted his son, Duan Lingtian, to enter the dragon's dragon cleansing pool 3 years later. The moment Duan Rufeng's words left his mouth, horror dawned on Di Shan and the 5 five-clawed divine dragons. It did not cross their minds that Duan Rufeng would make such a request. This request was just too ridiculous. Impossible. Before Di Shan could reply to Duan Rufeng, Di Ju had already roared, the dragon cleansing pool is the holy land of us dragons. Only a 5-clawed golden dragon can enter it. Mansion Master Duan, don't go too far. Go too far? Upon hearing Di Ju's roar, Duan Rufeng smiled. It's fine if you don't want my son to enter the dragon cleansing pool, but I'll take your life. Let's see if your life is more important to you, or if the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool is more important. You should think about it carefully. Even if you can't enter the dragon cleansing pool in 3 years, you'll still be able to enter after 5,000 years. If you die, let alone 5,000 years, even if 50,000 years pass, the dragon cleansing pool will have nothing to do with you. Duan Rufeng's words were powerful and resonating. Every word seemed to have transformed into a heavy hammer that smashed violently on Di Ju's chest. It caused his face to turn pale and he looked extremely wretched. Although he knew the dragons would protect him, he was afraid when he faced Duan Rufeng. He was afraid from the bottom of his heart. The dragon cleansing pool was the holy land of the dragons. It would only be opened once every 5,000 years. During those 5,000 years, the dragon cleansing pool would use its own method to endlessly nurture the heaven and earth essence. Since the dragon cleansing pool would only be opened once every 5,000 years and only one person could enter at a time, this opportunity was extremely precious to the dragons. Due to this reason, it would usually be reserved for the young 5-clawed golden dragons. After the 5-clawed golden dragons entered the dragon cleansing pool, apart from the fact that their cultivation base would more or less increase, most importantly, their potential would be completely unleashed. That was the most important thing. It was said that the dragon cleansing pool could unleash the potential in every corner of a person's body. Even the current patriarch of the dragons, Di Shan, had never entered the dragon cleansing pool before. It could even be said that Di Shan was a tragedy. This was because when he was young, there was another 5-clawed golden dragon who was of the same generation as him. That 5-clawed golden dragon was superior to him in every aspect. For this reason, the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years ago was also taken away by that 5-clawed golden dragon. Before entering the dragon cleansing pool, although that 5-clawed golden dragon was stronger than Di Shan, it was not by much. However, after he came out of the dragon cleansing pool, he had the strength to suppress Di Shan with a flip of his hand. One could easily imagine how powerful the dragon cleansing pool was. During that era, that 5-clawed golden dragon was publicly acknowledged as the successor to the next patriarch of the dragons. However, not long after he came out of the dragon cleansing pool, he possessed the strength to suppress all the dragons other than the patriarch of the dragons. Due to this reason, he became arrogant and caused trouble everywhere he went. In the end, it was said that he had offended a young lady from a powerful force who had come to the lower province for a vacation and was killed by the young lady's attendant. Due to this reason, the five-clawed golden dragon who was supposed to lead the dragons to glory, who had been baptized by the dragon cleansing pool, died just like that. This became the greatest regret of the dragons. Under that circumstance, Di Shan, the spare tire, had been promoted to the position smoothly. However, in the history of the dragons, he was one of the few patriarchs who had never entered the dragon cleansing pool. Currently, Di Shan was no longer young, and his strength had reached a certain level. Even if he were to enter the dragon cleansing pool again, he would not be able to improve much. It was meaningless. For this reason, Di Shan planned to let Di Ju enter the dragon cleansing pool when it opened 3 years later. He believed that after being baptized by the dragon cleansing pool, Di Ju would definitely surpass him in the future and become a powerful patriarch of the dragons. Due to the fact that he did not enter the dragon cleansing pool that year, although his strength was powerful, it did not reach the level where he could look down on the lower province. Even in front of a leader of a force like Duan Rufeng, he had to be careful. In fact, all the dragons' patriarchs who had entered the dragon cleansing pool when they were young before they followed the rules of the dragon's clan and went to the upper province, they were almost invincible in the lower province. From this, one could see the effect of the dragon cleansing pool. Due to this reason, when Duan Rufeng proposed the condition of letting his son, Duan Lingtian, enter the dragon cleansing pool, Di Ju was so anxious that he jumped out. At that moment, he even forgot that Duan Rufeng was not someone he could provoke. He was anxious because he did not want to follow in Di Shan's footsteps. Chapter 1584. In Di Ju's opinion, the dragon cleansing pool would be opened 3 years later. If he could enter at that time, he would definitely undergo a brand new transformation. His achievements in the future would far surpass Di Shan. If he missed the opportunity 3 years later, even if he could enter the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years later, he would miss the best age to enter. Although dragons had an extremely long lifespan, only dragons below 5,000 years old could be considered young dragons. Once one reached 5,000 years old, many things would be fixed. Usually, dragons with ordinary innate talent at 5,000 years old would not have any great achievements in their lifetime. However, Duan Rufeng's words had killed his hope. How could he be willing to accept this? However, faced with the domineering Duan Rufeng, he did not dare to say anything. He could only look at Duan Rufeng and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to him. Clan leader, the dragon cleansing pool is the foundation of us dragons. It only opens once every 5,000 years. Please don't give this opportunity to Duan Rufeng. If an outsider uses the dragon cleansing pool 3 years later, we dragons will be silent for another 5,000 years. As Di Ju spoke, he revealed his trump card. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, he naturally knew Di Shan's ambition. He also knew that Di Shan was filled with regret for not being able to enter the dragon cleansing pool that year. Naturally, Di Shan was not regretful about the elevation of his ability. Di Shan was regretful that he could not lead the dragons to glory because he did not elevate his ability through the dragon cleansing pool. Although the current dragons were still the top force in the Wuxia subterranean, they were no longer comparable to the dragons of the past. All of this was because of him, the clan leader. Just like the previous clan leader of the dragons. Due to the baptism of the dragon cleansing pool, his ability was so powerful that he looked down on everyone. He had also led the dragons to the true peak of the Wuxia subterranean. During that era, there were not many forces in the Wuxia subterranean who dared to challenge the dragons. Although the current dragons were glorious on the surface, they were actually going downhill. The root of all this was because the dragons lacked a deterrent force, and this deterrent force came from the strength of the dragons themselves. Being the patriarch of this generation of dragons, Di Shan's strength was not enough to be a deterrent. Otherwise, he would not have been forced by Duan Rufeng to seek peace. If it had been the previous chief of the dragons, he would not have been afraid of Duan Rufeng at all. That was because the strength of that dragon chief was almost at the top of the Wuxia subterranean. The leader of that generation of dragons was ranked in the top 3 on the Supreme Saint ranking. Upon hearing Di Zhu's voice transmission, Di Shan felt irritated. If it wasn't for this guy, the dragons wouldn't have been so passive this time. If not for this guy causing trouble, why would Duan Rufeng make such a request? However, even if Di Zhu had sent him a voice transmission, it was still difficult for Di Shan to agree to Duan Rufeng's request. Although Di Shan would not snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool 3 years later, he had long decided to give it to Di Zhu. This was because Di Zhu was the next chief of the dragons. If he could enter the dragon cleansing pool and be baptized, he would definitely be able to restore the glory of the previous dragons. At that time, as long as Di Zhu had time to grow, the dragons would not be afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion or the Mountain Shade Black Market. As the chief of the dragons, Di Shan was very qualified. At the very least, he would stand on the side of the dragons and not on his own. If he was a selfish person, he would definitely not give the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool 3 years later to Di Zhu. Although he wouldn't be able to improve much by entering the dragon cleansing pool, if he were to be selfish, he wouldn't miss the opportunity to improve himself no matter how small a mosquito was. It was because he always stood on the side of the dragons that he allowed Di Zhu to do whatever he wanted. For example, when Di Zhu sent his son, the 5-clawed devil dragon, Di Yong, away, he already knew about it. He just did not expose it. Moreover, when Di Zhu had threatened him and asked him to help him find Duan Ling Tian, he had done it without any hesitation. It was not that he was afraid of Di Zhu, but he was afraid Di Zhu would leave the dragons in a fit of anger. If that happened, the dragons would lose their heir. At that time, he would become the sinner of the dragons. Even if it was against his conscience to help Di Zhu, he still did it for the sake of the dragon's future. Di Shan was such a person. To be more precise, he was such a dragon. He had lived for the dragons his entire life. Due to this reason, it was impossible for him to agree to Duan Rufeng's condition. After taking a deep breath, Di Shan looked at Duan Rufeng and said with certainty, "Mansion Master Duan, since you know about our dragon cleansing pool, you should know what it means to us dragons. You should know that it's impossible for us dragons to let an outsider enter the dragon cleansing pool. I've said it before. You don't have to mention the dragon cleansing pool. However, you must hand Di Zhu over to me." Duan Rufeng's tone was calm as he looked at Di Zhu. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he was not surprised by Di Shan's rejection at all. "Mansion Master Duan, you're making things difficult for me," Di Shan said in a deep voice. "Making things difficult for me?" Duan Rufeng's expression turned grave as he sneered. "Di Shan, you seem to have misunderstood something. Did I, Duan Rufeng, come to the dragons for no reason? If it wasn't for the fact that the dragons have gone too far, I wouldn't have come to your lousy place even if you invited me with 8 carriers. Dragons? Lousy place. Not many people in the entire Dao Martial Saint land would dare to say such words. However, Duan Rufeng had said so. The few 5-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Xuechan, paled when they heard his words. However, they did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. It was obvious this Mansion Master Duan was in a fit of anger. At this moment, whoever dared to provoke him would be asking for trouble. They were not stupid. "Mansion Master Duan, I admit that the dragons are in the wrong. Apart from these 2 conditions, I'll agree to any of your conditions." Di Shan sighed and said helplessly. His heart was filled with bitterness. If he was the one who had entered the dragon cleansing pool 5,000 years ago, would he be in such a passive position now? If he had entered the dragon cleansing pool that year, he was confident he would have the strength to easily defeat Duan Rufeng. "I'm not interested in making a 3rd request," Duan Rufeng said nonchalantly, causing Di Shan's expression to turn grave. Even Di Zhu and the few 5-clawed divine dragon elders, led by Xuechan, had a change of expression. They did not expect Duan Rufeng to be so resolute. Either he would let his son enter the dragon cleansing pool 3 years later, or he would kill Di Zhu. "Mansion Master Duan," Di Shan frowned as his expression turned grave. He was already considering if he should lure Duan Ruffing away from the dragon's estate and have a final battle with him. I haven't finished my sentence. Duan Ruffing interrupted Di Shan and said nonchalantly, although I won't make a third request, I'm willing to add some conditions to my son's request to enter the dragon cleansing pool. These conditions are fair to all of you dragons. If all of you agree to it, I'll leave right away and forget about Di Ju's previous actions. Di Shan and the few five-clawed divine dragons exchanged glances. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. Please speak, Mansion Master Duan. Di Shan quickly looked at Duan Ruffing with an expression that said, I'd like to hear more about it. As far as I know, although the dragon cleansing pool will open 3 years later, it's up to you, the clan leader of the dragons, to decide when it will open. Moreover, it will open 6 years later at the latest. Am I right? Duan Ruffing asked as he looked at Di Shan. Mansion Master Duan really knows a lot about the dragon cleansing pool of us dragons. Di Shan smiled wryly as he secretly cursed Duan Ruffing. Could it be that he had been coveting the dragon cleansing pool of the dragons since a long time ago? Otherwise, how could he know so much about the dragon cleansing pool? The dragon cleansing pool will open 3 years later. I'll decide when it will open. However, it can only be delayed by 3 years at most. If you don't enter after 6 years, you won't be able to enter for the next 5,000 years. Seems like it's the same as what I know. Duan Ruffing nodded. At the same time, he looked at Di Ju and said nonchalantly, my condition is. The dragon cleansing pool will open 2 years later. In other words, it will open 5 years later. Before it opens, my son will fight with Di Ju. The winner will enter the dragon cleansing pool. Are you satisfied with this, clan leader Di Shan? If you're still not satisfied with this, then I have nothing else to say. Let's fight. When Duan Ruffing reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Di Shan again as though he was ready to fight at any time. 5 years? When Di Shan heard this, he did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Di Ju immediately. Among the members of the dragons present, Di Ju was the only one who had come into contact with Duan Ruffing's son, Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he had a better understanding of Duan Lingtian. However, when he looked at Di Ju, he saw that Di Ju's eyes were gleaming with great confidence. It was as though he did not reject the additional condition that Duan Ruffing had proposed at all. Di Ju, are you confident? Di Shan asked through voice transmission. He wanted to confirm it further. Clan leader, agree with him. Di Ju replied through voice transmission. His tone was filled with confidence. I've come into contact with that Duan Lingtian before. Although his innate talent is not bad, he's just a so-so. Let alone 5 years, even if he's given 10 or 20 years, he won't be a match for me. This Duan Ruffing has really underestimated me. He actually proposed such an additional condition. When Di Ju reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with disdain. Are you sure? Di Shan was still a little hesitant. Since Duan Ruffing has proposed such a condition, I'm sure he won't say it without thinking. You better think this through. If you're defeated 5 years later, you'll lose the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. At that time, our dragons will be silent for another 5,000 years. If you're defeated, not only will you miss out on a great opportunity, but you'll also become a sinner of the dragons. A sinner of the dragons. One must admit that Di Shan's words caused Di Ju to fall into silence. Chapter 1585. When Di Ju recalled how he had told leader Dugu of the Mountain Shade Black Market about Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, he felt relieved. In his opinion, he did not even know if Duan Lingtian would still be alive after 5 years. Even if he was still alive, it was impossible for him to be a match for him. Di Ju was very confident in his own strength. He wants Duan Lingtian to defeat me after 5 years? What a fool's dream. Di Ju was filled with disdain for Duan Ruffing's additional condition. He did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him after 5 years. Clan leader, in my opinion, Duan Ruffing is afraid of us dragons. It's just that he doesn't dare to show it directly. I think he's just trying to give himself a way out by proposing such a condition. I don't think he thinks his son will be able to defeat me after 5 years. Di sent a voice transmission to Di Shan, feeling good about himself. However, Di Shan was a cautious person. It's not that I haven't thought about what you've said, but it's quite impossible. Ever since Duan Rufeng rose to power, he has always been domineering. I'm sure you know how the Azure Cloud Mansion used to be. However, he's holding up the Azure Cloud Mansion all by himself. Even Ku Mi and Rong Yuan, the 2 former mansion masters of Azure Cloud Mansion who did not pay much attention to them, respect him greatly. This Duan Rufeng is not an ordinary person. Apart from giving in, the reason he proposed such a condition is because he wants us dragons to agree to give his son a chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool, Di Shan continued to say. He still felt it would be inappropriate for him to agree to Duan Rufeng's request without careful consideration. However, based on Duan Rufeng's attitude, it could be seen this was his bottom line. Due to this reason, although Di Shan was unwilling to agree to Duan Rufeng's request, he did not reject it directly. He wanted to hear Di Ju's opinion. After all, Di Ju was the person who did not want the chance to enter the dragon cleansing pool to fall into the hands of others the most. However, judging from the current situation, Di Ju seemed to be very confident. Seeing Duan Rufeng's face darkening and the demon aura rising from his body, Di Shan knew that he had to make a decision. Di Ju, do you mean that I should agree with him? Di Shan asked Di Ju through voice transmission again. Promise him. In my opinion, he's just deliberately mystifying things. Di Ju replied with absolute certainty. When Di Shan saw how determined Di Ju was and faced with the pressure from Duan Rufeng, he finally nodded and agreed to it. Mansion Master Duan, I can agree to your request. We'll open the dragon cleansing pool 5 years later. 5 years later, if your son, Duan Lingtian, can defeat Di Ju, I'll give your son the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. However, if your son loses, the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool will still belong to Di Ju. Since clan leader Di Shan has agreed to it, please hand over one of the keys to open the dragon cleansing pool. Clan leader Di Shan, do you want me to keep the sun key or the moon key? After Di Shan agreed to it, Duan Rufeng asked nonchalantly. The dragon cleansing pool of the dragons would only be opened once every 5,000 years. Each time it was opened, the sun key and the moon key that were passed down by the dragons would be used. The dragon cleansing pool could only be opened by using these 2 keys at the same time. These 2 keys were usually kept by the clan leader of the dragons. For this reason, Duan Rufeng directly asked for the key from Di Shan. Mansion Master Duan, there's no need for this, right? Don't tell me that as the clan leader of the dragons, I'll lie to you? Di Shan asked with a frown. The sun key and the moon key were the holy relics of the dragons. Naturally, he was unwilling to hand over one of them even if it was only temporarily kept by Duan Rufeng. I'm worried. Duan Rufeng's reply was very straightforward. It was so straightforward that it caused Di Shan's expression to turn grave immediately. This was because Duan Rufeng was questioning his character. Mansion Master Duan, how about this? If you don't believe me, how about I swear on the lightning penalty oath? Di Shan looked at Duan Rufeng. Naturally, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, I must keep one of the keys to open the dragon cleansing pool. Clan leader Di Shan, you can rest assured. 5 years later, no matter if my son wins or loses, I'll return the key to you. For this, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath as well. Duan Rufeng said. When Di Shan saw how Duan Rufeng had put it, he naturally could not reject him. If he did, it would mean that he had a guilty conscience. Di Ju, I hope you won't disappoint me. Di Shan thought to himself. With a raise of his hand, he took out a crescent-shaped key that looked like it was made of jade. It shone faintly under the sunlight and looked extremely beautiful. This key was one of the 2 keys to open the dragon cleansing pool, the moon key. After receiving the moon key from Di Shan, regardless of whether it was Di Shan or Duan Rufeng, both of them swore on the lightning penalty oath. Di Shan swore on the lightning penalty oath that he had promised Duan Rufeng that if Duan Lingtian could defeat Di Ju 5 years later, he would allow Duan Lingtian to enter the dragon cleansing pool. On the other hand, Duan Rufeng swore on the lightning penalty oath that if Duan Lingtian was defeated by Di Ju 5 years later, he would no longer have any ideas about the dragon cleansing pool. Moreover, he would return the moon key to the dragons. Clan leader Di Shan, will meet again in 5 years. After both of them swore on the lightning penalty oath, Duan Rufeng glanced at Di Shan indifferently and said. Then, without waiting for Di Shan's reply, he turned around and left with Kumi. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared before Di Shan and the others' eyes. Clan leader, it's obvious the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion has confidence in his son. Don't you think you're being a little too rash by agreeing to it so hastily? Elder Qin Yan, the 5-clawed green dragon, asked with a frown. Xuechan and the other few 5-clawed divine dragon elders were also frowning slightly. Now that things have developed to this stage, do you think I can still refuse? Based on Duan Rufeng's attitude earlier, this is already his bottom line. Moreover, Di Ju is the one who understands Duan Rufeng's son the most among us. Even he thinks I should agree to Duan Rufeng's request. Do you think I should refuse? Di Shan said nonchalantly. At once, Xuechan and the others looked at Di Ju and asked at once, Di Ju, are you really confident? Di Ju, don't try to look impressive. If you can't do it, just say so. If you lose 5 years later, not only will you lose a fortuitous encounter, but you'll also become a sinner of the dragons. Di Ju, this is not a joke. One by one, the 5-clawed divine dragon elders began to criticize Di Ju. Elders, I know all of you are worried. Di Ju looked at Xuechan and the others. I've met Duan Rufeng's son, Duan Lingtian. When I last saw him, he was only a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Do you think a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator will be able to defeat me in 5 years? Put aside the fact that he's Duan Lingtian and not Duan Rufeng, even if Duan Rufeng's cultivation base was given to his son will still not be a match for me. After he finished speaking, Di Ju snorted softly and left. Although he sounded confident, he did not dare to be negligent. After all, this was a matter of great importance. He planned to spend the next 5 years in closed-door cultivation. Recently, he had noticed that the bottleneck of his cultivation base had loosened. If he could take another step forward, his strength would be on par with a powerhouse like the 5-clawed purple dragon, Elder Violet Crystal. 5 years later, he was confident he could defeat the 5-clawed green dragon, Elder Qin Yan. Naturally, this did not mean that Di Ju thought Duan Lingtian would have the strength to threaten him in 5 years. Instead, he wanted to defeat Duan Lingtian with his most powerful strength so that Duan Rufeng would realize how stupid he was. Today, although he did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Duan Rufeng, he actually wished he could cut Duan Rufeng into 1,000 pieces in his heart. Naturally, he knew he did not have the strength to do so. Due to this reason, he could only take revenge on Duan Rufeng and discuss Duan Rufeng through other means. The battle with Duan Lingtian in 5 years was undoubtedly an opportunity for him. At that time, he would show his most powerful self and defeat Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop. He would make Duan Rufeng feel despair. Naturally, Duan Rufeng did not know what Di Ju was thinking. Naturally, Duan Rufeng was not interested in finding out as well. After leaving the dragons, Kumi, who was following closely behind Duan Rufeng, could not help but ask in confusion, Lord Mansion Master, will young Mansion Master really be able to defeat Di Ju in 5 years? Although Di Ju hasn't fully grown, he's still a 5-clawed golden dragon, the royal family among the dragons. With his current strength, he's comparable to the 5-clawed divine dragon elders who are slightly weaker among the dragons. Based on Kumi's words, it was obvious he did not believe his young Mansion Master would be able to defeat Di Ju in 5 years' time. After all, Di Ju's foundation was weak. Even the current Di Ju was extremely powerful. Even if he did not make any progress in 5 years' time, his young Mansion Master might not be a match for him. Kumi, you're not an outsider, so I won't hide it from you. Duan Rufeng's eyes gleamed as he said unhurriedly, the reason I made such a request is actually because of the Oracle man's instructions. In fact, even I don't really believe my son will be able to defeat Diju in 5 years' time. It's just too unrealistic. When Duan Ruffing reached the end of his sentence, he sighed softly. The Oracle man? Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, Kumi's eyes lit up immediately. Actually, that was the second time I met the Oracle man. However, that time, he personally came to see me in the Azure Cloud Mansion. His cultivation base is unfathomable. Not only that, but he even appeared in front of me without me noticing. You should know what that means. When Duan Ruffing reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn. Don't tell me he's a powerhouse from the upper province? Kumi sucked in a breath of cold air and asked. I'm certain he's from the upper province. Moreover, I feel that his strength is considered extraordinary even in the upper province. Duan Ruffing continued to say. It's said that the Oracle man is elusive. Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market had looked for him many times, but it was to no avail. I can't believe you've actually met him twice, Lord Mansion Master. Not only that, but he even took the initiative to visit you the second time as well. Chapter 1586. If Dugu finds out that the Oracle man took the initiative to look for you, Mansion Master, I'm afraid he'll be furious. A bright smile that was uglier than crying appeared on Kumi's face. It was as though he could already see the scene of Leader Dugu of the Mountainshade Black Market flying into a rage. Duan Ruffing smiled faintly and did not reply. In fact, he was also puzzled by this matter. The first time he encountered the Elder of Heavenly Secrets, he felt that his luck was exceptionally good. This was especially the case when the Elder of Heavenly Secrets was willing to divine for his son, which made him even more indescribably delighted. The second time, the Oracle man took the initiative to look for him. Moreover, it was also because of his son. This made him feel even more flattered. However, while he was flattered, his heart was also filled with suspicion. Just what kind of magic did his son have that could make a powerhouse like the Elder of Heavenly Secrets so attentive? He had thought of many possibilities for this. However, all of them were unrealistic. However, ever since Rong Yuan came to look for him and told him that the dragons were searching for his son, Duan Lingtian, he respected the Oracle man even more. This was because the second time the Oracle man came to look for him, he mentioned the dragons. Although he did not mention the details, he did mention that if it was possible, he would fight for the opportunity for his son, Duan Lingtian, to enter the dragon cleansing pool for the dragons. Apart from that, he also mentioned the importance of the dragon cleansing pool to the dragons. He also said that if it was a crucial moment, they could both compromise and set up a 5-year pact. The 5-year pact was the agreement he had made with Diju. This pact was also decided by the Oracle man, and he was merely following his instructions. Although he did not think his son would be able to defeat Diju in 5 years, he trusted the Oracle man more. The Oracle man's divine foresight had completely convinced him, causing him to believe in the Oracle man's words without a doubt. It was because of this that the following events happened. Shortly after, Kumi also learned about this from Duan Ruffing. He sighed with emotion. In the past, I have only heard about the Oracle man's divine strategy. This time, I have really learned something new. Perhaps, when he came to look for you, Lord Mansion Master, he already knew about the relationship between you and the Dragon Clan. Lord Mansion Master, are we returning to the Azure Cloud Mansion now? Kumi looked at Duan Ruffing and asked. In his opinion, the Mansion Master should return to the Azure Cloud Mansion and pass down the order to search for the young Mansion Master. There's no hurry to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. However, in the face of Kumi's inquiry, Duan Ruffing shook his head. Let's go to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Greenwave Han Mansion. Upon hearing Duan Ruffing's words, a puzzled expression appeared on Kumi's face. Going to the Greenwave Han Mansion? Let's go to the Greenwave Han Mansion. If I'm not mistaken, my other daughter-in-law should be there. Let's go and bring her home. Duan Ruffing smiled. Although the jade token Duan Lingtian left behind in the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent did not mention the Greenwave Han Mansion, based on the message Duan Lingtian left behind in the voice transmission jade slip, Kumi realized his daughter-in-law, Li Fei, must be in the house of a young miss from a force in the Dao martial saint land called Xuanai. Not only that, but he had also heard from Kumi that the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion had left the Dao martial saint land from the south and were searching the vast ocean. Based on his son's message, he could faintly guess the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion must be looking for his son, Duan Lingtian. This was because his son had mentioned that he had left Half Moon Island with a woman called Xuanai. Due to some circumstances, they were separated from each other. Not only that, according to Kumi's description, when the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion came to look for them, they were led by a beast tamer and a young girl. That young girl was most likely the woman called Xuanai that his son had mentioned. Putting all these together, he also realized his daughter-in-law, Li Fei, must have gone to the Greenwave Han Mansion after Half Moon Island was destroyed. Due to this reason, he had to go to the Greenwave Han Mansion to bring his daughter-in-law home. I've heard mention this daughter-in-law a long time ago. Every time she mentions her, she's full of praises for her. This time, I'll finally be able to see her in person. When Duan Rufeng thought about how he would be able to see the daughter-in-law he had never met before, his heart was filled with anticipation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know that Duan Rufeng had brought Kumi to the Greenwave Han Mansion. At this moment, he was sitting quietly in his room and cultivating. Since he was in an unfamiliar environment and had to follow the Grand Elder of Drift Blaze sect to tour the Drift Blaze sect's estate tomorrow morning, he did not enter the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. As time went by, the sky gradually darkened. In the evening, the sky was filled with red clouds. When one looked up at the horizon, the sky looked as though it was dyed with blood. It was dazzling and eye-catching. Great young master of Sita clan, your old friend is here. Don't you want to come out and meet him? A hoarse voice that sounded like a duck's cry suddenly resonated from outside the room. It contained true energy and entered Duan Lingtian's ears clearly, disturbing Duan Lingtian's cultivation. At once, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. Just by listening to the voice, he could tell the visitor was not friendly. Who's there? When Duan Lingtian realized the other party was here for Situ Hang, he immediately walked out of his room and happened to see Situ Hang walking out of his room with a gloomy expression. Situ Ho also walked out of the other room. Master Duan. Situ Hang's face was originally gloomy. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian, he forced a smile and took the initiative to greet him. The person outside seems to be here for you. Duan Lingtian said. Yes, it's the young sect leader of a seventh-rate sect that's hostile to our Sita clan. We've always had a grudge against each other. I'm sorry for disturbing you, Master Duan. I'll settle this matter immediately. I promise I won't let him disturb your peace, Master Duan. When Situ Hang reached the end of his sentence, a cold gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes. If it was only him, he would not be so angry. After all, there was a grudge between them. It was only normal for him to be angry. However, due to Duan Lingtian's presence, he felt extremely guilty. He felt the other party's appearance had disturbed Duan Lingtian's peace. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was like an elder. He was someone Situ Hang respected. Disturbing Duan Lingtian's peace was no different from slapping him. I'll go with you and have a look. Duan Lingtian said again. All right. Situ Hang did not refuse. After responding, he flew out of the mansion with Duan Lingtian and Situ Ho. At this moment, there were two people standing in the air outside the mansion. One of them was a young man who looked about the same age as Situ Hang, while the other was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. The latter had a sage-like air about him. However, unlike the old man, although the young man was dressed in brocade robes, there was a hint of roguishness in his eyes. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell from the other party's arrogant attitude that he was a good-for-nothing rich kid. He did not have a good impression of such good-for-nothing rich kids. Feng Hen, the conflict between you and me is not something that happened in just a day or two. If it was any other day, I wouldn't be so calculative. However, you've disturbed Master Duan today. Situ Heng looked at the young man in brocade robes with a fierce gleam in his eyes. He shouted in a deep voice, "You, apologize to Master Duan right now." Master Duan? The young man in brocade robes, Feng Hen, chuckled in the face of Situ Heng's sternness. He glanced at Situ Heng mockingly before his gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian. Is this the Master Duan you're talking about? Situ Heng, are you sure you're not joking? No matter how I look at him, he looks like a brat who's not even older than you. You actually respect him as if he's your father. Don't tell me you want to acknowledge him as your father. I can't believe the great young master of Situ clan has such a hobby. Ha 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 ha. When Feng Hen reached the end of his sentence, he began to laugh brazenly. It had to be said that his words were extremely vicious, and did not give him the slightest bit of face. Feng Hen, you're seeking death. When Situ Heng heard Feng Hen's words, he could no longer hold himself back no matter how good his temper was. After he shouted in a deep voice, the true energy in his body surged as he was about to attack Feng Hen. When Feng Hen saw the enraged Situ Heng, a gleam flashed in his eyes as though he had succeeded in his scheme. Although the gleam disappeared in a flash, Duan Lingtian still caught it clearly. When he saw this, he immediately took a step forward and stood in front of Situ Heng to stop him from attacking. When Feng Hen saw Duan Lingtian blocking Situ Heng, he could not help but frown. Soon after, he relaxed and continued to mock. Situ Heng, are you planning to hide behind your father for the rest of your life? Due to Duan Lingtian's obstruction, Situ Heng had calmed down a little. However, when he heard Feng Hen's words, he could not help but be enraged. You keep calling me father. It seems like you really lack a father. Duan Lingtian glanced at Feng Hen nonchalantly as he said. Who do you think you are? Feng Hen's face darkened, and he wanted to say, what the hell are you? However, before he could say the word she, Situ Heng shuddered as though he had just received some instructions. Like setting off firecrackers, he quickly said, son, let's hear you say, she. She. The word she that was at the tip of Feng Hen's tongue also blurted out in a timely manner. Son, you're so obedient. Situ Heng smiled. His smile was extremely bright. When Situ Heng saw Feng Hen's flushed face and bloodshot eyes, he continued to say, Feng Hen. No, son, listen to me and apologize to Master Duan right now. At this moment, Situ Heng was overjoyed. How did he not realize that Master Duan had such a side to him? Earlier, it was because of Duan Lingtian's reminder that he hastily said something like a firecracker to trick Feng Hen. Feng Hen had also successfully fallen into his trap. Situ Heng, you're seeking death. Chapter 1587. Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. Horror dawned on Situ Heng when he sensed the fierce aura within a 100-meter radius. Although he was only a Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage martial cultivator, he could clearly sense the aura of a territory. The true energy consolidated territory was a technique of a Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage powerhouse. It did not cross his mind that his old rival had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage before him. Recalling the previous scene, Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Feng Hen must have deliberately mocked him to force him to make a move so he could crush him with his strength at the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage. When Feng Hen was still at the Perfection Saint Rudiment Stage, he was evenly matched with him. Now that Feng Hen had broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage, he knew he was no match for him. The moment he thought of this, he could not help but sigh in relief. Fortunately, Master Duan had reminded him. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. Situ Heng, you're seeking death. At the same time, Feng Hen, who had shouted, could no longer hold himself back and attacked Situ Heng. Situ Heng had humiliated him, causing him to forget his original intention and take the initiative to attack Situ Heng first. Situ Ho, who was standing at the side, frowned when he saw Feng Hen's Paramount Saint Rudiment Stage cultivation base was about to attack Situ Heng. Just when he wanted to help, the white-haired old man with white eyebrows behind Feng Hen vaguely locked his aura on him. He did not dare to act recklessly. Situ Ho, let the juniors settle their own matters, the white-haired old man said indifferently. Situ Ho nodded. Humph. Although Situ Ho was not afraid of the white-haired old man, he knew many people were watching him. It was impossible for him to help Situ Hang. However, he was not worried at all. He believed Duan Lingtian would not just stand by and watch. Just as Situ Ho had expected, Duan Lingtian made his move when Feng Hen's territory swept over to suppress Situ Hang. Duan Lingtian did not make any move, but the air within a 100-meter radius trembled again. A fiercer aura suddenly appeared, accompanied by tens of thousands of solidified sword rays. Tens of thousands of sword rays soared in the air, emitting waves of sharp aura. Each sword ray seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Myriad sword domain. The tens of thousands of sword rays that appeared were naturally Duan Lingtian's territory that he had hurriedly cast. As soon as it appeared, it killed Feng Hen's territory before it was fully formed. Under his 10,000 swords territory, Feng Hen's territory was shattered and no longer existed. Of course, the reason Feng Hen was able to destroy Feng Hen's territory so easily was because he had just broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage not long ago and was not familiar with controlling his territory. Stop. The white-browed elder had not expected Duan Lingtian to make a move. After all, he had already said that this was a matter between the younger generation. Although Duan Lingtian appeared to be very young, since he was the interim advisor of Situ clan and was even respected by the clan leader of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian's actual age must be very old. Duan Lingtian was not much younger than Duan Lingtian. Initially, he thought the interim advisor of the Situ clan would respect his status and would not attack a junior. However, he did not expect the interim advisor of Situ clan would attack Feng Hen directly. He did not show any mercy and only cast his territory to destroy Feng Hen's territory. The white-browed elder was shocked by Duan Lingtian's territory since he had never seen such a terrifying territory before. When the 10,000 swords appeared, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. However, Duan Lingtian's actions infuriated him. However, just as the white-browed elder was about to intervene, it was Situ Ho's turn to stop him. Old man Yin, didn't you say earlier that we'll let the juniors settle their own matters? Are you going back on your word? Situ Ho sneered when he reached the end of his sentence. However, he was secretly delighted. He felt the other party was digging a hole for him to jump into. Situ Ho, how dare you call him a junior? He's the interim advisor of Situ clan, and his cultivation base is at the imminent saint stage. I'm afraid he's as old as the clan leader of Situ clan, right? The white-browed elder smirked. You're wrong. Although Master Duan is the interim advisor of Situ clan and an imminent saint stage martial cultivator, he's younger than Little Hang. Situ Ho said nonchalantly. Junior? Speaking of which, the interim advisor of Situ clan was the youngest among the people present. Younger than Situ Hang? Naturally, the white-browed elder knew who Situ Ho was referring to. It was none other than Situ Hang. He did not believe it when he heard the interim advisor of Situ clan was younger than Situ Hang. In order to verify, he cast the spiritual secret tactic and extended his divine consciousness to check Duan Lingtian's age. Soon after, he found out through his divine consciousness that the interim advisor of Situ clan was only 36 years old. 36 years old. The white-browed elder was completely stunned when he checked Duan Lingtian's age. A 36-year-old who had a cultivation base at the imminent saint stage? With such innate talent, even if he was not comparable to Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, he was not too far off. However, the moment he thought about how even Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, respected Duan Lingtian, he found it ridiculous. The clan leader of a 7th-rate clan in Windfall Nation actually respected a 36-year-old young man. How many people would believe this if they heard about it? Huh. Initially, although Duan Lingtian had destroyed Feng Hen's territory, he did not plan to do this to Feng Hen. After all, Feng Hen was from a 7th-rate sect that was not any weaker than Situ clan. Although his current strength was not bad, he was not arrogant enough to think he could fight with a 7th-rate sect. Due to this reason, he was tactful when he made his move. However, when he sensed that the white-browed elder's spiritual consciousness had swept over and was unscrupulously probing him, anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Subsequently, he did not hold back and severely injured Feng Hen with a flip of his palm. The heavily injured Feng Hen cried out in pain before he was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. After flying for a distance, there was no longer any sound coming from him. Young sect leader. The white-browed elder's expression changed when he saw Feng Hen was sent flying by Duan Lingtian. His aura had become extremely weak, as though he would die at any time. He quickly chased after him and caught him. When the white-browed elder discovered there were not many complete bones in Feng Hen's body, his face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. He looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent in his eyes. How dare you be so ruthless to my young sect leader? Even if you're the interim advisor of Sita clan, our Skyrex sect won't let you go. Skyrex sect? How awe-inspiring. I'd like to see what kind of technique your Skyrex sect has. If you want to deal with Master Duan, you'll have to go through me first. Situ Heng was enraged when he saw the white-browed elder dared to threaten Duan Lingtian. He flew out and stood in front of Duan Lingtian, shielding him behind him as he said coldly. Humph. The white-browed elder did not expect Situ Heng to protect Duan Lingtian so brainlessly. His expression turned grave immediately. After he snorted coldly, he left in a hurry to treat his young sect leader's injuries. Although Duan Lingtian did not take the white-browed elder's threat to heart, Situ Heng's protection still warmed his heart. Master Duan, you don't have to take Yin Bai's words to heart. He's just talking nonsense. Even if the Skyrex sect wants to seek revenge from you, they'll have to go through me and my father first. Situ Heng turned around. The anger on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I can't believe Feng Hen from the Skyrex sect has broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage before you, little Heng. At this moment, Situ Ho sighed emotionally. I find it strange as well. Feng Hen's strength has always been on par with mine. Even the progress in his cultivation base has always been on par with mine. Currently, I'm still quite a distance away from breaking through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, but he's already made a breakthrough before me. Situ Heng said with a frown. Perhaps he had a fortuitous encounter. Situ Ho said. Then, he's really a dog. *T, lucky. Situ Heng snorted. The arrival of the two people from the Skyrex sect was just a small interlude to Duan Lingtian and the other two. However, to the two people from the Skyrex sect, especially Feng Hen, the young sect leader of the Skyrex sect, today's experience was a great humiliation. If that interim advisor of Sita clan doesn't die, I, Feng Hen, swear I'm not a human. Although Feng Hen was injured and could not move, he still gritted his teeth and growled as he lay on the bed. His eyes were filled with hatred. This was the first time in his life that he had suffered such a great humiliation. As night fell, Duan Ruffing and Kumi had also entered the Greenwave Han Mansion's district. After a period of time, when the two of them were close to the Greenwave Han Mansion, Duan Ruffing suddenly came to a halt. A pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. When Kumi saw his Lord Mansion Master acting like this, he was also puzzled. He did not know what had happened to cause his Lord Mansion Master to lose his composure. However, although Kumi was puzzled, he did not dare to disturb Duan Ruffing. After a while, Duan Ruffing looked at Kumi and said, Old Ku, please help me bring my daughter-in-law out of the Greenwave Han Mansion. Also, if it's possible, try not to interact with the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion. Just bring my daughter-in-law out. Although Kumi did not know why Duan Ruffing did this, he respected Duan Ruffing's words like an imperial edict. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. After responding, Kumi headed to the Greenwave Han Mansion's estate alone. After Kumi left, a person suddenly appeared next to Duan Ruffing. It was an old man wearing a tattered robe with patches on it. He had a head of white hair and a beard on his chin. He looked a little sloppy. He did not care about his appearance and gave people the feeling of an old beggar. Chapter 1588. Senior Prophet. Based on how Duan Ruffing addressed this old beggar was none other than the Oracle man who was rumored to be elusive in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Perhaps, even most of the martial and Dao cultivators who had only heard of the Oracle Man in the Dao martial Saint Land did not know that the Oracle Man was actually like this. He was completely different from the sage-like the Oracle Man they had imagined. Even if the Oracle Man stood in front of them and said he was the Oracle Man, they might not be willing to believe him. However, this old man was none other than the Oracle Man. Are you curious why I didn't allow you to go to the Greenwave Han Mansion and didn't allow your people to interact with the people from the Greenwave Han Mansion? The Oracle Man asked with a faint smile as he looked at Duan Ruffing. Earlier, Duan Ruffing originally planned to bring Ku Mi to the Greenwave Han Mansion to reveal his identity so that he could take his daughter-in-law, Li Fei, away. However, due to the Oracle Man's voice transmission, Duan Ruffing changed his mind. This was also the reason why Ku Mi was puzzled by Duan Ruffing's sudden decision. This was not Duan Ruffing's original intention but the Oracle Man's instruction. "Senior, you must have your own reasons for asking me to do this," Duan Ruffing said. "Actually, my reason is similar to the reason why you didn't bring him away from the Cloud Continent. Perhaps, you're desperate to find him and bring him back to the Azure Cloud Mansion to nurture him. However, who knows that this isn't the most suitable path for him? His achievements are not limited to the lower province," the Oracle Man said with a smile. "Not limited to the lower province?" Duan Ruffing was slightly startled. It went without saying that the Oracle Man was implying that his son Duan Lingtian's potential was not limited to the lower district. "All in all, your son and I have a very deep relationship, and I don't want to see him go down the wrong path. You just need to know that this is better for him. As for the Azure Cloud Mansion, no matter what, it's still his home. I have no intention of stopping him from reuniting with both of you. However, I hope that he'll be the one who finds you instead of you finding him. Understand?" the Oracle Man added. "Yes." Duan Ruffing nodded, but his heart was filled with shock. He never thought that his son's talent would be so high that even the Oracle Man thought so highly of him. "Senior Heavenly Secret, you said that my son has a deep relationship with you? What is the origin of this?" Duan Ruffing asked. "He's Yenyu, and I'm Heavenly Secret." In the face of Duan Ruffing's question, the Oracle Man only gave a short reply. It was a short reply that only consisted of 8 words. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Oracle Man disappeared again. He vanished before Duan Ruffing's eyes as though he had never appeared before. "He's Yenyu, and I'm Heavenly Secret? What does this mean?" Duan Ruffing had already experienced how elusive the Oracle Man was. Due to this reason, he was not surprised at all. It seems like Tian's fortuitous encounter is even more ridiculous than my encounters in the past. Even this elusive the Oracle Man took the initiative to contact me 3 times because of him. Duan Ruffing sighed emotionally. Although he was the one who met the Oracle Man the first time, now that he thought about it, it was also because the Oracle Man deliberately exposed his whereabouts that he was able to meet him. Moreover, even if he met him, if it was not for the fact that the Oracle Man was willing to divine for him, he might not have been able to hear the Oracle Man's priceless advice. At this moment, Duan Ruffing also realized that the reason he was able to meet the Oracle Man was all because of his son, Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know the relationship between the Oracle Man and his son, he did not know the relationship between them. If Duan Lingtian heard the words left behind by the Oracle Man, he would definitely be shocked. This was because after he obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, according to the words left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he had become the only successor of the Misty Rain sect. Before him, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was also a member of the Misty Rain sect. Naturally, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the previous successor of the Misty Rain sect. To a certain extent, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang could be considered as Duan Lingtian's master. He was also someone who Duan Lingtian acknowledged as his master. In fact, before this, whether it was Sima Changfeng from Cloud Continent or Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, he had only acknowledged them as his teachers and not his master. Teacher, master. Although there was only a difference of 1 word, the meaning they represented was completely different. Misty Rain Sect, Tianji. If someone knew or even understood the existence of the 7 Absolute Sect, a top sect that existed in the distant past, these words would definitely appear in their minds when they heard these words. The first absolute, Misty Rain Sect, the second absolute, Tianji. Misty Rain Sect and Tianji were the first two absolutes of the seven absolute sect. If the Misty Rain Sect represented the strongest force of the seven absolute sect, the Tianji progeny represented the boundless wisdom of the seven absolute sect. The Fog Rain Sect and the Heavenly Secret Sect had joined forces. Coupled with the five absolutes, the seven absolute sect was invincible. In the distant era, the seven absolute sect was even more famous than the three most powerful sects in the Dao martial saint land. For a time, the three great sects were suppressed. Naturally, the reason the seven absolute sect was so powerful at that time was because of the successor of the first absolute, the Misty Rain Sect. The successor of the Misty Rain Sect at that time was Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. During that time, Feng Qingyang was an influential figure. Perhaps, some people did not know about the seven absolute sect, but there was no one who did not know about the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Naturally, the seven absolute sect had been silent for too long. Due to this reason, there was no record of the seven absolute sect in the Azure Cloud Mansion's archives. For this reason, Duan Ruffing did not know about the existence of the seven absolute sect, let alone knowing that the first two absolutes of the seven absolute sect were the Misty Rain Sect and the Tianji progeny. If he knew about this, he would definitely be able to understand the meaning behind the Oracle Man's words. Greenwave Han Mansion. In a room that was brightly lit and had a tranquil atmosphere, a beautiful woman was gently pushing the cradle. Her eyes that were as gentle as water stared at the baby who was sleeping soundly in the cradle. Her face was filled with a satisfied smile. Unknowingly, a purple figure flashed in the woman's mind, causing her expression to turn gloomy. Scoundrel, we have a child. Our child is born, did you know? The woman muttered softly. Based on the woman's muttering, her identity was obvious. She was one of the two fiancés of Duan Lingtian, Li Fei. And Kerr. I wonder if she's safe. If she's safe, the child in her stomach should be born by now, right? Li Fei's eyes were filled with sorrow again when she thought of Kerr. She and Kerr had long been as close as sisters. Now that she had suddenly encountered a disaster, she was also very worried about her. Although the face of the baby who was sleeping soundly in the cradle could not be seen clearly, his pair of dashing eyebrows were no different from Duan Lingtian's. The space between his eyebrows was somewhat similar to Duan Lingtian's. Moreover, this was because he was still young. If he were to grow up a little more, he would definitely look more like Duan Lingtian. This was the son that Li Fei had given birth to for Duan Lingtian. Li Fei looked at the baby in the cradle. Her attention was completely focused on the space between his eyebrows, and she was momentarily dazed. Her child with him was more like him in comparison. At this moment, Li Fei was unaware that a crisis was approaching her. Young master, do you really want to do this? Although Miss Xuanai and the three little fellows have left, with Lord Qing Nu around, I'm afraid you'll be discovered before you even get close to her room. A young man with a hint of hesitation between his eyebrows said to the young man in embroidered robes who was walking in front of him. The young man in embroidered robes was none other than Han Jin Nian, who harbored evil intentions toward Li Fei when Li Fei had just arrived at the Greenwave Han Mansion. At the same time, he was also the grandson of the only supreme elder in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Humph. Do you think I'm as brainless as you? When Han Jin Nian heard the words of the lackey following behind him, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Before I came here, I've already asked Uncle Pei to send Qing Nu away. Now that Qing Nu isn't here, isn't that little girl a piece of meat on my chopping board that I can do whatever I want to her? Unfortunately, she has already given birth to the child. Otherwise, I'd really like to have a taste of a pregnant woman." Humph. It's all Han Xuanai's fault. How could he protect her so well? I couldn't even find a chance at all. This time, she left with the three little fellows who are in my way. God is really on my side. As Han Jin Nian spoke, he led his lackey to Li Fei's room. All right, you go outside and wait. It'll be bad if someone sees us. Han Jin Nian instructed his lackey before he walked toward Li Fei's room. The lackey answered and left. Meanwhile, Han Jinyan could not wait any longer as he pushed Li Fei's door open. Although Li Fei's door was closed, it was as good as nothing in front of Han Jinyan. He opened it with just a lift of his hand. Creak. The door was opened all of a sudden. Although the sound was not loud, it still woke Li Fei up. Li Fei immediately put her guard up. "It's you." When she saw that it was Han Jinyan who had pushed the door open, Li Fei's expression changed slightly. She scolded him angrily, "What are you doing here? Little beauty, don't you know what I'm doing here?" Han Jinyan looked at the door and chuckled. His eyes were full of lust. "Get lost." Li Fei continued to scold him angrily, "If you don't get lost, I'll look for Senior Qing Nu. I'm afraid Qing Nu won't be back for the time being. So, don't count on her." Han Jinyan chuckled and walked toward Li Fei step by step. At this time, Li Fei knew that Han Jinyan had come with a premeditated plan. Her face turned pale, but she made up her mind. Even if she had to die, she would not let this bastard get what he wanted. However, when she thought of her newborn son, she felt a dull ache in her heart. "My child, if I leave, don't blame me." Li Fei had already thought of harming herself. Even if she had to die, she would not let Han Jinyan get what he wanted. However, at this time, a voice transmission entered her ears. "You're Li Fei? Is your fiancé Duan Lingtian?" Along with the voice transmission, a person appeared in the room behind Han Jinyan out of thin air, but Han Jinyan did not notice him at all. Chapter 1589. "You. Who are you?" Upon hearing the skinny old man's words, Li Fei stared at him in a daze. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten about Han Jinyan's existence. "Little beauty, stop struggling. Do you think I won't notice if there's someone behind me?" Han Jinyan chuckled. He was getting closer to Li Fei, and the lust in his eyes could not be concealed. "A mere Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse wants to notice me?" At this moment, an old and hoarse voice suddenly resonated in the air, causing Han Jinyan's expression to change drastically. He finally realized that Li Fei was not deliberately mystifying him. There was really someone behind him. At this moment, before he could even turn around, he saw a flash in front of his eyes before a figure appeared out of thin air. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe. He was holding a walking stick made of an unknown material in his hand. He stood in front of the cradle behind Li Fei and looked at the baby in the cradle. The baby's face was chubby and cute. With just a glance, the old man discovered that the baby's features were similar to his Lord Mansion Master's. At this moment, he could also guess who gave birth to this child with Li Fei. The young Mansion Master's child. If Lord Mansion Master finds out that he has a grandson, I wonder how happy he'll be. At this moment, looking at the child in the cradle, a rare smile appeared on Kumi's cold and skinny face. Naturally, his smile was uglier than his crying face. Kumi bent down and picked up the child. He was afraid that he would wake the child up, so his movements were very gentle. It was as if he was holding a fragile treasure. When Li Fei saw Kumi carrying her child, horror dawned on her face. However, when she saw the old man's gentle movements and the smile on his face, she did not stop him. She could tell that the old man did not have any ill intentions. However, she was still curious about how this old man knew her name and her man's name. "You're not from the Greenwave Han Mansion." At this moment, Han Jinyan finally regained his senses and glared at the old man. "Old man, I don't care who you are. If you know what's good for you, get lost. My grandfather is the supreme elder of the Greenwave Han Mansion." "You." Noisy. Han Jinyan's voice startled the child in his arms. His eyebrows twitched slightly, as if he would be awakened at any time. The smile on Kumi's face disappeared completely. When he let out a low shout, the entire room was shrouded by a strange aura. This aura made one's hair stand on end. After a while, withered branches that looked like vines appeared out of thin air around Han Jinyan. The branches extended out like sharp swords, piercing through Han Jinyan's body before he could even finish speaking. One by one, the dead branches pierced through Han Jinyan's body. Some went through his heart, some went through his stomach, some went through his head. In short, the scene was extremely bloody. However, although this scene was bloody, it did not frighten Li Fei. After all, Li Fei had seen many similar scenes along the way. Especially when she was at Half Moon Island previously, the scene of purgatory in the human world had already tempered her heart. Not only that, but when Li Fei saw Han Jinyan dying just like that, a sense of satisfaction rose in her heart. After all, she had already thought of self-detonating earlier. Even if she died, she would not let Han Jinyan have his way. At that moment, her heart was filled with reluctance. She was reluctant to part with her man, Duan Ling Tian, and she was reluctant to part with her newborn child. "Young madam, come with me. Lord Mansion Master is waiting for us outside." Kumi carried Li Fei's child and told Li Fei. You called me young madam?" Upon hearing Kumi's words, Li Fei was stunned. "Your fiancé is my young mansion master. Naturally, you're the young madam." The moment Kumi's words left his mouth, he did not wait for Li Fei's reply. With a raise of his hand, an invisible force extended out and forcibly brought Li Fei out of the room and out of the Greenwave Han mansion. After Li Fei was brought away, she was still in a daze. Since when did her man become the young mansion master? Soon after, under Kumi's lead, Li Fei saw Duan Ruffing. When Li Fei saw this young man who bore a resemblance to her man, there was no need for her to say anything. She already knew who he was. This was because she had heard her man mention him before. Your father?" Li Fei stared at Duan Ruffing in a daze for a long time before she finally called out, "Father." After she finished calling out to him, her peerless face flushed red. "You're Fei, right? You're really as outstanding as Ro said. This child is." When Duan Ruffing saw Li Fei, his eyes lit up as well. He secretly praised his son's good taste. However, he soon noticed the child in Kumi's arms. Since he did not take a good look at the child, he did not notice that the child bore a 50% to 60% resemblance to his son, Duan Lingtian, and him as well. "This is the child of me and him," Li Fei said with a blush on her face. "What?" Although Duan Ruffing had already guessed it, he was overjoyed when he heard Li Fei's confirmation. He immediately took the child from Kumi's arms. Instead of saying that he took the child, it was no different from snatching the child. As Duan Ruffing carried the child and looked at the child's expression, a bright smile appeared on his face. He was grinning from ear to ear. He had become a grandfather. Duan Ruffing did not know when his eyes began to tear up. "Father, you," at this moment, Li Fei finally remembered the strength displayed by the old man who had brought her out. Not only that, but the old man had also said that her man was the young mansion master. She looked at Duan Ruffing and Kumi with a puzzled expression on her face. As far as she knew, a force that could be called a mansion in the Dao Martial Saint Land was at least a fifth-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion or even stronger. However, Duan Ruffing's mind was completely focused on the grandson in his arms. He did not hear Li Fei's words at all. However, Kumi, who was standing at the side, quickly explained to her, "Young madam, Lord Mansion Master is the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is also a first-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's not something the Greenwave Han Mansion can compare to. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, our Azure Cloud Mansion is also a quasi-third-rate force." A quasi-third-rate force. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Li Fei's heart could not help but jolt. During the period when she stayed in the Greenwave Han Mansion, due to the fact that she had nothing to do, she had read many files that introduced the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Greenwave Han Mansion. Among them, there was a mention of a quasi-third-rate force. Although a quasi-third-rate force was essentially a fourth-rate force, it was called a quasi-third-rate force because its strength was far more powerful than an ordinary fourth-rate force. A quasi-third-rate force could be considered as a first-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. In the files that Li Fei had read, there were introductions to the upper province and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She also knew that the Dao Martial Saint Land had been divided into two many years ago. The upper province was completely independent, and people from the upper province rarely appeared in the lower province. The people from the upper province would usually not interfere in the matters of the lower province. Now that she found out that her man's father was actually the mansion master of a quasi-third-rate force in the Wuxia subterranean, how could she not be shocked? Father. After learning about Duan Rufeng's identity, Li Fei immediately kneeled in the air. Fei, what are you doing? Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Rufeng's face. Father, Sister Kerr is currently missing. Please help me look for her. Li Fei did not know when her tears started to fall like rain. Previously, after she fled from Half Moon Island, she finally came to the Greenwave Han Mansion after a series of twists and turns. However, due to her body, she could not go back to look for Kerr. Because of her, Han Xuanai, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold did not leave either. They stayed by her side until her child was born. Only then did Han Xuanai bring the three little fellows back to Half Moon Island. However, they had yet to return until now. Sigh. Both of you are really close. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Rufeng sighed. At the same time, with a raise of his hand, an invisible force extended out and lifted Li Fei up. Fei, Kerr is fine now. Don't worry. Sister Kerr is fine. Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Li Fei's eyes lit up. Father, is this true? It's true. Duan Rufeng nodded. He then told her about how he had returned to Cloud Continent and discovered the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Lingtian had left for Li Fei. He also told her about the contents of the voice transmission jade slip. Although Kerr was taken away by that woman from Zoroastrianism, since that woman claimed to be Kerr's twin sister, she shouldn't harm her. I've never heard Kerr mention that she has a twin sister. Upon hearing this, Li Fei was also a little surprised. Perhaps, even Kerr doesn't know her true identity. Duan Rufeng sighed. Then, he told her everything he had learned, including the fact that Kerr might be the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. Father, don't tell me even you can't bring Sister Kerr back from Zoroastrianism? Li Fei asked. Zoroastrianism is a first-rate force even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. There are 3 religions and 9 sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Zoroastrianism is one of the 3 religions. As for the 9 sects, it refers to all the forces in the upper and lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the upper province, there are many first-rate forces, quasi-first-rate forces, second-rate forces, quasi-second-rate forces, and third-rate forces. However, even the ordinary first-rate forces in the upper province can't compare to Zoroastrianism. Moreover, my Azure Cloud Mansion is only a top-rate force in the Wuxia subterranean. Duan Rufeng's words were laced with helplessness. If Zoroastrianism was only a force in the lower province, he would have killed his way there and snatched his daughter-in-law Kerr back. Zoroastrianism is actually so powerful? How did Sister Kerr get involved with it? What's going to happen to Sister Kerr now that she's been taken away by the people from Zoroastrianism? What about the child in her stomach? Li Fei's delicate face was filled with worry. What? Kerr is pregnant as well? Chapter 1590. Duan Rufeng's expression turned grave when he found out that Kerr was pregnant as well. Initially, he should be happy that he had 2 grandchildren. However, the problem was he could only confirm that one of his grandchildren was safe. His other grandson's fate was unknown. According to the message left by his son, Duan Lingtian, Kerr was brought away by her twin sister. Moreover, her twin sister treated her very well. For this reason, it seemed like Kerr was safe. However, the child in Kerr's stomach was different. If Kerr is really the saint of Zoroastrianism. If the people from Zoroastrianism find out she's pregnant, not only will they kill her, but they'll also kill the child in her stomach. This was what Duan Rufeng was most worried about. Although he did not know much about Zoroastrianism, he knew the saint of Zoroastrianism was not allowed to have too much contact with men, let alone get pregnant. Although Ker's twin sister is a member of Zoroastrianism, I don't think she'll harm her sister. However, in order to protect Ker, she might choose to get rid of the child in Ker's stomach. The moment Duan Rufeng thought about this, he became even more worried. That was his grandson. Soon after, Duan Rufeng took a deep breath and calmed down his excited mood. He knew it was useless for him to be anxious now since this was not something he could control. At this moment, he only hoped that Ker would be able to give birth to the child safely. Naturally, if it was related to Ker's safety, he would rather have Ker survive. He believed even his son, Duan Lingtian, would think the same way. Fei, follow me back to the Azure Cloud Mansion first. Your Aunt Ro. No, I should call you Mother now. Your mother has been talking about you for a long time. If she sees you, she will be very happy. Duan Rufeng looked at Li Fei and said. Father, bad, did you find him? Li Fei originally wanted to call Duan Lingtian a scoundrel. After all, that was what she usually called him. However, in front of Duan Rufeng, she decided to call him a scoundrel. It's a little complicated. Let's talk about it on the way back. Duan Rufeng said. Li Fei nodded obediently. Then, she seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Duan Rufeng and said, Father, if I leave like this, Xuanai will definitely be very worried when she comes back. Kumi, make another trip to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Duan Rufeng looked at Kumi and said. Of course, this was only said in front of Li Fei. He secretly transmitted his voice to Kumi and instructed him what he should say and what he should not say. Since this matter concerned his son's future, he did not want to go against the Oracle man's wishes. Yes, Lord Mansion Master. Kumi responded and left, returning to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Let's make a move first. At this moment, Duan Rufeng also called out to Li Fei. Carrying his grandson, he brought Li Fei along with him in the direction of the Azure Cloud Mansion with an invisible force. Very soon, Kumi returned to the Greenwave Han Mansion's vast estate. He hovered in the air. When he opened his mouth, his voice that was filled with rich true origin swept out like a violent storm and spread throughout the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate. Tell Miss Xuanai that my young madam and her son have followed me home. These were Kumi's original words. When Kumi's voice reverberated throughout the entire Greenwave Han Mansion's estate, he disappeared from the sky above the Greenwave Han Mansion again. Even when the Greenwave Han Mansion's powerhouses extended their divine consciousness, they did not manage to find him in time. However, it was destined that the Greenwave Han Mansion would not be peaceful tonight. As the group of Greenwave Han Mansion's powerhouses were awakened by Kumi's voice, the lackey by Han Jinyan's side who was guarding outside the courtyard that Han Xuanai asked Qing Nu to arrange for Li Fei also heard the voice from the sky. Mother and son? Upon hearing the voice, the lackey by Han Jinyan's side immediately frowned. They know Miss Xuanai, and their mother and son as well. Don't you mean the woman inside and her newborn son? Shouldn't she be spending the night with young master? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the lackey vaguely felt that something was amiss. He quickly entered the courtyard and came to the door of the room that Li Fei stayed in previously. Young master, young master. The lackey stood outside the door and called out a few times. However, even after a long time had passed, there was no response at all. At once, horror dawned on his face. After taking a deep breath, he tried to push the door open. However, he realized that the door was unlatched and opened with just a push. As the door opened, the moonlight shone into the room. The horrifying scene inside was completely displayed before his eyes. A young man dressed in brocade was lying on the ground, and his entire body was stained with blood. There were more than 10 bloody holes on his body, and his appearance could no longer be distinguished. However, as a lackey who had followed Han Jinyan for many years, he knew him very well. In just a blink of an eye, he was certain that this young man in brocade was his young master, Han Jinyan. Young master. When the lackey saw this, he could not help but cry out in shock. After he cried out in shock, a ghostly figure appeared behind him and asked in a cold voice, "Why are you here?" Lord Jianghu, young master. This person was none other than Jianghu, who had just rushed back. When she heard the voice from the sky, the first thought that flashed in her mind was that this person had taken Li Fei and her son away. For this reason, she had rushed back as soon as she could. However, although she had rushed back, she discovered that Han Jinyan's lackey had appeared outside Li Fei's room. Horror dawned on her immediately, and she quickly rushed into the room. After entering the room, she discovered Han Jinyan's body. Although Han Jinyan's appearance was no longer recognizable, she could still recognize the clothes he was wearing. Her face instantly darkened when she realized the reason why Han Jinyan had appeared here. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked at Han Jinyan. After realizing that Han Jinyan was dead, she looked at the lackey who was standing at the door and asked in a deep voice, "What happened here?" I don't know." The lackey shook his head. Indeed, he did not know anything. "Why are you here? Why is he here?" Jianghu asked with a gloomy expression. Under Jianghu's stern gaze and the fact that Han Jinyan was dead, the lackey did not dare to conceal anything and told her the truth. He told her everything, including how he had lured Jianghu away. He only has himself to blame. After hearing the whole story, this was the first thought that came to Jianghu's mind. Regardless of who killed Han Jinyan, she felt that Han Jinyan deserved it. However, a moment later, confusion rose in her heart. He called Li Fei young madam, and Li Fei's man is Duan Lingtian. I heard from the young miss that Duan Lingtian's father seems to be a powerhouse from the Dao Martial Saint land as well. Don't tell me it's his men who came to take Li Fei and her son away. The more Jianghu thought about it, the more certain she became. At the same time, she felt more at ease. If this was the case, it would be easier for her to explain to the young Mississippi Nyen. Not long after the Greenwave Han mansion fell into silence again due to the commotion caused by the voice that was transmitted from the sky, a furious roar that was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples caused the entire Greenwave Han mansion to fall into an uproar again. He found out. When Jianghu heard the roar, she smiled wryly. She could tell that it was the voice of the Supreme Elder of their Greenwave Han mansion. That Supreme Elder was Han Jinyan's grandfather. Han Jinyan was also his only grandson. Based on his furious roar, it was obvious he had found out about Han Jinyan's death as well. To be more precise, the Supreme Elder had found out that Han Jinyan's soul pearl had shattered. Jianghu glanced at the room and did not see any mess. She could roughly guess what had happened. In other words, when Han Jinyan was plotting something, Duan Lingtian's father's men arrived and killed Han Jinyan before taking away Li Fei and her son. The moment Jianghu thought of this, she sighed in relief. If anything happened to Li Fei, Han Xuanai would not forgive her. She would not forgive herself as well. It was fortunate that Li Fei was fine. As for Han Jinyan's death, she did not take it to heart. This was because she had always disliked Han Jinyan. If it was not for the fact that his grandfather was the Supreme Elder of the Greenwave Han mansion, perhaps she would have killed him long ago. It's the Supreme Elder. When Han Jinyan's lackey outside the room heard the angry roar that shook the entire Greenwave Han mansion, his face instantly turned pale. He could imagine that the Supreme Elder would not let him go if he found out that something had happened to his grandson. After all, he was Han Jinyan's subordinate. Even if he was not an accomplice, he was still Han Jinyan's subordinate. Now that Han Jinyan was dead and he was still alive, what would the Supreme Elder think? The moment he thought of this, his heart was filled with despair. Lord Jianghu, you must save me. This has nothing to do with me. I've also advised young master not to provoke Miss Xuanai's guests, but he refused to listen. The lackey knelt in front of Jianghu and said in a panic, I can't help you with this matter. When the Supreme Elder comes, just tell him the truth, Jianghu said indifferently. Her eyes gleamed coldly. As she spoke, a cold light flashed across her eyes. If you dare to lie in front of the Supreme Elder, even if the Supreme Elder lets you go, I won't let you go. Jianghu's words frightened the lackey. He lowered his head and said, Lord Jianghu, I understand. I understand. Once the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion was enraged, the impact would naturally be extraordinary. Soon after, in the room that Li Fei had stayed in, not only Qing Nu and Han Jinmian's lackey, but the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, as well as the left and right guardians of Greenwave Han Mansion, had also arrived. Naturally, it was also because the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion had gone out recently. Otherwise, he would definitely be present at this moment. Nian, Chapter 1591. What's going on? How did Nian die here? Han Xian, the Supreme Elder of Greenwave Han Mansion, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Han Jinmian's lackey who was kneeling at the side. Han Jinmian's lackey was so frightened by Han Xian's appearance that his body began to tremble. He did not dare to tell the truth. However, when he thought of Qing Nu's threat, he told Han Jinmian everything that had happened. First, he told them about how Han Jinmian had an ulterior motive toward Han Xuanai's guest, Li Fei. Then, he told them about how Han Jinmian had asked someone to help him cheat Qing Nu away. Then, he told them about what happened after that. Upon hearing Han Jinmian's lackey's words, the Greenwave Han Mansion's left and right guardians who were standing at the side had a strange expression on their faces. If this was really the case, then Han Jinmian was really digging his own grave. Perhaps, even Han Jinmian did not expect that woman to be protected by a powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not have been so bold. Han Xian's face turned pale. Naturally, he knew his grandson's character very well. However, since he was his only grandson, he had always doted on him and had never blamed him for these things. However, it seemed like it was his grandson's lecherous behavior that had caused him to be doomed eternally. Qing knew that Li Fei is Xuanai's guest. Do you know anything about her background? Han Xian asked in a deep voice as he looked at Qing Nu, Supreme Elder. I know a little about her background. However, I don't know who the person who took her away is. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Even young Miss doesn't know about it, Qing Nu said. Yes. The person who took her away called her young madam. You should know who her man is, right? Han Xian asked in a deep voice. Her man is called Duan Lingtian. He's from Cloud Continent, and he once mentioned that his father is in the Dao Martial Saint Land. I only learned about this from young Mississippi. As for the details, even young Miss doesn't know about it. Qing Nu continued to say. Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing this, Han Xian's eyes gleamed sharply. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he came to his senses. He picked up his grandson Han Jinmian's body and left. Guardians, please help me keep this matter a secret. I don't want my grandson to be cursed after his death. Han Xian added as they were leaving. When the left and right guardians of the Greenwave Han Mansion heard this, they responded, indicating that they would not spread this matter out. Bang! Along with a soft sound, a bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of Han Jinmian's henchman who was kneeling on the ground. He fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. It was just as he had thought. Han Xian had no intention of letting him go. In the end, this matter did not spread in the Greenwave Han Mansion. After all, if it did, everyone would think that Han Jinmian deserved to die. After all, Han Jinmian was the one who started it. If Han Jinmian had not done that, he would not have ended up like this. Naturally, Han Xuanai did not know what had happened in the Greenwave Han Mansion. At this moment, she was bringing the three little fellows, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, to where Half Moon Island used to be. When they discovered that Half Moon Island no longer existed, they were stunned. Half Moon Island is actually gone. Han Xuanai's expression was grave. That Diju from the dragons is really capable of doing anything. Isn't he afraid of retribution? Dragons have always been overbearing. Moreover, that Diju is a 5-clawed golden dragon. He's the royal family among dragons. There was another person who was traveling with Han Xuanai and the other three. It was a middle-aged man standing on the back of a gigantic wild beast. He was none other than Mui, Han Xuanai's father, the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion regarded him as a brother. In the Greenwave Han Mansion, there were 3 people with the strongest strength. Other than the Supreme Elder, there was the mansion master of Greenwave Han Mansion and this powerful beast tamer, Mui. Mui was also the father of Han Xuanai's little sister, Mu Shui. When Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White discovered that Half Moon Island no longer existed, their eyes turned red as well. They had stayed on Half Moon Island for a long time, so it was only natural that they had deep feelings for it. Moreover, there were many people they cared about on Half Moon Island. Sister Kerr, Little White's eyes were red as tears welled up in her eyes. When Little Gold and Little Black thought of Kerr, they felt sad as well. Let's go back to Cloud Continent to have a look. Maybe Brother Ling Tian has already come back. Han Xuanai suggested. For a time, the group of 5 continued to travel south to Cloud Continent. Whether it was what happened in the Greenwave Han Mansion or Han Xuanai and the 3 little fellows returning to Cloud Continent, naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about it. At this moment, he was sitting quietly in his room, waiting for the arrival of the next day. When the dawn of the second day shrouded the land, a new day had also arrived. Early in the morning, the Grand Elder of Drift Blaze sect came to visit. He brought along Duan Lingtian, Little White, and the other 2, as well as the people from various forces who came to join in the fun, to wander around the Drift Blaze sect's estate. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had unknowingly become the center of attention. Many gazes landed on him one after another. These gazes were filled with doubt, admiration, and disdain. In short, not many people from the various forces present on the scene thought he was a match for Lady Feng from the Greenwave Han Mansion. However, although the people from various forces looked down on Duan Lingtian, they did not take the initiative to provoke him like the people from Skyrex sect did. After a day of peace, everything was peaceful. Looks like Feng Hen and Old Man Ian from Skyrex sect have already left. How satisfying, Situ Hang said with a smile. He did not see the 2 people from Skyrex sect when he returned in the evening. Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but snicker secretly. He was the one who injured Feng Hen yesterday, so he knew very well how serious his injuries were. Currently, he was most likely still recuperating in one of the guest rooms in Drift Blaze sect. However, Feng Hen would not have the chance to see the battle between him and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect tomorrow since he could not get out of bed at all. Master Duan, tomorrow is the day of the battle between you and Lady Feng. Please rest early and recharge your energy. We won't disturb you any longer. After returning to the mansion that the Drift Blaze sect had arranged for them, Situ Hang and Situ Ho bade farewell to Duan Lingtian before returning to their respective rooms to await the arrival of the next day. Although they did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for Lady Feng, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for her. However, deep in their hearts, they still hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to give them a surprise. If Duan Lingtian won the battle tomorrow, not only would his name be known in the entire Windfall Nation, but even their Sita clan would benefit from it as well. After all, Duan Lingtian was the interim advisor of their Sita clan. At that time, when Duan Lingtian's name spread to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, their Sita clan's name would definitely appear in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion as well. This was not an honor that any 7th-rate force in Windfall Nation could enjoy. This night, Duan Lingtian did not sit quietly in his room like he did last night. Instead, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to temper his cultivation base. One night outside was 2.5 days inside the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was more than enough for Duan Lingtian to cultivate for a while. Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless when facing Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. When Duan Lingtian entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to cultivate, in the forbidden area of the Drift Blaze sect, near the crater of an active volcano, a lady in fiery red robes was sitting cross-legged in the air. The lady was dressed in fiery red and looked like a fire spirit. She seemed to be one with the magma that was erupting from time to time. The lady had a peerless appearance that could topple a nation. When she was cultivating, even the lava that was erupting from the crater seemed to lean toward her as though she had some sort of magical power. Nobody knew when, but a scorching fiery red flame rose around the lady's body. It enveloped her completely, but it did not burn her at all. All of a sudden, the lady opened her eyes. There seemed to be a flash of fire in her eyes. In the next instant, she flew toward the crater of the erupting volcano. She bathed in the lava and became one with the lava. If someone saw this, they would definitely cry out in shock. This was no different from committing suicide. However, as the magma continued to erupt from the crater, one could see that the woman bathed in the magma was not only not burned to ashes by the magma, but she even sat cross-legged in the magma and continued to cultivate. As time passed by, one could vaguely see little fiery red lights extending from the lava. They approached the lady and merged with her in the end. Tian Wu's body seems to be born from my blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method. Her current progress is more than double of mine. When the red-clad lady who looked like a fire spirit bathed in the lava and cultivated, a beautiful lady appeared in the air not far away. She stared at the lady who was bathed in the lava and muttered to herself. Although it was late at night, it was still as bright as day due to the continuous eruption of the volcano's lava. If there were other people from Drift Blaze sect here, they would be able to recognize this beautiful lady as Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Tian Wu will have a battle with the interim advisor from Sita clan tomorrow. Based on what the Grand Elder said, although the interim advisor from Sita clan looks young, he's not a simple person. When Zi Yun recalled the Grand Elder's report tonight, she muttered to herself, I hope he'll be a qualified whetstone. A night passed by very quickly. As the sun shrouded the land again, the Drift Blaze sect became lively again. One by one, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples left their cultivation place. Chapter 1592. The battle between the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, and the Drift Blaze sect's disciple, Lady Feng, was scheduled to take place at the vast area in the east of the Drift Blaze sect's estate. After all, at their cultivation base, there was no need for a specific arena. Early in the morning, the vast area in the east of the Drift Blaze sect's estate was already filled with people. Most of these people were Drift Blaze sect's disciples, and some of them were Drift Blaze sect's elders as well. Apart from the Drift Blaze sect's disciples and elders, the people from other forces who came to join in the fun had also arrived. Naturally, there were also some people who did not come. For example, Feng Hen, the young sect leader of Sky Rex sect, was not present. Naturally, he was not present because he was still lying in bed due to his heavy injuries. He would not be able to come even if he wanted to. However, the old man with the surname Yin who was by Feng Hen's side had come. This old man with the surname Yin was a saint stage powerhouse whose strength was not inferior to Situ Ho from Sita clan. The people from Sita clan are here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to the west where the Drift Blaze sect's estate was located. Over there, 3 figures were heading over together. That's the great young master of Sita clan, Situ Hang. The supreme elder of Sita clan, Situ Ho, is also a saint stage powerhouse. The purple-clad young man walking in the middle must be the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan. The group of Drift Blaze sect's disciples discussed among themselves. Their eyes were filled with doubt and disdain as they looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. This was the person who wanted to challenge their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng, a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage who was ranked 23rd in the Heaven ranking. Humph. He looks quite young, but his actual age might already be in his 70s or 80s. How can he be compared to our Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng? He's really overestimating himself. If we don't teach some people a lesson at a critical moment, they won't know why flowers are so red. I'd like to see his expression when he's defeated by Lady Feng. Based on the Drift Blaze sect's disciples' words, it was obvious they did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Apart from the fact that Duan Lingtian was the interim advisor of Sita clan who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, it was mostly because they were confident in their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng. The group of Drift Blaze sect's disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian who had opened up 99 saint veins had an extremely good hearing. Naturally, he heard every single word that was said. However, he did not care about this. In fact, he had already guessed that this would happen. Let alone the Drift Blaze sect's disciples, even Situ Hang and Situ Ho, who were following closely behind Duan Lingtian, could tell that they did not have any confidence in him, even though they did not say it out loud. Duan Lingtian did not bother to explain further because he knew it would be pointless if he tried to explain further. If he wanted to change their opinion of him, there was only one way for him to do so, and that was to defeat Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and replace her on the heaven ranking. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. With the help of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had even mastered the 10,000 swords territory. After a period of research, he discovered how powerful the 10,000 swords territory was. It was not something an ordinary territory could compare to. At the very least, among the territories that he had seen so far, none of them could be compared to the 10,000 swords territory. Naturally, even without the advantage in terms of territory, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of any martial or Dao cultivators below the saint stage. Put aside the fact that he could consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon, even without the phenomenon, his body was not something an ordinary martial or Dao cultivator could compare to. His body was much more powerful than a 5-clawed divine dragon. According to Hualao, Duan Lingtian's body was almost comparable to a 7-clawed divine dragon at the same level. Apart from having a powerful body, the number of saint veins that Duan Lingtian had opened up in his body was extremely exaggerated as well. There were a total of 99 saint veins that could be opened up. This was definitely unprecedented in the history of the Dao martial saint land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was very confident in his strength. He did not think anyone below the saint stage would be a match for him. Duan Lingtian, who had just come to a stop, could not help but frown when he saw the many pairs of eyes staring at him. This was because he noticed a cold gaze that was filled with killing intent among the thousands of pairs of eyes. He immediately looked in the direction of the gaze and soon saw the owner of the gaze. It's him. The owner of the gaze was none other than Old Man Yin from Skyrex sect. He was also the old man who followed behind Feng Hen, the young sect leader of Skyrex sect, 2 days ago. He was also a saint stage powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian saw it was Old Man Yin, the frown on his face disappeared. He was not surprised that Old Man Yin hated him so much that he could not wait to kill him. After all, he had a feud with the Skyrex sect 2 days ago. Due to this reason, he completely ignored the people from Skyrex sect when he discovered they were looking at him in such a manner. Duan Lingtian's disregard made Old Man Yin's expression extremely grave. If it was not for Situ Ho's presence, he would have attacked Duan Lingtian at lightning speed and killed Duan Lingtian. No matter what, Duan Lingtian's arrival had attracted everyone's attention, causing everything in the surroundings to pale in comparison. Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho stood at the side with their eyes closed as they quietly waited for the arrival of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. They were extremely calm, as though the person who would challenge Lady Feng was not him but someone else. Sect leader. Sect leader. Unknowingly, a series of orderly greetings resonated in the air, causing Duan Lingtian to open his eyes involuntarily. With just a glance, he saw a graceful and elegant beautiful woman flying in the air while being escorted by an old man and an old woman. Wherever she passed by, the group of Drift Blaze sect's disciples would greet her respectfully. Their voices were filled with respect. The beautiful woman had a beautiful face. Although it seemed to emit a cold aura that caused people to not dare to look at her directly, one must admit that she was indeed very beautiful. If she was 10 years younger, she would definitely be a rare beauty. She's Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. At this moment, Situ Hang introduced Ziyun to Duan Lingtian softly. Duan Lingtian nodded. After sizing Ziyun up from head to toe, he could not help but feel moved in his heart. Apart from the Windfall Nation's imperial family, nobody in the entire Windfall Nation is a match for such a female martial cultivator. Even until now, Duan Lingtian still found it hard to believe that such a beautiful woman could single-handedly support the entire Drift Blaze sect and make it a 7th-rate sect with a transcendent position in Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian had to admit that he admired Ziyun very much. The moment Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, appeared, she attracted everyone's attention and completely stole Duan Lingtian's limelight. Sect leader Ziyun. Sect leader Ziyun. At this moment, the guests from various forces took the initiative to greet Ziyun. Their tone was filled with respect. Even the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including Old Man Ian from Skyrex sect, were no exception. Sect leader Ziyun. After the guests from various forces greeted Ziyun, Situ Hang and Situ Ho also greeted Ziyun. Even when facing Situ Hang and Situ Ho, Ziyun merely nodded at them nonchalantly as a form of greeting. Situ Hang and Situ Ho were not enraged by this since Ziyun treated everyone equally. She did not only target them. You must be the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, right? Just when Duan Lingtian was about to greet Ziyun like Situ Hang and Situ Ho, Ziyun took the initiative to look at him and asked. Greetings, sect leader Ziyun, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian cupped his hands together and bowed at Ziyun. Every single one of his actions was courteous and graceful. Duan Lingtian? So his name is Duan Lingtian. At this moment, most of the people present finally learned about Duan Lingtian's full name. After all, apart from the clan leader of Situ clan, the great young master, and Situ Ho, no one else in Windfall Nation knew his full name. Whether it was the clan leader of Situ clan, the great young master of Situ clan, or Situ Ho, all of them were extremely respectful to him. Naturally, they would not spread his name around. Due to this reason, this was the first time Duan Lingtian's name was made public in Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. What an arrogant name. I hope his strength is worthy of his name. Many Drift Blaze sect's disciples snorted. Although this is my first time meeting Master Duan, I've long heard about your deeds. Since great young Master Situ is here, and he's safe and sound, it's enough to prove that the rumors are true. Master Duan indeed has the ability to bring people back to life, Ziyun said. Although her tone was still calm, there was a hint of emotion in it. It was not as cold as before. The moment Ziyun opened her mouth, everyone's eyes also shifted to Duan Lingtian. That was right. Due to the fact that Duan Lingtian wanted to challenge Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, they seemed to have forgotten that Duan Lingtian had saved Situ Hang, who was sentenced to death by a 4-star saint inscription master from the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Duan Lingtian's strength did not seem to lie in his cultivation base, but his ability to bring people back to life. When many people looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of respect could be seen in their eyes. Regardless of Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, just his ability to bring people back to life was enough to earn their respect. Sect leader Ziyun, you flatter me. I'm just lucky to be able to help young Master Hang solve his problem. Upon hearing Ziyun's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. These words were really honest. Chapter 1593. You're too humble, Master Duan. However, Ziyun took Duan Lingtian's honest words as a humble remark. In fact, it was not only Ziyun. Even the other people present on the scene thought that Duan Lingtian was being humble as well. At once, many people had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, this did not mean that they would change their minds. They also thought that Duan Lingtian did not stand a chance against Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Lady Feng is here. Suddenly, a Drift Blaze sect's disciple cried out in surprise. At once, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, shifted their gaze in the direction of Drift Blaze sect's estate. Over there was a beautiful figure slowly walking over in the air. Every step she took was as though she was taking a leisurely stroll. It gave off a unique sense of beauty. It was a lady dressed in fiery red clothes. Her figure was graceful, and her shoulder-length black hair was like Feng Qingyang's. Due to the veil covering her face, no one could see her face. However, just by looking at her exposed pair of bright eyes, flawless forehead, and eyebrows, one could tell that her face under the veil was unparalleled beauty. Lady Feng. At once, many young men present on the scene stared at the red-clad lady who was walking over with bright eyes. Everyone had a love for beauty. The red-clad lady's perfection was enough to make many men fall in love with her. Even Situ Hang, who was next to Duan Lingtian, was no exception. He was also staring at the red-clad lady as though he had lost his soul. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. However, unlike Situ Hang and the others, when he first laid his eyes on Lady Feng, his handsome face could not help but twitch in excitement. His eyes were filled with excitement. It was as though he had seen something amazing. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's thoughts involuntarily drifted to many years ago. Inkstone Empire, Phoenix Perch City, martial competition to find a spouse. At that time, the veiled woman had completely merged with the woman in front of him, causing Duan Lingtian's heart to involuntarily surge. Facing the burning gazes, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face, which was hidden under the veil, did not reveal any expression, because she had seen too many similar gazes. Actually, she didn't like such a lively atmosphere. If possible, she didn't want to appear here at all. Soon, Feng Tianwu noticed that among the gazes that were directed at her, there seemed to be a gaze that was completely different from the rest. Their gazes did not conceal their adoration at all. However, there was no adoration in that gaze. Instead, there was only excitement and nostalgia. In addition, this gaze gave her a familiar feeling. Secretly taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu's gaze landed on the owner of this gaze. It was this gaze that caused Feng Tianwu to feel as though she was struck by lightning. It was a purple figure. The purple figure that appeared in front of her had appeared many times in her dreams in the past few years, supporting her to move forward. Whenever she thought of him, she would cultivate diligently. This was because only then would her master be willing to let her leave and return to Cloud Continent. Currently, her cultivation base was at the imminent saint stage, and she was only a step away from the saint stage. She could already see hope. However, it did not cross her mind that before she made a breakthrough to the saint stage and fulfilled the condition her master had set for her, she would see this man who had haunted her dreams so many times in the past few years. At this moment, she even wondered if she was dreaming. However, when she saw the excitement in the other party's eyes, Feng Tianwu finally regained her senses. Everything before her eyes was not a dream. This was because the him in her dreams in the past would not be so vivid. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect suddenly reached out her hand and pulled the veil on her face, revealing her true face. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. After the veil was removed, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a beautiful face that could captivate even birds and beasts. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, her eyes were as clear as autumn water, her nose, red lips, and white teeth. Her natural and tranquil features formed a perfect outline. She was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. She was like a fairy that had fallen to the mortal world. How beautiful! This woman should only exist in the heavens. This was the first thought that appeared in most of the people's minds. Even for many of the Drift Blaze sect's elders and disciples, this was their first time seeing Lady Feng's true appearance. Although they had long heard that Lady Feng was extremely beautiful, they had never seen her in person. Therefore, they were suspicious of the words that others had said. However, at this moment, all of their doubts disappeared. Tian Wu, Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, frowned. She knew her disciples' temper very well. By right, it was impossible for her to reveal her true face in front of so many people. However, she was puzzled when she suddenly revealed her true face. Huh! Soon after, Ziyun's sharp senses noticed her disciples' gaze seemed to be fixed on someone. Moreover, her gaze was filled with tenderness. It was her first time seeing her disciple reveal such a gaze. Naturally, she was no stranger to such a gaze. A woman would only reveal such a gaze when she saw her true love. Tian Wu. After Feng Tianwu removed her veil and revealed her familiar face, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and could not help but cry out in surprise. His voice was gentle, and it lingered in the air. The scene before his eyes made him extremely surprised. At this moment, it was as though he had forgotten everything. In his eyes, there was only Feng Tianwu left. challenging the heaven ranking, becoming famous in Windfall Nation, and even the southern Ridge Yuan mansion were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. Elder brother Duan. Before the others regained their senses, Feng Tianwu also cried out in surprise. In the next instant, her graceful figure moved as though she had transformed into a fire elf. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Then, under the group of people's shocked and disbelieving gazes, Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect took the initiative to throw herself into Master Duan, the interim advisor of Sita clan. At this moment, the group of young men present on the scene seemed to have heard the sound of their hearts shattering. Originally, when Situ Hang saw Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect revealing her true face, he could not help but be attracted to her. When he regained his senses, he was stunned again when he saw Lady Feng making her way to him. He could not help but think to himself, "Don't tell me my charm is so great that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect wants to throw herself into my arms? Sigh, what a pity. I already have Princess Chiu Ming." Chapter 1594. Situ Hang was speechless when he saw the scene before his eyes. Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, a powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage who was ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking, was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. She actually threw herself at Master Duan, the interim advisor of Sita clan. Goodness! Who could tell him what was going on? In terms of handsomeness, although I'm not as handsome as Master Duan, it's not by much, Situ Hang grumbled inwardly. Naturally, this was only his grumbling. In fact, he could see that the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect must have known each other since a long time ago. Otherwise, how could a dragon among men like Miss Feng remove her veil in public and lose her composure like this? Tian Wu. Under the piercing gazes, Duan Lingtian only had eyes for Feng Tianwu. He reached out his hands and hugged Feng Tianwu, who was in his embrace. At this moment, his heart calmed down as though he had found a harbor. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had to admit that Feng Tianwu was in his heart. Perhaps, he did not have such feelings for Feng Tianwu in the beginning. However, the fact that Feng Tianwu had disregarded her life for him had completely moved his heart. Humans were not plants. How could they be heartless? Especially after Feng Tianwu had disappeared, his heart was filled with guilt. He had tried all sorts of ways to bring Feng Tianwu back. Part of the reason he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land was to look for Feng Tianwu. However, he did not find anything at all. It did not cross his mind that he would find Feng Tianwu before he could even find his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, when he came to Windfall Nation on a whim. It did not cross his mind that Feng Tianwu was actually Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect who was famous in Windfall Nation and even the Southern Ridge Yuan mansion. Previously, when Feng Tianwu had just appeared and had yet to remove her veil, he had already recognized her with just a glance. At that moment, Feng Tianwu was exactly the same as the Feng Tianwu he first met in Phoenix Nest City. Elder brother Duan. Disregarding the gazes of astonishment and disbelief from the surroundings, Feng Tianwu hugged Duan Lingtian tightly as if she was deeply afraid Duan Lingtian would run away. At this moment, it seemed as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her world. Nobody knew when, but she was touched by Duan Lingtian's face, tears of excitement. Damn! What's going on? My goddess actually threw herself at the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian. Soon after, many Drift Blaze sect's male disciples who had regained their senses began to curse. When they looked at Duan Lingtian, their eyes were completely red. It was as though they could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian and replace him with Duan Lingtian. The group of Drift Blaze sect's elders was also stunned. Lady Feng from their Drift Blaze sect was usually an icy beauty. Apart from the sect leader, she almost never took the initiative to communicate with anyone. However, today, faced with the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, who came to challenge her, not only did she take the initiative to speak, but she even threw herself at him. She looked like a young girl who had just seen her lover. He's the person in Tian Wu's heart? Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, frowned slightly. She knew very well that her disciple was obsessed with returning to the mortal continent. She had even noticed her disciple daydreaming and giggling from time to time. As an experienced person, she, naturally, could tell her disciple was thinking about a man. Based on her speculation, that man was most likely in the mortal continent. She did not interfere in this matter since she knew feelings could not be forced. Since her disciple had already set her mind on someone, they might not even be master and disciple in the end if she interfered rashly. Moreover, she also believed that the man whom her disciple had taken a fancy to was not an ordinary man. Although that man was from the mortal continent. However, it did not cross her mind that the person her disciple was obsessed with was actually the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Look at them, it's obvious they didn't know the other person was here. Previously, I didn't believe in fate, but now, it seems like I have no choice but to believe in it. Fate was something that was vague and ephemeral, but it was something that truly existed. Take Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu for example. Although they were both in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Dao Martial Saint Land was so big that it was undoubtedly fate that allowed them to meet here. This, meanwhile, the people from the various forces who came to the Drift Blaze sect to watch the show looked at each other in confusion when they saw this. What's going on? They were completely dumbfounded. What on earth was happening in front of them? Lady Feng, a disciple of Drift Blaze sect, ranked 23rd on the Heaven ranking, and widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, actually knew the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, who was challenging her. Not only that, but their relationship seemed to be special as well. Look at them. They seem very excited when they see each other. It's as though they're lovers who have been separated for a long time. Don't tell me they didn't know the other person was here? Many people from the various forces murmured. If that's the case, they're really fated, right? How did they meet each other? Many people exclaimed in a low voice. I'm afraid that today's duel will end early. How are two lovers going to fight? Many people shook their heads regretfully. Tian Wu, why are you here? Elder brother Duan, why are you here? Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu finally regained their senses. After they separated, they looked at each other and asked in unison. Both of them were stunned for a moment before they smiled at each other. Especially Feng Tianwu, her peerlessly beautiful face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of nations was tainted with a slight blush, and it was like a completely ripe red apple that caused others to be unable to refrain from wanting to take a few bites. At the same time, Feng Tianwu, who regained her senses, also heard the discussions around her. She could not help but look at Duan Lingtian in shock. Elder brother Duan, why you're the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he smiled wryly. I didn't expect you to be Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, Tian Wu. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't find you, I would have thought this world is too small. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's heart was filled with happiness. As it turned out, her elder brother Duan had been looking for her all this while. Naturally, Feng Tianwu noticed the shocked and incredulous gazes around her. However, she ignored them. In her eyes, other people's opinions were not important. She, Feng Tianwu, did not need to care about other people's opinions when she did things. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Tianwu flew to the front of Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, and said apologetically, Master, I'd like to admit defeat for today's battle. Admit defeat. Feng Tianwu did not deliberately suppress her voice when she said this. For this reason, everyone present on the scene heard her. For a moment, not many people were surprised since they were already mentally prepared for this. However, even so, many people still booed at her. These people were mostly young men. They were either the male disciples of Drift Blaze sect who admired Feng Tianwu or the men from various forces who were attracted by Feng Tianwu. I can't believe the interim advisor of Sita clan is a man who lives off a woman. Suddenly, a voice resonated in the air, causing many people to laugh out loud. The owner of the voice was none other than the old man with the surname Yin from Skyrek sect. He would not miss any opportunity to attack Duan Lingtian. Tian Wu, I respect your decision. Although Xian was a little dissatisfied in her heart, after all, if Feng Tianwu admitted defeat, it would more or less affect the Drift Blaze sect's reputation. However, when she thought about how this matter could not be forced, she still respected Feng Tianwu's decision and did not interfere. She could not help but look at Duan Lingtian when she saw the commotion caused by the old man with the surname Yin from Skyrex sect. She wanted to know how the man her disciple had chosen would react in such a situation. After all, the people from Skyrex sect had hurt his pride as a man. Say that again. Feng Tianwu's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost as she stared coldly at the old man with the surname Yin from Skyrex sect, causing the latter to shudder. Perhaps, Feng Tianwu was unable to pose any threat to him now. However, Feng Tianwu's innate talent was enough to make him wary. Perhaps, Feng Tianwu was not as good as him now, but what about in a few years' time? The progress of Feng Tianwu's strength was obvious to all. In just half a year's time, she had gone from entering the heaven ranking to the 23rd place. The speed of her progress was so fast that it made people speechless. Currently, even if Feng Tianwu had not broken through to the saint stage, she most likely possessed the strength to be ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Once such a person had broken through to the saint stage, she would definitely have the strength to fight him. After all, he was only an ordinary saint stage martial cultivator. Due to this reason, he did not say anything in the face of Feng Tianwu's cold gaze. In his opinion, put aside the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect and the Drift Blaze sect behind Feng Tianwu, even Feng Tianwu herself was not someone he could afford to offend. Perhaps, in a few years' time, Feng Tianwu would possess the strength to crush him. No matter what, the words of the old man with the surname Yin from Skyrex sect had caused the atmosphere to become extremely strange. More than 90% of the people present on the scene were looking at Duan Lingtian strangely as well. It was as though Duan Lingtian was really a gigolo who relied on a woman to get to where he was today. Due to the fact that Feng Tianwu had shouted at the old man with the surname Yin from Skyrex sect, the others also knew that Feng Tianwu was brainlessly protecting the interim advisor of Sida clan, Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they did not dare to speak recklessly. However, their gazes were unrestrained. They were curious about what Duan Lingtian would do under such circumstances. Chapter 1595. Elder brother Duan, you don't have to care about what they think. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu, naturally, thought Duan Lingtian had made such a decision because his pride was hurt. In her opinion, her progress in the past few years could be said to be very fast. Although her elder brother Duan was stronger than her in the past, that might not be the case now. If they were to fight and she deliberately held back, she would definitely be ridiculed. After all, there were many saint stage powerhouses present on the scene. They could see that she had not exerted her full strength. If she deliberately held back, it would not be a good thing for her elder brother Duan. All in all, just like the others, Feng Tianwu did not think Duan Lingtian had the strength to fight with her now. However, no matter how strong Duan Lingtian was, she did not care at all. Even if Duan Lingtian was just an ordinary person, her feelings for him would not change at all. This was because she loved Duan Lingtian as a person and not Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. Tianwu, you've misunderstood. You've known me for so long, don't you know me well? I don't care what they think of me. However, I heard that your cultivation base has improved tremendously in the past few years. You even entered the 23rd place on the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven ranking 6 months ago. For this reason, I'm very curious about your current strength. Why don't you take this opportunity to show it to elder brother Duan? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. There was no hint of anger on his face because of other people's opinions. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu's attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian's eyes. When she saw the confidence in his eyes, she could not help but feel excited. It was not her first time seeing Duan Lingtian's gaze. Don't tell me elder brother Duan also had a fortuitous encounter after coming to the Dao Martial Saint Land? Feng Tianwu thought to herself. Feng Tianwu believed that since her elder brother Duan came here as the interim advisor of Sida clan and challenged her, he must have heard about her deeds in Windfall Nation and knew she had the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. In fact, with her current strength, she could enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking at any time if she wanted to. Due to this reason, when she saw how confident her elder brother Duan was, she guessed her elder brother Duan had had a fortuitous encounter like her after coming to the Dao Martial Saint Land and was confident he would be able to fight to her. Under the watchful eyes of the others to the heaven sects heaven ranking. At once, the eyes of everyone present on the scene, including Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, lit up. Their eyes were as dazzling as the stars in the night sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a short while, the spectators retreated a little and cleared out a large space for Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu to use as the arena for the battle. Everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, who were facing each other. I can't believe Master Duan from Sidu clan still insists on fighting Lady Feng even though she's deliberately going easy on him. Don't tell me he's really confident he can defeat Lady Feng? Many people who originally did not think highly of Duan Lingtian's chances began to waver. Not necessarily. Perhaps, this Duan Lingtian thinks Lady Feng will go easy on him. As for him, he just wants to put on a show for us to see. Someone said. Putting on a show? Humph. Don't forget, there are many seniors here who are at the Saint stage. In the eyes of a Saint stage powerhouse, it's easy for them to see if Lady Feng is holding back or not. That's right. If Lady Feng really holds back, this Duan Lingtian will undoubtedly be embarrassed. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, they clearly entered Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu's ears. For a moment, Feng Tianwu couldn't help but frown slightly. As for Duan Lingtian, he had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take these people's words to heart at all. In fact, he really did not take these people's words to heart at all. Hold back? Although he did not understand Tian Wu's current strength, he was still very confident with his current strength. Moreover, he did not lie earlier. At this moment, he really wanted to know the level of Tian Wu's strength. He only knew that Tian Wu was very powerful now. However, he would only know how powerful she was after experiencing it for himself. Tian Wu, make your move. There's no need to hold back. Use your full strength, Duan Lingtian said to Feng Tianwu through voice transmission. Elder brother Duan, are you really confident? With my current strength, it won't be a problem for me to make it into the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Feng Tianwu could not help but ask through voice transmission. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian's reply made Feng Tianwu feel more assured. It was also at this instant that Feng Tianwu made her move. She raised her slender hands slightly and a wave of scorching true energy suddenly rose from her body. That was right, it was scorching true energy. Feng Tianwu's true energy was different from the true energy of an ordinary Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a scorching aura. Even the onlookers who were far away could clearly feel it. Her true energy has an attribute. Feng Tianwu's cultivation base is only one step away from the Saint stage. At this moment, the hearts of the Saint stage powerhouses from various forces trembled in shock. As Saint stage powerhouses, they naturally knew what the scorching aura emitted from Feng Tianwu's true energy meant. It was almost equivalent to a pass to the Saint stage. With Feng Tianwu's innate talent, she would definitely be able to break through to the Saint stage in at most a year now that her true energy had reached such a stage. At this moment, even the Skyrex sect's old man Yin was regretting his words to Duan Lingtian. If he knew earlier that Feng Tianwu already possessed such a cultivation, he would absolutely not take the risk of offending Feng Tianwu to gain a momentary advantage of words. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. When the scorching true energy on Feng Tianwu's body soared up, causing the surrounding space to seem as if it was burning, a huge sword that faintly emitted bursts of flames also condensed and took shape in a timely manner above her head. The terrifying aura emitted by the sword seemed as if it could burn everything. Other than this sword, another gigantic beast appeared above Feng Tianwu's head. It was a gigantic beast with blood energy flashing all over its body. To be more precise, it was a bird-type gigantic beast. One could faintly see wisps of flames burning in the blood energy around its body. The moment it appeared, it caused the already scorching air to heat up even more. It was to the extent that some of the Drift Blaze sect's disciples with a lower cultivation base could not withstand the scorching aura that assaulted their faces. They only managed to stop moving after retreating a distance away. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they stared at Feng Tianwu, who was standing in the middle of the square. This was their Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng. She was also the pride of the entire Drift Blaze sect. At this moment, they felt proud to be a member of the Drift Blaze sect. This is a phoenix? When Duan Lingtian saw the bird-type gigantic beast that appeared above Feng Tianwu's head, he could not help but be stunned. This was because this bird-type gigantic beast was very similar to the phoenix in the ancient myths in his past life. It was at least 70 to 80% similar. Hualao, is this a phoenix? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask Hualao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Hualao was a three-legged golden crow, an ancient mutant beast. He was very knowledgeable. Therefore, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, Hualao would definitely be able to tell if the gigantic beast that was consolidated by Tian Wu's true energy was a phoenix or not. This is a Luan Feng, a branch of the phoenix. It seems like there are not only divine dragons on this planet, but there are also phoenixes as well. Hualao's voice also entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. This girl is quite lucky to be able to obtain the Luan Feng's blood essence. Moreover, the Luan Feng that she consolidated must not be an ordinary Luan Feng. Luan Feng, a branch of the phoenix. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Although he did not know how Tian Wu had obtained such a fortuitous encounter, he was still happy that Tian Wu had such a fortuitous encounter. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that with Tian Wu as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius began to emit a scorching aura. Even he was enveloped by it. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of everyone, wisps of scorching flames appeared out of thin air in a 100-meter radius with Feng Tianwu as the center. These flames seemed weak, but when they gathered together, they seemed to have erupted, emitting an even more terrifying scorching aura. Feng Tianwu, who was in the flame territory, looked like a fire empress. She controlled the fire. Whether it was the true energy consolidated weapon, the true energy consolidated beast, or the true energy consolidated territory, all of them were cast by Feng Tianwu in an instant. It was so fast that many people around her could not react in time. Whoosh! A few moments later, Feng Tianwu made her move. The flames in the territory wrapped around her body as though it had transformed into a different kind of armor. It protected her as she charged toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere she passed, it was as though a fireball had swept across the sky. It seemed as though the air was ignited as a burning smell filled the air. She did not hold back at all. Many of the spectating Saint Stage powerhouses were shocked when they saw Feng Tianwu making her move. As Saint Stage powerhouses, they could see that Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. Moreover, with the strength that Feng Tianwu had just displayed, they felt that Feng Tianwu had a high chance of winning even if she challenged the top 5 on the heaven ranking, let alone the top 10. Sect leader Ziyun really accepted a good disciple. Many of the Saint Stage powerhouses from various forces looked at Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, with envy and jealousy. Not only was Ziyun strong, even a disciple that she had accepted could easily crush their disciples. This caused them to be unable to control their eyes from turning red. Lady Feng is so powerful. Looking at her stance, it's obvious she didn't hold back at all. I wonder if the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, will be able to withstand it. I think it'll be difficult. The group of people stared at the scene without blinking. They wanted to know what would happen to Duan Lingtian in front of the powerful Feng Tianwu. Chapter 1596. Due to Duan Lingtian's confidence, Feng Tianwu did not hold back when she made her move. She went all out as soon as she made her move. This was her trust in Duan Lingtian, and it was also her way of expressing her stance to the others. She did not hold back, and there was no need for her to hold back. Tian Wu's strength has actually risen to such a level. Duan Ling Tian was also shocked when he saw the strength Feng Tianwu displayed. Although he knew Feng Tianwu was very powerful, he did not expect her to be this powerful. If he had not broken through to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, he might not be a match for Tian Wu even if he used all his techniques. Swoosh. 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 After witnessing Feng Tianwu's strength, Duan Ling Tian also knew what was going on. With just a thought, the area within a 100-meter radius around him instantly turned into a sea of swords. Tens of thousands of swords whistled through the air. Wherever they passed, the void seemed to be torn apart, emitting a series of piercing sounds. At the place where Feng Tianwu's territory overlapped with his territory, the flame territory gradually shattered as the sword rays whistled through the air. It was as though a mirror had been hit hard. Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory was like a giant hammer that smashed hard on the surface of the mirror. As the saying went, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. Although only a part of Feng Tianwu's flame territory was destroyed by Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, it was this part that affected the rest of the flame territory. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's domineering 10,000 swords territory easily destroyed Feng Tianwu's flame territory under everyone's watchful eyes. In fact, Feng Tianwu's territory was already considered very powerful. However, there was a gap between them. In front of Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory, her flame territory seemed so weak and vulnerable. In just a blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. Is this a joke? Upon seeing this scene, many of the onlookers had the same thought in their minds. Is Miss Feng going easy on Duan Lingtian? That's too obvious. Even if they're both half-step saint stage experts, and even if their domains differ in strength, the difference shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Miss Feng must be going easy on him, many people whispered to each other. These people had one thing in common, and that was they were not saint stage experts. The saint stage powerhouses present on the scene, including Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, fell silent at this moment. Is this Duan Lingtian really from the mortal continent? Ziyun looked at Duan Lingtian, her heart was filled with shock. Although she had vaguely guessed that the man whom her disciple Feng Tianwu had taken a fancy to was definitely not an ordinary man, she did not expect this man to be so strong. Just his domain alone was enough to crush her disciple Feng Tianwu's domain. As a saint stage powerhouse, she, naturally, could see that her disciple Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. Her domain was also at its peak. However, even then, her domain was still shattered the moment Duan Lingtian's domain appeared. She was certain Duan Lingtian was definitely not a saint stage powerhouse. Due to this reason, she deeply realized how terrifying Duan Lingtian's domain was. It was definitely not an ordinary domain. In fact, her disciple Feng Tianwu's domain was an extremely advanced flame domain. One of the reasons why Feng Tianwu was so strong was because of her powerful domain. However, even the powerful flame domain that Feng Tianwu relied on was shattered in front of Duan Lingtian's domain. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. It was so fast that the onlookers could not react in time. What kind of domain did Duan Lingtian unleash? The expression of the Skyrek sect's old man Yin was extremely ugly. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's domain, he faintly realized that Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Feng Tianwu. As a saint stage powerhouse like Zi Yun, he naturally could see that Feng Tianwu did not hold back at all. However, even then, Duan Lingtian still had the upper hand in terms of domain. The other saint stage powerhouses were also shocked. As the group of saint stage powerhouses discussed among themselves, the onlookers who originally thought that Feng Tianwu had held back realized that they had misunderstood Feng Tianwu. If Miss Feng didn't hold back, then the foreign advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian's ability is too terrifying, right? That's right. This is too exaggerated. As soon as his domain appeared, it crushed Miss Feng's domain. You should know that Miss Feng is a powerhouse who's ranked at the top of the heaven ranking. It's said that half of her strength comes from her own domain. Without the advantage of her domain, Miss Feng is like a tiger without its fangs. how was she going to fight? Many people were still in disbelief. After all, Duan Lingtian's domain was too shocking for them. Elder brother Duan, what's your domain? After her domain was crushed, Feng Tianwu was also shocked. She was stunned for a moment before she asked with an astonished expression, I feel that my domain has no resistance at all in front of your domain, 10,000 swords domain. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, 10,000 swords domain. When Feng Tianwu heard this, she nodded. Soon after, her eyes shone brilliantly again. Based on the confidence that Duan Lingtian had displayed earlier, she knew that Duan Lingtian was really confident in fighting with her. However, when the scene earlier happened, her heart was still filled with shock. Her big brother Duan had merely unleashed his domain, yet he was able to crush her domain. In retrospect, the moment her elder brother Duan's domain appeared, she clearly felt an oppressive aura rushing towards her, making her a little breathless. However, she did not pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until after her domain was crushed that she realized that her elder brother Duan's strength today was not something she could compare to. The destruction of her domain also meant that her strength would be greatly reduced. Under such circumstances, her defeat was inevitable. 10,000 swords domain? When Duan Lingtian opened his mouth to respond to Feng Tianwu, the onlookers also heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew what domain Duan Lingtian used. 10,000 swords domain. It really lives up to its name. In Duan Lingtian's domain, I'm afraid there are really tens of thousands of solidified sword rays. Moreover, they don't look much different from real swords. Such a domain looks domineering. I didn't expect it to be so powerful as well. Most of the people present on the scene had their eyes focused on the sword rays that were wreaking havoc within a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. The sword rays seemed to have surrounded Duan Lingtian and formed a world of swords. 10,000 swords domain? After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, narrowed her eyes. If it's really the 10,000 swords domain, doesn't that mean he's most likely the successor of the first absolute? In Zi Yun's heart, there was a secret that only she knew. It was a fortuitous encounter she had when she was young. That fortuitous encounter allowed her to obtain the inheritance of a female powerhouse. That female powerhouse claimed to be the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the fifth absolute of the seven absolute sect. After she obtained the inheritance, it was equivalent to her inheriting the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. She became the only successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny. Due to that fortuitous encounter, her innate talent that was originally not very strong was further stimulated. Currently, she even possessed a strength that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. She knew very well that if it was not for that fortuitous encounter, she might not even be a Saint Stage powerhouse now, let alone a Saint Stage powerhouse that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family was wary of. Her entire life had changed because of that fortuitous encounter. For this reason, she was filled with gratitude toward the female powerhouse who left behind the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance and remembered her message. In the message left behind by the female powerhouse, she had mentioned that she hoped that after she obtained the inheritance, she would continue to pass down the Blazing Phoenix progeny until the Seven Absolutes Sect Seven Absolutes Order appeared. Once the Seven Absolutes Order appeared, the Blazing Phoenix progeny would have to return to the Seven Absolute Sect. As long as the Seven Absolute Sect needed it, they would be willing to contribute everything to the Seven Absolute Sect. Due to the fact that her innate talent was only ordinary, it would be difficult for her to achieve great things even if she continued to improve her cultivation. For this reason, Zi Yun had been looking for a young genius who could inherit the Blazing Phoenix progeny since a long time ago. Feng Tianwu was the young genius that she had found. Although she was born in the mortal continent, her innate talent was extraordinary. What made her even more surprised was that when Feng Tianwu cultivated the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, her speed of improvement was terrifying. It was as though the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method was made for her. When Zi Yun saw how Feng Tianwu managed to achieve her current level in just a few years with the help of the Blazing Phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method, she knew she could finally give an explanation to the powerhouse who left behind the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. Due to her innate talent, it was difficult for her to shoulder the responsibility of inheriting the blazing phoenix progeny. However, this disciple of hers could do it. She believed her disciple's innate talent in the martial Tao was definitely not inferior to the successors of the other 6 absolutes of the 7 absolute sect other than the fog rain progeny, the first absolute. She did not dare to compare herself to the first absolute, the fog rain progeny. This was because the female powerhouse who left her the inheritance had left behind some information about the 7 absolute sect. She had emphasized on the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect. As the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the fog rain progeny was different from the other 6 absolutes. It could go 1,000 years without a successor, 10,000 years without a successor, or even 100,000 years without a successor. However, the appearance of its successor also signified the beginning of a new era. There was a saying in the Tao martial saint land. The successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolutes, could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. This saying was widely acknowledged by most people in the Tao martial saint land. Based on this, one could see how famous the fog rain progeny of the 7 absolute sect was. The previous successor of the fog rain progeny was said to be a powerhouse known as the Sword Saint. The territory he mastered was the 10,000 Swords territory. Chapter 1597. It can't be so coincidental. After all, the Tao martial saint land is so big, and there are all kinds of strange things. Although the previous successor of the fog rain progeny mastered the 10,000 Swords territory, I don't know what his 10,000 Swords territory looks like. Soon after, Ziyin comforted herself. It must be a coincidence. It's just a coincidence of the name of the territory. The moment Ziyin thought of this, she calmed down again. However, even if he's not the successor of the fog rain progeny, his innate talent is still very high. He should be around Tian Wu's age, but he's already strong enough to defeat her. Ziyun's eyes shone brightly as she wondered if she could take Duan Lingtian as her disciple through Feng Tianwu. If she had both Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian as her disciples, she would have no more regrets in her life. Feng Tianwu was going to inherit the blazing phoenix progeny's legacy. Her achievements in the future would not be restricted by the Drift Blaze sect. As for Duan Lingtian, although his innate talent was high and he was currently stronger than Tian Wu, she did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to compare to Feng Tianwu in the future. The blazing phoenix progeny's mental cultivation method would become more terrifying as one cultivated it. This was why she was so confident in Feng Tianwu. Due to this reason, she thought she could take Duan Lingtian as her disciple and nurture him to be the next sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. What a pity. The territory has been crushed. Lady Feng's defeat is certain. Many people shook their heads and sighed. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Initially, they thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to be a match for Feng Tianwu. However, the reality before their eyes seemed to have given them a loud slap. Although some people thought Feng Tianwu had held back, they did not say anything since the saint stage powerhouses present on the scene said Feng Tianwu had done her best. After all, they were only skeptical. How could they have a higher standard than a group of saint stage powerhouses? In addition to her domain, Miss Feng's giant beast Dharma power is also extremely powerful. If this Duan Lingtian doesn't use his domain, he's definitely no match for Miss Feng. You're going overboard with your words. Domains are also Duan Lingtian's methods, so why isn't he using them? Also, he didn't ask Miss Feng not to use her domain. It's just that Miss Feng's domain was crushed by his. Exactly. Apart from martial and Tao cultivators below the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, who else mainly relies on the true energy consolidated beast? Or rather, if both of them are only perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivators, he's definitely no match for Lady Feng. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Based on their words, they were certain that the reason Duan Lingtian was stronger than Feng Tianwu was because Duan Lingtian's territory was too heaven-defying. As for other aspects, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian could compare with Feng Tianwu. Duan Lingtian was amused by this. Then, he withdrew his 10,000 swords territory under everyone's watchful eyes. With a thought in his mind, the 10,000 plus sword lights that appeared in an area of 100 meters with him as the center vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye, causing everyone, including Feng Tianwu, to be stunned. Duan Lingtian actually withdrew his territory? Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. It seems like he heard us. It's obvious he heard us. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to fight Miss Feng without using his territory? If that's the case, then he's really asking for trouble. The onlookers discussed among themselves. They looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. This was because they felt that only an idiot would do something like this. It was obvious that he was going to win, but he still chose to avoid the advantage. He was asking for trouble. Not far away, Situ Heng, the great young master of Sita clan, and Situ Ho, the supreme elder of Sita clan, were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's territory. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was very powerful and had the strength to enter the heaven ranking, they did not expect Duan Lingtian's territory to be so powerful that it could easily crush Feng Tianwu's territory. After all, Feng Tianwu was not an ordinary imminent saint stage powerhouse. Although she was only ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking, anyone could see that her current strength could definitely make it into the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Even so, she was still at a disadvantage in front of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, her defeat was certain. However, just when they thought Duan Lingtian would seize the opportunity to pursue and defeat Feng Tianwu, Duan Lingtian's reaction was beyond their expectations. They had also heard the whispers among the onlookers earlier. But they all felt that it was nonsense. Territory was a part of one's strength. A powerful territory naturally represented one's strength. Everything else was meaningless. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to take the initiative to withdraw his mysterious and powerful 10,000 swords territory as though he cared about the onlookers' opinions. Elder brother Duan, there's no need to continue this battle. Feng Tianwu took the initiative to tell Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he nodded his head. In fact, he had removed the 10,000 swords domain because he wanted to see how powerful Tian Wu's Luan Phoenix celestial power was and how it compared to his divine dragon celestial power. It was not purely because of the whispers of the onlookers. It was not up to the onlookers to judge Duan Lingtian's actions. However, after hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down. He felt there was no need to rush even if he wanted to spar with Tian Wu using the true energy consolidated beast technique. The interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, has defeated Lady Feng from our Drift Blaze sect. From today onward, Master Duan is ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking. Lady Feng's name will be removed from the heaven ranking. At this moment, a Drift Blaze sect's elder announced the result of today's battle with a loud voice. Until now, some people still could not believe this result. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. No matter what, today's battle had come to an end. After it had ended, the people from the various forces who came to watch the show felt extremely complicated. The reason they came here was to test the strength of the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, who had suddenly appeared. However, they had just witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. If it was only Duan Lingtian's strength, it would not be a big deal. After all, no matter how powerful Duan Lingtian was, he was only an imminent saint stage powerhouse. He would not pose much of a threat to the various forces. Their feelings were complicated mainly because of the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu. In Windfall Nation, who did not know about Lady Feng's position in Drift Blaze sect? To a certain extent, Lady Feng could represent her master, Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. In other words, Lady Feng alone could represent the entire Drift Blaze sect. In other words, from today onward, due to the relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian, the relationship between Drift Blaze sect and Sita clan would be cut off. This was not a good thing for them. Since the battle had come to an end, the people from the various forces left one after another after bidding farewell to Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Even the Skyrex sect saint stage powerhouse, Old Man Yin, left with Feng Hen, the young sect leader of Skyrex sect. Along the way, his expression was gloomy as though something was bothering him. I can't believe he actually won. However, no matter what, I must kill him. Along the way, Feng Hen did not stop muttering this sentence. Based on his words, it was obvious he hated Duan Lingtian to the core. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Young sect leader, if it's possible, it's best for you to forget about the conflict between you and the interim advisor of Sida clan. Old man Yin finally could not help but say this. Why? Upon hearing old man Yin's words, Feng Hen frowned. His expression was grave. He injured me so badly, and you want me to forget about it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Young sect leader, I know you can't wait to tear him into pieces. However, if you really go against him, put aside the fact that he has the Sida clan backing him up, even without the Sida clan, that Feng Tianwu from Drift Blaze sect definitely won't just stand by and do nothing. Old man Yin smiled wryly. Feng Tianwu? Feng Hen frowned. He had never heard of this name before. Feng Tianwu is Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. The old man sighed. Lady Feng? What does it have to do with her if I want to deal with that fellow from Sida clan? Moreover, that fellow from Sida clan defeated her and replaced her on the heaven ranking. I think she hates that fellow. Why would she stand up for him? Although Feng Hen knew Duan Lingtian had won the battle today, that was all he knew. The old man next to him did not have the time to tell him the details of what had happened today. Young sect leader, there's something you don't know. The old man let out another long sigh. Then, he told Feng Hen everything that had happened that day in detail. He told him about how Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu not only knew each other, but they were also suspected to be lovers. That Duan Lingtian actually has such a relationship with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. After learning about this, Feng Hen's expression turned grave. The veins on his forehead bulged as his expression turned even more ferocious. How could he possibly have such a relationship with Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect? No. Impossible. Impossible. Feng Hen continued to roar. His tone was filled with unwillingness. Although he was a good-for-nothing rich kid, it did not mean he was brainless. In Windfall Nation, apart from the younger generation in the imperial family, there was no one among the younger generation that he did not dare to offend. It was undoubtedly Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. In Windfall Nation, who did not know that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect was the favorite of Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? Chapter 1598. Due to this reason, after learning about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, Feng Hen realized it was impossible for him to seek revenge by relying on the Skyrex sect. This was because it was impossible for the Skyrex sect to offend Feng Tianwu and the Drift Blaze sect. Even his father, the sect leader of Skyrex sect, would definitely advise him to let go of this grudge after learning about this matter. At this moment, Feng Hen finally realized why the old man next to him would ask him to let go of this grudge. However, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. However, even though he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. In terms of strength, he was not a match for the other party. In terms of background, he seemed to be weaker than the other party as well. The other party was suppressing him in every aspect like a gigantic mountain pressing down on his head, causing him to be unable to see the light. All he could see was darkness. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Feng Hen's unwillingness and thoughts. Currently, due to Feng Tianwu, he had also become the Drift Blaze sect's VIP. Even the two people from Sida clan had been reduced to a foil for him. Since Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the Drift Blaze sect 2 days ago, this was the first time the Drift Blaze sect hosted a banquet for the three of them. Naturally, Sita Heng and Situ Ho knew this was all thanks to Duan Lingtian. During the banquet, Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, sat in the host's seat while Feng Tianwu sat on the seat below her. Her eyes never left Duan Lingtian. The smile on her face set off her beautiful face, making it seem as though everything around her would pale in comparison. When Ziyun saw this, she sighed inwardly. she was able to discern that this disciple of hers was obviously completely focused on Duan Tian. Even she, the master, was not as important as Duan Tian in this disciple's heart. Although she was jealous, there was nothing she could do. A grown woman could not be kept at home. Perhaps, this was what she meant. Of course, she also knew that these words were not suitable for this disciple of hers, because she had only met this disciple of hers a few years ago. However, this disciple of hers had known Duan Tian for a long time and had fallen in love with Duan Tian. During the banquet, Situ Hang and Situ Ho repeatedly toasted Ziyun. Seeing that it was Feng Tianwu, Ziyun did not refuse. It could be said that she had given Situ Hang and Situ Ho enough face. As time passed by, Situ Hang and Situ Ho noticed the atmosphere was a little quiet. They only ate a little before they bade farewell and left, leaving Duan Tian behind. They were not fools. Naturally, they knew that the reason why the atmosphere was so silent was because of their presence. Therefore, they left at the right time. As soon as Situ Hang and Situ Ho left, Ziyun also dismissed her subordinates. In an instant, only Duan Tian, Feng Tianwu, and Ziyun were left. Thank you, sect leader Ziyun, for taking care of Tianwu all these years. Duan Tian stood up and thanked Ziyun sincerely. Tianwu's my disciple, so it's only right for me to take care of her. As for you, what's your relationship with Tianwu? What right do you have to thank me on her behalf? Ziyun asked nonchalantly as she sized up Duan Tian with interest. Upon hearing Ziyun's words, Duan Tian was stunned. His relationship with Tianwu? It was obvious that they were not friends. Moreover, if they were just friends, he would not have lost his composure when he first met Tianwu. Should he say that he treated Tianwu as his sister? That did not seem appropriate. If it was said that he had treated Tianwu more like a younger sister in the past. Then, ever since Tianwu had sacrificed herself for him, his heart for Tianwu had undergone a tremendous change. It was just that he had always been unwilling to admit it. After so many years, he discovered that he could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart when he saw Tianwu again. Naturally, he did not plan to reveal his emotions just like that. If he revealed his emotions at this moment and stayed together with Tianwu, how could he face his two fiancées whose whereabouts were unknown? Master. When Feng Tianwu saw that Duan Tian seemed to be stumped by Ziyun's question and did not respond for a long time, she still took the initiative to help Duan Tian out even though she was slightly disappointed in her heart. Girl, you're not married to him yet, and you're already helping him like this. Won't you be bullied to death by him when you're married to him? It was rare for Ziyun to joke around. This joke caused Feng Tianwu's beautiful face to blush. She was so shy that she looked like a little daughter-in-law who was about to be married. Alright, I'll stop joking with you. Ziyun withdrew the smile on her face and shifted her gaze from Feng Tianwu to Duan Tian. Her eyes were burning as she asked, Master Duan, the territory that you cast earlier seems to be called the 10,000 Swords Territory, right? Sect leader, you're Tianwu's master. Naturally, you're my senior as well. I don't dare to be called master. You can just call me by my name. Duan Tian smiled wryly. At the same time, he continued to say, Indeed, my territory is called the 10,000 Swords Territory. Did you give it another name yourself? Ziyun asked. Of course not. Duan Tian shook his head. After I made a breakthrough to the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, information about territories appeared in my mind. According to the information in my mind, I found out that the territory I mastered is called the 10,000 Swords Territory. You didn't name it yourself? Ziyun's heart skipped a beat when she heard Duan Tian's words. Previously, she thought it was Duan Tian who named his territory the 10,000 Swords Territory. However, it seemed like she had guessed wrongly. Although many territories have the same name, I've never heard of the 10,000 Swords Territory other than the words left behind by the senior who left behind the Blazing Phoenix progeny's inheritance. Ziyun gasped inwardly before she looked at Duan Tian again and said bluntly, 7 Absolute Sect. 7 Absolute Sect? When Duan Lingtian heard Zi Yun's sudden words, he asked in confusion, "Sect leader Zi Yun, is this Seven Absolute sect also a sect in Windfall Nation?" Although he did not know why Zi Yun suddenly mentioned the Seven Absolute sect, he still asked. Feng Tianwu knew about the Seven Absolute sect. However, she could not figure out why her master would mention the Seven Absolute sect to her elder brother Duan. The Seven Absolute sect was a force that existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land a long time ago. If her master did not tell her, she would not have known such a sect existed in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Moreover, she also knew the mental cultivation method of the Blazing Phoenix progeny that she cultivated came from the Seven Absolute sect. There were 7 Absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect. The Blazing Phoenix progeny was one of the 5 Absolutes in the Seven Absolute sect. You don't know about the Seven Absolute sect? Zi Yun was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Chapter 1599. I've never heard of it before. Duan Lingtian shook his head in response to Zi Yun's question. This was his first time hearing about the Seven Absolute sect. Upon hearing this, Zi Yun sighed inwardly. She realized she was being too sensitive. Well, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? The fog rain, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, is undoubtedly the most mysterious among the 7 absolutes. It'd be too unbelievable if it's so easy to meet him. The moment Zi Yun thought of this, she no longer asked any further questions. This was because she felt it was no longer necessary. Initially, she thought if Duan Lingtian was really the successor of the fog rain, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, with the innate talent and strength he displayed, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to her disciple, Feng Tianwu. However, now that she realized Duan Lingtian had nothing to do with the 7 absolute sect, she still insisted on her previous thoughts. She felt Duan Lingtian would be left behind by Feng Tianwu in the future. Are you interested in joining my sect and becoming my direct disciple? Soon after, Zi Yun asked Duan Lingtian without beating around the bush. Her words took Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu by surprise for a moment. With your innate talent and strength, your future is limitless. If you're willing to become my direct disciple, you'll be the next sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Zi Yun looked at Duan Lingtian and promised. If it was someone else, Zi Yun would definitely not make such a promise. However, because of Feng Tianwu, she was not worried about Duan Lingtian. A man whom her disciple took a liking to was definitely not a cunning person. It should not be a problem for him to inherit the Drift Blaze sect. Upon hearing Zi Yun's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. At the same time, he glanced at Feng Tianwu. You don't have to think too much. After noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Zi Yun naturally guessed that he thought she was unwilling to pass the position to Feng Tianwu. For a moment, she could not help but continue to say, the path that Tianwu is going to take is different from the path that you're going to take. In the future, it's impossible for her to inherit the position of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Her stage isn't limited to the Windfall Nation. Zi Yun's words were filled with confidence towards Feng Tianwu. At the same time, it also showed that the position of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect was not worthy of Feng Tianwu. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he retracted his gaze. Many thanks for sect master Zi Yun's kind intentions. However, I already have a master. Duan Lingtian politely declined. Ever since he inherited Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's supreme mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, he had regarded Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as his master. Zi Yun originally wanted to say something, but when she saw Duan Lingtian's unwavering gaze, she no longer wasted her breath. She had lived for half of her life. Naturally, she knew what Duan Lingtian's gaze meant. It meant that no matter what she said, Duan Lingtian would not be willing to become her disciple. For a moment, she was rather disappointed. However, although she was disappointed, she did not intend to force it. You don't have to acknowledge me as your master. After a while, Zi Yun seemed to have made a major decision as she continued to say, as long as you join our Drift Blaze sect, you don't have to acknowledge anyone as your master. I'll use the best cultivation resources to nurture you. As for you, you'll also be able to become the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect in the future. It was apparent that Ziyun really valued Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Sect Master Ziyun, I'm afraid I can't do as you wish because I don't plan to stay in Windfall Nation for long. Duan Lingtian politely declined again. Upon hearing that, Ziyun frowned slightly. However, she no longer said anything and merely nodded her head nonchalantly. After confirming that Duan Lingtian was not a member of the Seven Absolute sect and that Duan Lingtian would not join the Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun no longer had any interest in staying. After bidding farewell to Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian, she immediately left. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu were left. Both of them were curious about each other's experiences. Soon after, Duan Lingtian learned about her experiences in the past few years from Feng Tianwu. She told him everything from when she left Cloud Continent to when she left the overseas Saint Island and went to Windfall Nation's Drift Blaze sect. Compared to his bumpy journey, Feng Tianwu's journey was much smoother. Elder brother Duan, how about you? Feng Tianwu asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian told her everything that had happened in the past few years. He did not hide anything since there was no need for him to hide anything. He even told her about how his two fiancées were pregnant and their whereabouts were unknown. At the same time, a worried expression appeared on his face. Elder brother Duan, I'm sure both of my sisters will be blessed. After Feng Tianwu heard that Ke and Li Fei were pregnant with Duan Lingtian's child, a hint of envy flashed in the depth of her eyes. At the same time, she comforted Duan Lingtian. Tian Wu, your father is also in the Dao Martial Saint Land now. Duan Lingtian told Feng Tianwu, after the incident on Half Moon Island, he followed me to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian told her everything that had happened to Feng Wu Dao after he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. When Feng Tianwu heard that her father had come to the Dao Martial Saint Land, a hint of joy could be seen on her face. However, when she heard that her father's whereabouts were unknown, her heart skipped a beat as a worried expression appeared on her face. Don't worry, Uncle Feng is with my senior brother. Nothing will happen to him. Duan Lingtian comforted her. Moreover, the reason I came to the Drift Blaze sect this time is to spread my name. This is the only way my senior brother will know that I've come to the Windfall Nation and will go to the Sita clan in the Windfall Nation's Imperial City to look for me. At that time, Uncle Feng will also come to the Sita clan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Feng Tianwu felt more at ease. However, she still frowned slightly. She was still worried about her father's safety. Tian Wu, I'll be leaving the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow and returning to the Sita clan. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Tianwu and asked, are you coming with me? Naturally, Feng Tianwu wanted to leave with Duan Lingtian. However, the moment she thought of her master, Ziyun, she did not agree to it immediately. Elder brother Duan, I'll have to inform master first. Soon after, Feng Tianwu went to look for Ziyun. Ziyun's answer was simple. Before Feng Tianwu broke through to the saint stage, she did not want Feng Tianwu to leave because the outside world was too dangerous. Even with Ziyun's deterrence, who knew if there would be some crazy person who would make a move on her disciple? When Feng Tianwu saw Ziyun's attitude that said there was no room for discussion, she knew she would not be able to leave the Drift Blaze sect before she broke through to the saint stage. Moreover, she knew her master was doing this for her own good. Saint stage? After Duan Lingtian learned of Ziyun's answer, he nodded. There's nothing wrong with sect leader Ziyun's decision. In that case, Tian Wu, you can stay in the Drift Blaze sect for the time being. When your cultivation base has broken through to the saint stage, you can leave the Drift Blaze sect to look for me. Of course, before that, I'll come to the Drift Blaze sect to look for you whenever I'm free. When Duan Lingtian saw the reluctant expression on Feng Tianwu's face, he added. Only then did Feng Tianwu's reluctant expression soften. If Uncle Feng comes to the Sita clan, I'll come with him to see you immediately. Duan Lingtian spoke first when he saw Feng Tianwu lightly opening her red lips and seeming to want to say something. Because he knew that the person Feng Tianwu wanted to speak about was surely her father, Feng Wu Dao. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's face. As the saying went, a man is a man. A gentleman would die for his bosom friend, and a woman would dress up for her lover. Apart from dressing up for her lover, a woman would also dress up for her bosom friend. The next day, Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho left the Drift Blaze sect together. When they arrived, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples were extremely cold to them. However, when they left, the Drift Blaze sect's disciples did not dare to neglect them at all. Naturally, it could also be because Feng Tianwu was present. In the eyes of the Drift Blaze sect's disciples, Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the next sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Nobody was willing to take the risk to offend her. Tianwu, let's go back. Duan Lingtian smiled at Feng Tianwu. Elder brother Duan, I'll go back after you leave. Feng Tianwu replied. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly and did not say anything else. He turned around and left with Situ Hang and Situ Ho. Soon after, they disappeared into the horizon. Their figures also gradually disappeared before Feng Tianwu's eyes. It was only until Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared that Feng Tianwu retracted her gaze reluctantly and turned around to return to the Drift Blaze sect. Master Duan, what's your relationship with Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect? The way she treats you is as though you're her lover. On the way, Situ Hang could not suppress the fire of gossip in his heart. He could not help but ask. In the face of Situ Hang's question, Duan Lingtian merely smiled and did not reply. This was because he did not know how to reply. At this moment, his feelings were complicated. Originally, he had already accepted Feng Tianwu in his heart. However, the moment he recalled that his two fiancées' whereabouts were unknown, he no longer had the mood to think about anything else. When Situ Hang realized that Duan Lingtian seemed unwilling to talk about it, he no longer asked and changed the topic. Master Duan, after yesterday's battle where you defeated Lady Feng, I'm afraid it won't take long for your name to spread across the entire Windfall Nation. At that time, as long as your senior brother is in Windfall Nation, he'll definitely hear about your deeds. At that time, he'll definitely come to the capital to look for you. Situ Hang replied. I hope so. Duan Lingtian nodded. He also hoped that things would go smoothly. When Duan Lingtian, Situ Hang, and Situ Ho returned to the capital, the faraway Greenwave Han mansion had also gradually calmed down. However, the calmness was only on the surface. As the supreme elder of the Greenwave Han mansion, naturally, Han Xian would not let the matter rest when his only grandson died just like that. No matter who it is, I'll make you pay with your life for killing my grandson. Han Xian's eyes were bloodshot. It was as though he had transformed into an extremely bloodthirsty devil at this moment. At the same time, Han Xuanai and the others had also returned to the Crimson Sky Kingdom on Cloud Continent. Chapter 1600. Moon Illumination Sect. Han Xuanai and the others soon found out where Duan Lingtian had gone according to the clues he left behind. They immediately left Cloud Continent and returned to the Dao Martial Saint Land in a hurry. Their destination was the Moon Illumination Sect. At this moment, the people from the Moon Illumination Sect finally realized that something was amiss. They realized the few Saint Stage powerhouses, including the sect leader, had not shown up. When some of the inner court elders went to the Moon Illumination Sect's forbidden area, they realized the sect leader and the others were nowhere to be found. In the beginning, they had intentionally concealed this matter. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. Soon after, the news of the disappearance of the sect leader and the few supreme elders spread throughout the Moon Illumination Sect, causing everyone in the sect to feel threatened. As the news spread, the other 8 great sects were eager to make a move as well. Whether it was the sects that were at odds with the Moon Illumination Sect or the sects that had a good relationship with the Moon Illumination Sect, all of them coveted the various cultivation resources in the Moon Illumination Sect when they found out that the Moon Illumination Sect had lost its Saint Stage powerhouse. At once, the Moon Illumination Sect fell apart and shattered. In order to protect themselves, the few vice sect leaders of the Moon Illumination Sect fled with a large amount of resources in the sect. The elders, deacons, and disciples of the Moon Illumination Sect were also in danger. At once, the Moon Illumination sect only existed in name. When Han Xuanai and the others arrived at the Moon Illumination sect, they discovered the sect had already declined. Although they learned about Duan Lingtian from a few Moon Illumination sect's disciples, the people from the Moon Illumination sect only knew what happened before Duan Lingtian left. They only knew that Duan Lingtian had left. As for other matters, even the Moon Illumination sect's disciples knew nothing about it. Due to this reason, the clues were cut off again. Brother Ling Tian, where are you? Han Xuanai had a worried expression on her face. She learned from the Moon Illumination sect's disciples that Duan Lingtian's situation was not optimistic when he left. With the clues gone, Han Xuanai had no choice but to return to the Green Wave Han Mansion. However, the moment she returned to the Green Wave Han Mansion, she learned from Qing Nu that Li Fei had been taken away. Horror dawned on her face immediately. Qing Nu. What's going on? Miss, the person who took Li Fei away should be your brother Ling Tian's father's men. Qing Nu said, that was the message he left that day. Brother Ling Tian's father? When Han Xuanai heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she asked, did the person who took Sister Fei leave behind any other clues? No. Qing Nu shook her head. At the same time, she hesitated to speak. Is there anything else? Han Xuanai, who had grown up with Qing Nu, naturally understood Qing Nu very well. When she saw Qing Nu's expression, she immediately understood Qing Nu's thoughts. Qing Nu sighed. At the same time, she told her everything that had happened before Li Fei left. Han Jin Nian was plotting something against Li Fei. At the critical moment, that powerhouse arrived and killed Han Jin Nian before taking Li Fei away, Qing Nu said. That's right. Han Jin Nian. When Han Xuanai found out that Han Jin Nian was plotting something against Li Fei, her expression turned extremely grave. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though she would kill Han Jin Nian as soon as he stood in front of her. The three little fellows, Little Gold, Little Black, and Little White, had bloodshot eyes. They were completely enraged. Miss, he's already dead. When Qing Nu sensed the killing intent emitting from Han Xuanai's body, she reminded her. It's good that he's dead. Little Black growled. Little Gold and Little White nodded with a pleased expression on their faces. It's fine if you say these words here. If Elder Han Xian hears this, I'm afraid he won't let this matter rest. Qing Nu sighed. So what if Elder Xian hears this? Han Xuanai snorted coldly. Han Jin Nian is in the wrong in this matter. It's a good thing he didn't succeed. Otherwise, how am I supposed to face Sister Fei, and Brother Ling Tian? If Han Jin Nian was still alive, I would have killed him at all costs even if it would infuriate Elder Xian. No matter what, Han Jin Nian was already dead. Due to this reason, Han Xuanai's anger had mostly dissipated. The most important thing now is to find out who took Sister Fei away that day. That powerhouse must be quite powerful to be able to take someone away from our Greenwave Han Mansion without anyone noticing. It seems like Brother Ling Tian's father is not an ordinary person even in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although the person who took Li Fei away had told her his background, Han Xuanai was still worried. She was eager to find out where Li Fei had gone. However, it would never cross her mind that Li Fei had gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion was a quasi-third-rate force in the Debussy subterranean. It did not have much interaction with a fifth-rate force like the Greenwave Han Mansion. Due to this reason, even if Han Xuanai mobilized the Greenwave Han Mansion's forces to search for Li Fei's whereabouts, she would still find nothing in the end. Meanwhile, in the faraway Azure Cloud Mansion, after Duan Ruffing brought Li Fei back, Li Ro was overjoyed. When she saw the child in Li Fei's arms, she was so excited that she could not stop smiling for the entire day. I have a grandson. I have a grandson. After being excited for the entire day, she finally regained her senses and asked Li Fei, where's Ker? Before I left the Cloud Continent, I heard from Tian that you're with Ker. Upon hearing Li Ro's words, Li Fei fell silent. Her beautiful eyes flashed with lightning. What's wrong? Li Ro's heart skipped a beat. She had a bad feeling about this. Aunt Ro, the moment Li Fei opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Li Ro with a displeased expression. You even gave birth to a grandson for me, and you're still calling me Aunt Ro? Mother. After calling Li Ro, Li Fei could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes as they rolled down her cheeks. Subsequently, Li Ro also learned about everything from Li Fei. Naturally, most of the things she said were conveyed to her by Duan Rufeng. This included Duan Lingtian's disappearance and Ke being taken away by a woman who claimed to be her twin sister. After listening to everything, Li Ro's body swayed, and her face turned pale. Does your father know about all of this? Yes. Li Fei nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Ro immediately handed the child in her arms back to Li Fei and went to look for Duan Rufeng. Ro, you know about it? When Duan Rufeng saw Li Ro coming to look for him with a pale face, he immediately guessed something. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. I know what you want to say. Tian, I've already sent someone to look for him. As for Ke, since she was taken away by the people from Zoroastrianism, there's nothing I can do. She can only depend on her own fortune. When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, he had a helpless expression on his face. Depend on her own fortune? Chapter 1601. They're still my daughter-in-law and my grandson. If it's possible, how could I possibly watch something happen to them? Duan Rufeng said bitterly, Ro, I've told you about the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land before, and you've also heard about how powerful the forces in the upper province are. Our Azure Cloud Mansion can be considered as one of the top forces in the Debussy subterranean, but we're nothing in the upper province. Zoroastrianism is one of the three great sects in the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's an extremely ancient and powerful force. Before the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, it was already the top force in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Now that it has been passed down for so many years, its strength must have increased instead of decreasing. When Duan Rufeng reached the end of his sentence, he felt helpless as well. In the Debussy subterranean, whether it was his own strength or the Azure Cloud Mansion's strength, although they did not dare to say they were the strongest, they were not afraid of anyone or any force. However, this was only in the lower province. In the upper province, there were as many powerhouses as there were clouds, and powerful forces were as numerous as a carp crossing a river. Whether it was him or the Azure Cloud Mansion, although they were not at the bottom in the upper province, they could only be considered as below average. This was because there were too many ancient and powerful forces in the upper province. Although they were not as powerful as the three great sects, including the Zoroastrianism, they were still extremely powerful. Zoroastrianism, a top force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Duan Rufeng's words, Li Ro, whose face was ghastly pale, turned limp and collapsed. Fortunately, Duan Rufeng moved quickly and caught Li Ro in time. He could understand his wife's feelings. In the past, he had heard his wife talking about his daughter-in-law, Ke, more than once. He knew that in his wife's heart, Ke's position was not inferior to their son. Brother Feng. Do you think something will happen to Ke and the child in her stomach? Li Ro asked with reddened eyes. I won't. Don't worry. Duan Rufeng comforted him. The person who took Ke away claimed to be Ke's twin sister. She also seemed to have a good attitude towards Ke, so she probably wouldn't hurt her. Of course, although Duan Rufeng said so, he was thinking something else in his heart. Perhaps, Ke's sister wouldn't do anything to Ke, but she might not leave the child in Ke's belly. In addition, even if Ke had the protection of her sister, she might not be able to withstand the storm of Zoroastrianism. It was not a small matter for the saintess of Zoroastrianism to lose her chastity outside. Duan Rufeng did not have a deep understanding of Zoroastrianism. However, as far as he knew, in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the saintesses of the three great sects, including Zoroastrianism, were required to be virgins. This was because only then would they be qualified to represent their respective sections. Not only had Ke been with his son, but she was also pregnant with his son's child. If Zoroastrianism found out about this, Kerr would definitely not have a good ending. Naturally, he did not tell his wife, Li Ro, about this because he knew if he did, his wife, Li Ro, would be even more worried about Kerr's safety. This was not something he wanted to see. Moreover, although Duan Rufeng had told Li Ro that he would send someone to look for Duan Lingtian, he was not very enthusiastic about this matter. All of this was, naturally, due to the Oracle Man's instructions. According to the Oracle Man, even if their family wanted to be reunited, it would be best if his son took the initiative to look for him instead of his people looking for his son. Tian, it's not that I'm heartless, but this is also a form of training for you. I believe the Oracle Man wouldn't do something without thinking. He must have asked me to do this for your own good. Although Duan Rufeng missed his son, Duan Lingtian, very much, he did not want to lose his son. However, when he thought about how this matter would affect his son's future, he made up his mind. Will my son really be able to defeat the five-clawed golden dragon, Di Ju, in 5 years? Duan Rufeng suddenly remembered the battle he had arranged for Duan Lingtian according to the Oracle Man's instructions. The winner of the battle would obtain the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. If it were him, although he was confident in his son, he did not think his son would be able to defeat Di Ju in 5 years. However, this was the decision made by the Oracle Man due to his trust in the Oracle Man. He forced himself to believe his son would be able to defeat him in 5 years. If I bring Tian back now and let him cultivate in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he'll most likely not be a match for Di Ju in 5 years. But if we let him stay outside, there are too many possibilities. It was precisely because of this that Duan Rufeng was so cooperative with the Oracle Man currently. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware of his father's thoughts. Duan Rufeng. Ever since he returned to the Sita clan in the capital, he had been having a headache. This was because as his reputation spread out, more and more people came to visit the Sita clan, hoping to meet him. Initially, in order to give face to the clan leader of Sita clan, Situ Hao, he met many people. However, in the end, he became annoyed and told Situ Hao that he was going into closed-door cultivation. Then, he squeezed himself into his room and entered the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to cultivate. No matter how turbulent the outside world was, he remained in the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and cultivated quietly. He was not affected at all. Naturally, before he went into closed-door cultivation, he had also informed Situ Hang, the great young master of Sita clan, that if his senior brother came after hearing the news, he could immediately knock on his door and wake him up. Apart from that, he would not even meet the Windfall Nation's emperor if he came personally. Naturally, this was just a casual remark made by Duan Lingtian. Although he had defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and replaced her as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. However, his current strength was not enough for the Windfall Nation's emperor to personally visit him. In Windfall Nation, as the news of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu spread out, it was completely stirred up. Lady Feng, who was known as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, was actually defeated by another young man and was even replaced. Not only did she lose her ranking in the Heaven ranking, but she had also lost her title as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. That young man was called Duan Lingtian, and he was also the interim advisor of Sita clan in the capital. I can't believe that in just a few years, there would be 2 monstrous geniuses among the younger generation in our Windfall Nation. With their innate talent and strength, I'm afraid they'll be ranked first among the younger generation in the entire Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Looks like our Windfall Nation's feng shui is pretty good. First, there's Lady Feng, and now there's Master Duan. Both of them are outstanding people among the younger generation below the age of 40. Chapter 1602. The Dark Nether sect was a 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Naturally, it could only be considered as a 7th-rate sect in Windfall Nation. Among all the 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation, it was ranked at the bottom. There were only 2 Saint Stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect. This sect was made up of more than 80% Devil cultivators. Devil cultivators could be found everywhere in this sect, and it was rare to find a non-demon cultivator. The Dark Nether sect's estate was located in a mountain range. There was a vast valley in the middle. The 7th grade Saint Stone vein that the Dark Nether sect controlled was located in this valley. Usually, many people would come here to mine for Saint Stones. As a Devil Dao sect, the Dark Nether sect was, naturally, different from ordinary sects in terms of manpower. Ordinary sects would send their disciples to the Saint Stone vein in batches to mine for Saint Stones. However, the Dark Nether sect would simply capture laborers and let them mine for Saint Stones here. Due to this reason, the Dark Nether sect's Saint Stone mining had always been very smooth. Their speed was very fast as well. It seemed like they were catching up with most of the 7th-rate forces. Although the Dark Nether sect's overall strength was not strong, their Saint Stone storage was one of the best among all the 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. In the vast valley in the middle of the Dark Nether sect's estate, a group of laborers was still busy working even though the sun was blazing high up in the sky. Each of them had a tired expression on their faces, but they did not dare to stop what they were doing. Crack! As soon as one of the middle-aged laborers stopped what he was doing, he was whipped by a Dark Nether sect's disciple who was watching them. The whip landed on the middle-aged laborer's back, leaving a burning scar on his back. Blood continued to seep out of the wound. The middle-aged laborers had stopped to rest because he was too tired. When he was whipped, he instantly fell to the ground. He no longer had the strength to get up. "My lord, I can't move anymore." The middle-aged laborers endured the pain as he struggled to speak to the Dark Nether sect's disciple who was holding the whip. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, a sharp sword appeared in the Dark Nether sect's disciple's hand. The moment the sword appeared, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. A hint of panic could be seen in his eyes as the sword pierced through his chest, killing him instantly. After killing him, the Dark Nether sect's disciple raised his hand and lifted the middle-aged laborer's body. Then, he looked at the wound on the middle-aged laborer's chest and began to swallow the blood that flowed out of the middle-aged laborer's body. As he swallowed the Blood Nether sect's disciple's blood-red mist, it was obvious that he was cultivating in an unusual way. This was the cultivation method of the Nether sect. Of course, not all devil cultivators relied on human blood to cultivate. This was only a small branch of the devil cultivation method. Seeing this scene, many of the laborers in the surroundings quivered. They hurriedly propped up their tired bodies and continued to work. They did not want to follow in the footsteps of this middle-aged man. In the Dark Nether sect, their lives as servants were, without a doubt, worthless. This is a demonic cultivator. As Nether sects, although these people's robes were made of precious cloth, they seemed to be covered in a layer of dust, making them look like they were covered in dirt. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize these dusty people as Feng Wu Dao, Sima Chang Feng, and the others. Apart from Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao and the others were here. However, they were currently the Dark Nether sect's disciples. Fortunately, we have Elder Bai Li's protection. Otherwise, I would have been killed yesterday. Nangong Yi smiled wryly. Yesterday, because he was too tired, he slacked off and rested for a while and was whipped a few times. At that time, he could not even stand up. However, the Dark Nether sect's disciple did not kill him. He guessed that Bai Li Hong must have had something to do with him receiving such treatment. I wonder how Elder Bai Li is doing now. The Dark Nether sect's disciple was not polite to Elder Bai Li at all. When they found out where Elder Bai Li's weakness, they even used us to threaten Elder Bai Li to inscribe saint inscriptions for them. Chen Xiao Shui said worriedly. Based on the current situation, Elder Bai Li should be fine. Otherwise, the Dark Nether sect's disciple wouldn't have been so polite to Nangong Yi yesterday. Xiong Quan said. Speaking of which, we're really unlucky to have encountered the Dark Nether sect's disciples. Moreover, if it weren't for us, Elder Bai Li wouldn't have allowed himself to be captured that day. When Gold Thug reached the end of his sentence, a guilty expression could be seen on his face. That's right. With Elder Bai Li's strength, even if he couldn't bring us along, it shouldn't be a problem for him to leave on his own. Sima Chang Feng nodded in agreement. As it turned out, after Bai Li Hong brought Feng Wu Dao and the others away from the Moon Illumination sect, they had indeed come to Windfall Nation just as Duan Lingtian had speculated. Their destination was the capital of Windfall Nation. However, their luck was not good. Not long after they arrived in Windfall Nation, they encountered the Dark Nether Sect's disciples who were trying to capture them. The leader was one of the vice sect leaders of Dark Nether Sect. He was also one of the top 5 imminent saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether Sect. In front of this powerhouse, Bai Li Hong had the chance to escape on his own. However, since he was alone, it was almost impossible for him to bring Feng Wudao and the others away. Since Bai Li Hong did not escape on his own, the group of them was captured by the Dark Nether Sect's disciples. Initially, Bai Li Hong had revealed that he was a 3-star Saint Inscription Master because he wanted the Dark Nether Sect to treat Feng Wudao and the others well on account of his value as a 3-star Saint Inscription Master. He did not want them to be forced to do manual labor. However, as a Devil Dao sect, the Dark Nether Sect did not fall for Bai Li Hong's trick. Not only did they force Feng Wudao and the others to do manual labor, but they even used their lives to threaten Bai Li Hong to serve the Dark Nether Sect. If Bai Li Hong dared to disobey, they would kill Feng Wudao and the others. In Bai Li Hong's opinion, Feng Wudao and the others were entrusted to him by his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. If anything happened to any of them, he would not be able to answer to Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he could only cooperate with the Dark Nether Sect and did not dare to act recklessly. However, he did state a condition. Feng Wudao and the others' lives must not be in danger. Otherwise, even if he died, he would not inscribe saint inscriptions for the Dark Nether Sect. The Dark Nether Sect knew this was Bai Li Hong's bottom line, so they agreed to his request. It was precisely because of Rong Chui that Feng Wudao and the others' lives were not in danger for the time being. Hey! Have you heard? Our Windfall Nation has another outstanding young genius. I think his name is Duan Lingtian. He's the interim advisor of the Sita clan in the capital. Chapter 1603. The 2 Dark Nether Sect's disciples were in charge of monitoring the laborers who were excavating the Saint Stone Reserve. They chatted casually as though no one was around. However, when their idle chatter entered into the ears of Feng Wudao and the others, it caused Feng Wudao and the others to be stunned. Duan Lingtian? Young genius? Interim advisor of Sita clan? Feng Wudao and the others looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. Do all of you think it's that brat Lingtian? Feng Wudao was the first to ask. It's possible. Sima Chang Feng nodded. It should be young master. However, how did young master become the interim advisor of Sita clan? Xiong Quan was confused. Perhaps, it's just someone with the same name, Chen Xiao Shui said. He was not as optimistic as Feng Wudao. After all, although Duan Lingtian's innate talent and strength were beyond his reach, he was still far from being qualified to become the interim advisor of Sita clan in the capital. The Sita clan in the capital was a force that was even more powerful than the Dark Nether Sect they were currently in. It was a powerful 7th-rate clan. It was not easy to become the interim advisor of the Sita clan. Indeed, it's just someone with the same name. Nangong Yi nodded. He was as calm as Chen Xiao Shui. Young genius, Duan Lingtian. Perhaps, it's the same person. It was rare for Nangong Chen to speak. Hey! What are all of you doing? Are you trying to slack off? While Feng Wudao and the others were daydreaming, one of the 2 Dark Nether Sect's disciples who passed by shouted angrily. With a raise of his hand, the whip in his hand landed on Chen Xiao Shui's face. Slap! In just an instant, a purplish-black scar appeared on Chen Xiao Shui's face. Blood was still flowing out of it. The sudden whip also caused Chen Xiao Shui to stagger and almost fall to the ground. The intense pain caused him to grunt. When he regained his senses, he glared at the Dark Nether Sect's disciple who had whipped him. When had he ever been humiliated like this since he came to the Dao Martial Saint land from the mortal continent? What? You still want to fight me? When the Dark Nether Sect's disciple saw the anger in Chen Xiao Shui's eyes, he smiled. He raised the whip in his hand again, wanting to whip Chen Xiao Shui again. Chen Xiao Shui's face darkened, and he wanted to fight back. At this moment, He no longer cared whether he was a match for the other party. He might not be as strong as the other party, but that didn't mean that he didn't have dignity. However, before Chen Shaoshui could make his move, Feng Wudao and the others stood in front of Chen Shaoshui. All of them stared coldly at the dark nether sect's disciple who had raised the whip. What? Do you all want to die? This was the first time this dark nether sect's disciple had seen a slave acting so arrogantly. Killing intent instantly flashed in his eyes. He wanted to kill Feng Wudao and the others. They have a close relationship with the new 3-star Saint Inscription Master in the sect. Vice Sect Leader Tan personally ordered that they can work, but they are not allowed to cripple or kill them. Another dark nether sect's disciple stopped his companion and reminded him through voice transmission. Are they the ones who were captured together with that 3-star Saint Inscription Master? The latter could not help but frown when he heard this. He had also heard that among the new slaves, there were a few who could not be touched. At most, he could only teach them a lesson. If they were crippled or even killed, the ones who would have to bear the consequences would be him, the one who would have to bear the consequences. However, it did not cross his mind that the slaves who could not be touched were the ones who were rude to him. Although he could still teach the people in front of him a lesson, it was obvious that they were going to fight him to the death based on their attitude. He instantly dismissed the idea of teaching them a lesson. If these people were to risk their lives against him, he might accidentally be ruthless and cause them to suffer a great loss. He did not care about these people's lives. However, he had no choice but to obey the vice sect leader's order. He shuddered when he thought about the consequences of disobeying the vice sect leader's order. He did not dare to try it himself. Humph. The dark nether sect's disciple snorted coldly and put down the whip. He glanced at Chen Shaoshui with killing intent before he left with his companion. Meanwhile, the group of slaves nearby had an envious expression on their faces when they looked at Feng Wudao and the others. Although Feng Wudao and the others were also slaves, their treatment was much better than theirs. At the very least, they would not lose their lives here. However, they did not know why the dark nether sect's disciple did not kill them. When Feng Wudao and the others saw the two dark nether sect's disciples leaving, they began to discuss among themselves again. It doesn't matter if that person is Duan Lingtian or not. We have to confirm it. If he is, with the Sita clan's influence, it won't be difficult for us to escape. I really don't want to stay in this godforsaken place any longer. Nangong Yi said. Although they were spared because of Bai Li Hong, they did not want to die. However, the humiliation they suffered here was unbearable. Nangong Yi's suggestion was also approved by the others. For now, the biggest problem is we can't contact that Duan Lingtian from the Sita clan in the capital. We're now slaves of the Dark Nether sect. It's impossible for us to leave this place. Sima Changfeng said. That's a problem. Gold Thug nodded. Even if Master is really in the Sita clan, he doesn't know we're here. We still can't escape. All of you seem to have overlooked a problem. At this moment, Feng Wudao spoke. His eyes shone with a wise gleam as though he had seen through everything. And his words had successfully attracted the gazes of Sima Changfeng and the others. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Feng Wudao said, let's not talk about whether that Duan Lingtian from the Sita clan in the capital is the Lingtian brat we know. Since his name has spread all the way here, I'm sure Elder Bai Li must have heard about it as well. With Elder Bai Li's wisdom, it's only natural that he'll think of a way to confirm if that Duan Lingtian from the Sita clan is the Lingtian brat we know. If he's the Lingtian brat, it doesn't matter how he became the interim advisor of the Sita clan. As long as he can get the Sita clan to help him, it won't be difficult for him to rescue us and Elder Bai Li. Feng Wudao finished his sentence in one breath. The moment Feng Wudao's words left his mouth, the eyes of Sima Changfeng and the others lit up immediately. Why didn't I think of this? Nangong Yi smiled wryly. As the saying goes, too much concern leads to confusion. I've just thought of this problem as well. Now that we've heard about the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, I'm sure Elder Bai Li has heard about it as well. Feng Wudao added. Just as Feng Wudao had said, Bai Li Hong had indeed heard about the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian. As a 3-star saint inscription master, although he was imprisoned by the Dark Nether sect, his life was much better than Feng Wu Dao and the others. Naturally, with his strength, he would not be able to escape unless there was a saint stage powerhouse watching him. Chapter 1604. There were only 2 saint stage powerhouses in the entire Dark Nether sect. Naturally, it was impossible for them to keep an eye on Bai Li Hong. The reason Bai Li Hong did not leave was because of Feng Wu Dao and the others. He had been thinking of ways to save them and leave the Dark Nether sect. However, he could not find a chance to do so. This was because he realized the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect who had brought him back seemed to have guessed his plan. He would take the initiative to keep an eye on him. Even if the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect did not keep an eye on him, it would still be difficult for him to save Feng Wu Dao and the others. This was because there was also an imminent saint stage powerhouse guarding the place where the slaves were imprisoned. If he approached, the imminent saint stage powerhouse would notice him immediately. He could escape by himself, but it was not realistic for him to bring Feng Wu Dao and the others along. After all, there were 7 of them. Duan Lingtian? The interim advisor of Sita clan? When Bai Li Hong heard the name of the Sita clan's interim advisor, Master Duan, who had recently become famous in Windfall Nation, his heart skipped a beat. He was pleasantly surprised. It's junior brother. He came to Windfall Nation. When Bai Li Hong found out the interim advisor of Sita clan was also called Duan Lingtian, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian was his junior brother. This was because he had told his junior brother that he would come to Windfall Nation if he had the chance in the future. And he had indeed come. Not only had he come, he had also brought along Feng Wu Dao and the others. Unfortunately, the people from the Dark Nether sect had suddenly appeared and captured them. They were forced to stay in the Dark Nether sect. However, how did junior brother become the interim advisor of Sita clan? The Sita clan is a famous clan in Windfall Nation. Although it's also a 7th-rate force like the Dark Nether sect, it's undoubtedly much more powerful. The Dark Nether sect only has 2 saint stage devil cultivators. Before Bai Li Hong came to Windfall Nation, he had heard of the Sita clan in Windfall Nation. As for the Dark Nether sect, he had never heard of it before. Based on this alone, one could tell the Dark Nether sect was far inferior to the Sita clan. However, it was such a powerful 7th-rate clan that his junior brother had actually become a guest elder of their clan. Junior brother really knows how to give people surprises. The reason he was certain that the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, was his junior brother was not only because he had mentioned to his junior brother that he wanted to come to Windfall Nation if he had the chance, but more so because of the age of the interim advisor of Sita clan. That foreign elder of the Sita clan was not even 40 years old. And his junior brother was not even 40 years old. Junior brother's improvement is really ridiculous. Even Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect was defeated by him. Bai Li Hong sighed. He had never heard of Lady Feng when he was in the Moon Illumination sect in the 9 Sect Alliances district. However, after coming to Windfall Nation, these 3 words reverberated like thunder in his ears. It was because these 3 words symbolized the number 1 person in the younger generation in Windfall Nation. The strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation was actually a young woman. Bai Li Hong was shocked for a long time when he found out about this. It wasn't that he looked down on women. Instead, it was because women were born weaker than men in many aspects and did not have any innate advantages. For a woman to be able to achieve such an achievement, her innate talent must be shockingly high. At that time, he had wondered if Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect or his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had a higher innate talent. Now, the truth had given him the answer. The interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, had defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect outside Drift Blaze sect and replaced her as the 23rd powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage in the Heaven ranking. Since junior brother is in Sita clan, and he's even the interim advisor, I don't think Sita clan will reject him if he asks for help. The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he sighed in relief. There's hope for them now. When Bai Li Hong muttered to himself, he was, naturally, referring to Feng Wu Dao and the others. Previously, he could not see any hope. However, he saw a ray of hope now. The ray of hope came from his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, who was also the interim advisor of Sita clan. The most important thing now is to find an excuse to go to the capital. Then, I'll think of a way to contact junior brother. Soon after, Bai Lihong thought to himself, although I can leave without anyone noticing, the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect will definitely fly into a rage and vent his anger on them. At that time, even if I bring reinforcements, I'm not sure if they're still alive. If something happens to them, what's the point of me bringing reinforcements? Bai Lihong knew he had to find an excuse to let the Dark Nether sect allow him to go to the capital of Windfall Nation openly. That's it. Soon after, Bai Lihong thought of an idea. He immediately went to look for the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect who had captured him, Feng Wudao, and the others. He did not beat around the bush and said, "Vice sect leader Tan, I want to go to the capital of Windfall Nation to buy some saint inscription materials." Buy saint inscription materials? Upon hearing Bai Lihong's words, vice sect leader Tan of Dark Nether sect, a slightly muscular old man who was dressed in a long black robe, frowned. "What materials do you need? Tell me, and I'll help you look for them in the sect storehouse. If they're not in the storehouse, I can ask someone to buy them outside." Vice sect leader Tan, "I'm not sure what kind of materials I need, so I'll have to go there personally." When Bai Lihong reached this part of his sentence, he noticed vice sect leader Tan's expression darkened. It was as though he was about to reject him. Bai Lihong instantly beat him to it and said, "The materials I need are all for 4-star saint inscriptions. I feel like I'm close to becoming a 4-star saint inscription master. As long as there are materials for me to study, I'm confident I'll be able to become a 4-star saint inscription master in a short time." 4-star saint inscription master. One had to admit that Bai Lihong's words were very useful and tempting. At the very least, it caused vice sect leader Tan's eyes to light up with joy. There were no 4-star saint inscription masters in the Dark Nether sect at all. There were only 2 3-star saint inscription masters, including Bai Lihong. If there's a 4-star saint inscription master in our Dark Nether sect, the moment Tan Chi, the vice sect leader of Yin Yang sect, thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement. His gaze when he looked at Bai Lihong had become much friendlier. "When do you plan to depart?" "I'll go with you. Tomorrow." Bai Lihong was not surprised that Tan Chi wanted to follow him to the capital of Windfall Nation. Perhaps, he would be surprised if Tan Chi did not follow him. "Junior brother, we'll be reunited very soon." After Tan Chi agreed to it, Bai Lihong was inexplicably excited. Chapter 1605. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of what was happening outside. Currently, he was cultivating on the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The flow of time in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was slow. 5 days inside was only 1 day outside. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had plenty of time to cultivate. At the very least, he was more efficient than anyone else in the Dao Martial Saint land. After stabilizing his cultivation base at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, Duan Lingtian began to break through to the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. This was because he would only be able to break through to the Imminent Saint stage and the Saint stage after entering the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Although his current strength was almost invincible among those below the Saint stage, his cultivation base was still close to the peak of the Saint stage. However, his cultivation base was only close to the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. He had not truly entered the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. With the strength I've displayed so far, if my cultivation base breaks through to the Imminent Saint stage, the true energy in my Qi will also be abundant to a certain extent. At that time, I should be able to fight against the weakest Saint stage powerhouse if I use all my techniques, right? Apart from cultivating, Duan Lingtian was also looking forward to the future. Naturally, although he was looking forward to it, he was not certain. After all, he had witnessed the strength of a Saint stage powerhouse. It was not something a Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse could compare to. It would be a brand new transformation. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Hua Lao immediately heard the sound and promptly informed Duan Lingtian. You have news about senior brother and the others? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. He had told Situ Hang, the great young master of Situ clan, not to disturb his cultivation unless there was news about his senior brother. Now that someone knocked on the door, it was obvious there was news about his senior brother. After leaving the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and opening the door, Duan Lingtian immediately saw Situ Hang standing outside. Young Master Hang, you have news about my senior brother? Yes. Situ Hang nodded. Where's my senior brother? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Master Duan, speaking of which, it's actually not our people who found senior brother Ling. It was senior brother Ling who took the initiative to look for us. However, senior brother Ling seems to have encountered some trouble. He only asked someone to send a voice transmission jade token to our Situ clan. Situ Hang said. The voice transmission jade token was a jade token that was inscribed with the voice transmission saint inscription in the Dao Martial Saint land. It was similar to the voice transmission jade slip on Cloud Continent that could store sound. Of course, voice transmission jade slips could store more sounds than voice transmission jade slips, and they were not easily damaged. It was just like the voice transmission jade slip that Duan Ruffing had left for Duan Lingtian. The voice transmission jade slip that had been hidden in the exquisite jade box had been damaged. If it had been replaced with a voice transmission jade slip, it would not have been damaged so easily. Due to the destruction of the voice transmission jade slip, Duan Lingtian was unable to meet up with Kumi in time. Otherwise, he would have been living the life of a young mansion master in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Huh. Upon hearing Situ Hang's words, Duan Lingtian frowned. Then, does this mean you're not certain he's my senior brother as well? The person who sent the voice transmission jade slip said Bai Li Hong asked him to send the jade slip. I don't think I'm mistaken, right? Situ Hang said. If that's the case, I don't think I'm mistaken. Duan Lingtian nodded. After taking the voice transmission jade slip from Situ Hang, Duan Lingtian mobilized his true energy and inserted it into the jade slip. The method of activating the voice transmission jade slip was the same as the method of activating the voice transmission jade slip. Soon after, a familiar voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. Junior brother, when I heard a young interim advisor, Duan Lingtian, has recently appeared in the Situ clan, I was certain it was you. Only you're capable of defeating the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation, Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Currently, you're famous in Windfall Nation. I think you must have done this on purpose to let us know about your existence. It seems like you've also guessed I've come to Windfall Nation. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian felt excited. He could tell this was his senior brother, Bai Li Hong's voice. It was definitely not fake. Actually, when you escaped from the Moon Illumination sect, the others and I almost encountered a calamity as well. Fortunately, the few Saint Stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect had their attention on you. Otherwise, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape from the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect, I brought them to Windfall Nation. Initially, we planned to go to the capital of Windfall Nation since it's the most prosperous and safest place in Windfall Nation. Who would have thought we would encounter a calamity not long after we arrived in Windfall Nation? All of us were confined in the Dark Nether sect. Fortunately, due to my ability to inscribe saint inscriptions, the people from the Dark Nether sect didn't kill us. However, they were forced to work for the Dark Nether sect and were sent to excavate the Saint Stone Reserve. Up until now, I'm not completely confident I'll be able to bring them out of here unharmed. If you have a say in the Situ clan, you can ask them for help. I'm sure the Dark Nether sect won't dare to not let us go. Bai Li Hong continued to speak. Naturally, it's fine if the Situ clan isn't willing to help. I'll think of a way to bring them out of the Dark Nether sect unharmed. Once we've left the Dark Nether sect, we'll go to the capital to look for you. For now, our lives won't be in danger. Apart from these words, Bai Li Hong also said he had come to the capital with an excuse. Moreover, there was a vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect and 2 Dark Nether sect elders by his side. The vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect was called Tan Chi. He was an eminent Saint Stage powerhouse. As for the two Dark Nether sect elders, they were also elites at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. Their cultivation bases were close to the imminent Saint stage. After Bai Lihong finished speaking, the contents of the voice transmission jade token finally came to an end. Dark Nether sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly. Killing intent surged in his heart. How dare the Dark Nether sect enslave his senior brother, his family, and friends? In his opinion, this was no different from a slap in the face. Master Duan, what did your senior brother say in the voice transmission jade token? Is there anything you need my help with? Situ Heng asked in a timely manner when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression was slightly off. His words were like rain in a drought. Young Master Heng, do you know about the Dark Nether sect? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Situ Heng. In the voice transmission jade token, his senior brother Bai Lihong did not tell him what kind of sect the Dark Nether sect was. He could guess the reason why his senior brother did not tell him. He must have known he could ask around in the Siddha clan. Dark Nether sect? I know about it. Situ Heng nodded. The Dark Nether sect is similar to the Drift Blaze sect. It's also a 7th-rate sect in our Windfall Nation. However, although they're both 7th-rate sects, the Dark Nether sect can't be compared to the Drift Blaze sect at all. In fact, they're far from being comparable to our Siddha clan. In Windfall Nation, the Dark Nether sect is considered one of the weakest 7th-rate forces. They only have 2 Saint Stage powerhouses. Moreover, those 2 Saint Stage powerhouses had only broken through to the Saint Stage in recent years. 7th-rate sect? 2 Saint Stage powerhouses? Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. No matter how powerful or how many martial and Dao cultivators below the Saint Stage were, he was not afraid of them. With his current strength, he was confident he was invincible below the Saint Stage. However, a Saint Stage powerhouse was not someone he could deal with. At the very least, it was not someone he could deal with now. Master Duan, why did you suddenly ask about the Dark Nether sect? Is it related to your senior brother's current situation? As the great young master of Siddha clan, Situ Heng was, naturally, not a fool. Naturally, he could guess many things from Duan Lingtian's question. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything and directly told him about his senior brother and his friends being imprisoned by the Dark Nether sect. Since the Dark Nether sect is a 7th-rate sect, with my current strength, it's almost impossible for me to rescue my senior brother and my friends. Young Master Heng, are you and your father willing to help me? If you can rescue my senior brother and my friends, Duan Lingtian will owe you a favor. Duan Lingtian said solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. All this while, Duan Lingtian had rarely promised favors. This was because he knew a favor was the hardest to repay. However, at that moment, for the sake of his senior brother, for the sake of his family and friends, he had decided to make a debt of gratitude. Dark Nether sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Situ Heng's eyes gleamed a few times before he said, Master Duan, if the other party isn't the Dark Nether sect, even if it's a 7th-rate force that's slightly more powerful than the Dark Nether sect, I'll agree to your request immediately. However, since it's related to the Dark Nether sect, I'll have to report this to my father and let him make the decision. The moment Situ Heng's words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian could not help but frown. He instantly felt that Situ Heng was trying to evade his request. The Dark Nether sect was only a 7th-rate force at the bottom of Windfall Nation. Why would the Siddha clan be afraid of it? When Situ Heng saw Duan Lingtian frowning, he, naturally, could guess what was on Duan Lingtian's mind. He smiled wryly and said, Master Duan, I'm not trying to evade your request. It's just that the Dark Nether sect has something to do with our Siddha clan. It has something to do with your Siddha clan? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. He did not expect the Siddha clan to have something to do with the Dark Nether sect. If he had known earlier, he would not have saved Situ Heng. Naturally, this was merely a thought in his mind. Even if he knew the Siddha clan had something to do with the Dark Nether sect, he would still save Situ Heng if he did not know his senior brother and friends were imprisoned by the Dark Nether sect. This was because he had saved Situ Heng because of the huge reward the Siddha clan had promised him. Yes. Chapter 1606. Situ Zhuo was the second young master of Situ clan. He was also the one who almost caused Situ Heng to lose his life. As for Situ Ming, he was Situ Zhuo's father. On the surface, his status was only below Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan. He was known as the second Master Ming. Although the Situ clan appeared to be united on the surface, it was actually divided into two factions. One of the factions was led by the clan leader, Situ Hao. The other faction was led by the second master, Situ Ming. In fact, Situ Ming's faction didn't start opposing our faction from his generation. In the previous generation, his father, like him, established his own faction in the Situ clan and went against my grandfather, the previous clan leader of Situ clan. Situ Heng continued to say. The Dark Nether sect rose to prominence when Situ Ming's father was still in his prime. According to our information, Situ Ming's father was the one who supported the Dark Nether sect. At the critical moment, the Dark Nether sect would become a sharp knife in Situ Ming's hands that would stab the chest of our faction. When Situ Heng reached this part of the sentence, his expression turned slightly solemn. All this while, our faction has been trying to get rid of the Dark Nether sect, but we haven't been able to do so. This is all because Situ Ming's faction has been protecting them in the dark. If we really make a move, I'm afraid Situ Ming's faction will take the risk and completely break ties with us for the sake of the Dark Nether sect. At that time, even if our faction is able to emerge victorious, the Situ clan will definitely suffer heavy casualties. At that time, the Situ clan might be reduced to a seventh-rate force like the current Dark Nether sect. Situ Heng voiced out his concerns. I see. After listening to Situ Heng's explanation, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up. If this was the case, Situ Heng's attitude earlier was understandable. In that case, even if you look for the clan leader of Situ clan, he might not be willing to help me? Duan Lingtian asked. Master Duan, I really want to help you. I believe my father feels the same way. However, even my father has to consider the bigger picture. However, my father might be able to think of a way to save senior brother Ling and your friends from the Dark Nether sect without offending Situ Ming's faction. Situ Heng spoke with an apologetic expression on his face. Most of the people from the Dark Nether sect are devil cultivators. It's best if we don't drag this out. Otherwise, your senior brother and your friends and family will be in danger. I'll ask my father for help. When Duan clan leader of the clan leader, Situ Hao, clan leader of clan. Wait. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian called out to Situ Heng. His eyes gleamed as he asked, earlier, you said most of the people in the Dark Nether sect are devil cultivators? Master's factions A, and Master. However, to Duan Ling Tian, they were meat on the chopping board. Naturally, this only applied to devil cultivators whose cultivation base was at most one stage higher than Duan Ling Tian. If it was a devil cultivator whose cultivation base was 2 stages higher than Duan Ling Tian would not be able to do anything about it. If he encountered such a devil cultivator, he would be like a fish on a chopping board. This was because the devil seal tablet in his hand could only deal with devil cultivators who were 1 stage higher than him. Yes. Although Situ Heng did not know why Duan Ling Tian was interested in this, he still nodded and said, most of the elders and disciples in the Dark Nether sect are devil cultivators. As for the most powerful sect leader, Supreme Elder, and the few vice sect leaders, they're all devil cultivators. As devil cultivators, although the sect leader and Supreme Elder of the Dark Nether sect had just broken through to the Saint stage a few decades ago and are considered the weakest among the Saint stage, their combat strength is much stronger than ordinary Saint stage martial and Dao cultivators. This is the advantage of devil cultivators in this aspect. The combat strength of devil cultivators is famous in the Dao martial saint land. Situ Heng continued to say. Duan Ling Tian was aware of everything Situ Heng said. Devil cultivator? Strong combat strength? However, Situ Heng's words were a joke to Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps, devil cultivators were stronger than ordinary martial and Dao cultivators. However, to Duan Ling Tian who possessed the devil seal tablet, they were not worth mentioning. Naturally, This applied to devil cultivators who were one stage higher than him. Young Master Hang, tell me the truth. Even if you look for your father, how confident are you? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Situ Hang with a glint in his eyes. Master Duan, although you're not older than me, I've always treated you as an elder. I don't want to lie to you, and I don't want to lie to you as well. I'm afraid I'm less than 30% confident. Situ Hang sighed. He felt guilty. In that case, there's no need for you to tell your father about this. Duan Lingtian said. Master Duan? Situ Hang was stunned. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. Could it be that he was angry? I'll deal with this matter. After speaking to Situ Hang, Duan Lingtian left and disappeared from Situ Hang's sight in just a blink of an eye. Young Master Hang, I know you'll still tell your father about this matter. However, I appreciate your kindness. Even if I tell your father about this matter, and even if your father wants to help me, I hope you won't make a move. Perhaps, I'll give you a surprise when I return. Just as Situ Hang was about to look for his father, Situ Hao, to tell him about this matter, Duan Lingtian's voice transmission entered his ears again. Duan Lingtian's voice transmission was filled with confidence. Situ Hang was stunned again. He did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from. On the other side. After Duan Lingtian left the Situ clan's mansion, he walked through the streets of the Windfall Nation's capital and headed west. According to the voice transmission jade token sent by his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, he would be staying at one of the Dark Nether Sex bases in the Windfall Nation's capital. The Dark Nether Sex base was not a secret in the Windfall Nation's capital. Anyone could find out about it if they asked anyone. As a seventh-rate force, even if it was at the bottom, it was still a force with a Saint Stage powerhouse. Due to this reason, the Dark Nether Sex base in the capital was extremely luxurious. Although it could not be compared to the Situ clan's mansion, it was still extremely spacious. When he arrived at the Dark Nether Sex base, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not go through the main entrance. Instead, he climbed over the wall and entered. Chapter 1607. In the Dark Nether Sex base in the capital of Windfall Nation, there was usually only one vice sect leader guarding it. Coupled with Tan Chi, the vice sect leader of Dark Nether sect, who came with Bai Li Hong, there were only two imminent Saint Stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether Sex base. Although they were only two imminent Saint Stage devil cultivators, Duan Lingtian was not afraid of them at all. Put aside the fact that he had the Devil Seal Tablet, a super saint weapon on the 10 Great Saint weapon ranking, he was confident he could defeat them even without the Devil Seal Tablet. With his current strength, he was invincible below the Saint stage if he used all his techniques. In a quiet courtyard in the Dark Nether Sex base, Bai Li Hong was pacing back and forth as he muttered to himself, Junior brother should have received the voice transmission jade token by now, right? At this moment, Bai Li Hong was unaware that his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had already infiltrated the Dark Nether Sex base. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian had infiltrated the Dark Nether Sex base, he immediately grabbed a Dark Nether Sex disciple who was stationed there and threatened him, Speak. Where's the 3-star Saint Inscription Master from your Dark Nether Sex base? If you don't want to die, you better not lie to me. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed coldly, causing the Dark Nether Sex disciple to shudder. The young man in front of him looked young, but when he was grabbed, he could not muster up any strength to resist at all. Based on this, one could see how powerful the young man was. He's in the courtyard near the north of the east. There's a 100-year-old fir tree in front of the courtyard. The Dark Nether Sex disciple cooperated. After receiving the Dark Nether Sex disciple's answer, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and knocked him out. He did not kill him. The reason he did not kill him was because the other party was cooperative. Moreover, it did not matter if the other party was still alive or not. According to the Dark Nether Sex disciple, Duan Lingtian quickly found the courtyard where Bai Li Hong was. After he entered the courtyard, he immediately saw Bai Li Hong who was pacing back and forth with a frown on his face. Senior brother. Seeing Bai Li Hong's familiar figure, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately greeted him. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Bai Li Hong immediately turned around. Junior brother. A hint of surprise appeared on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. However, when he realized Duan Lingtian was alone, he could not help but frown. His heart was filled with confusion. Where are the people from the Sida clan? Why didn't you come with junior brother? Master Bailey, I didn't expect you to have a junior brother. Just as Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong were looking at each other, an untimely voice was heard, followed by the appearance of a figure in a black robe. Tan Chi, you're actually monitoring me? Bai Li Hong's face darkened when he saw the old man. He said coldly, my junior brother is only here to see me. What are you trying to do? Your junior brother is only here to see you. Tan Chi smiled when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Master Bailey, it seems like your junior brother is quite strong to be able to appear here without anyone noticing. It seems like he wasn't brought here by a dark nether sex disciple. When Tan Chi reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he sized up Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had come alone, Tan Chi, naturally, regarded him as an uninvited guest. My junior brother's strength has nothing to do with you. He's only here to see me, his senior brother. After that, he'll naturally leave. Bai Li Hong, who did not see the people from the Sida clan, said in a timely manner. Naturally, he did not want Duan Lingtian to face Tan Chi. After all, Tan Chi's strength was higher than his. Naturally, if Tan Chi really wanted to make a move, he was not afraid at all. Master Bailey, since your junior brother is here, I think it's better for him to stay. Tan Chi smiled. In his opinion, since this purple-clad young man was Bai Li Hong's junior brother, it would be easier for him to control Bai Li Hong if he put him under house arrest. He was not afraid Bai Li Hong would disobey him. Tan Chi, don't force me. Bai Li Hong shouted in a low voice as he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him as he glared at Tan Chi. True energy rose from his body as the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Tan Chi as though he would make a move if Tan Chi dared to make a move on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Bai Li Hong had completely forgotten about it due to his concern. Currently, Duan Lingtian was even more powerful than Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Although he was only ranked 23rd in the heaven ranking, his true strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. Master Bailey, put aside the fact that you're no match for me, even if you can stop me for a while, do you think your junior brother will be able to leave? Tan Chi smiled brightly. Practically as soon as Tan Chi finished speaking, 2 old men completely shrouded in black robes appeared and stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. So long as Duan Lingtian showed signs of escaping, they would make a move at the first possible moment. These 2 black-robed old men were the 2 dark nether sex elders who came to the capital with Tan Chi. Although their strength had yet to enter the imminent saint stage, they were at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage. They were not far away from entering the imminent saint stage. They could be considered as the top powerhouses at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage. Upon seeing this, Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically. Initially, he thought he could hold Tan Chi back even if he was no match for him. This way, his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, would have a chance to escape. However, it seemed like it was impossible now. Tan Chi, if you don't let my junior brother go today, I won't return to the dark nether sect with you. Bai Li Hong threatened in a deep voice. Master Bailey, are you threatening me? However, when Tan Chi heard Bai Li Hong's threat, he laughed as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Bai Li Hong's expression turned grave. Master Bailey, you don't have to return to the dark nether sect with me. I believe you're strong enough to do so. However, you can escape on your own, but if you escape, do you think your junior brother will be able to survive? Moreover, there are a few people in the dark nether sect that you care about, right? Aren't you afraid they'll die one day? Tan Chi smiled brightly. Based on his words, it was as though he had everything under control. One had to admit Tan Chi's words hit Bai Li Hong's soft spot, causing him to feel helpless. Vice Sect Leader Tan. After a while, Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and said softly, Please let my junior brother go. With my friends in the Dark Nether sect, you don't have to worry about me leaving. They're enough. It doesn't matter if my junior brother is here or not. If the hard way did not work, he would use the soft way. For the sake of Duan Lingtian, Bai Li Hong could be considered to have lowered his voice. Ha! Tan Chi burst out laughing when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. Master Bai Li, this is the first time I've seen you act so humbly. It seems like this junior brother of yours has a very high position in your heart. It's much higher than your friends. If that's the case, there's no way I'll let him leave. Bai Li Hong's expression changed drastically when he heard Tan Chi's words. He thought his junior brother had followed him into the tiger's den. However, he did not notice that Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind him, had a calm expression from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not affected by Tan Chi's words at all. It was as though he did not hear Tan Chi's words at all. There were only two possibilities for such a slow reaction. First, Duan Lingtian was deaf and did not know how to read lips. Second, Duan Lingtian did not take Tan Chi's words to heart at all. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not the former. Vice Sect Leader Tan, I'm afraid you still don't know. This junior brother of mine is the interim advisor of the Sita clan in the capital, Duan Lingtian. I'm sure the Sita clan is aware of his visit. If you detain him, I'm afraid the Sita clan won't let this go easily. Bai Li Hong suddenly recalled Duan Lingtian's current identity. He could not help but use the Sita clan to scare Tan Chi even at this moment. Bai Li Hong, who was worried about Duan Lingtian, still did not expect him to possess the strength to be ranked on the heaven ranking. However, even if he did not expect this, it did not mean the others did not as well. The two Dark Nether Sect's elders' expressions changed immediately as they stared at Duan Lingtian with dread in their eyes. On the other hand, Tan Chi's expression changed when he heard Bai Li Hong's words. At the same time, he stared at Duan Lingtian suspiciously and asked in a deep voice, "You're the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, who defeated Drift Blaze Sect's Lady Feng and is ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking?" Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's name was still a great deterrent. At the very least, it was a great deterrent to Tan Chi after all. Although Tan Chi was at the imminent saint stage, he was not qualified to be ranked on the heaven ranking because he was not strong enough. Soon after, Tan Chi realized Duan Lingtian did not respond to his question at all. For a moment, a bad feeling rose in his heart. Only a fool would remain so calm after knowing his identity. Otherwise, he was not afraid of him at all. It was obvious the purple-clad young man before him was not the former. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Junior brother is the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. He's a famous powerhouse on the heaven ranking. Although he's only ranked 23rd, his true strength is widely acknowledged to be in the top 10 of the heaven ranking. At the same time, Bai Li Hong finally regained his senses. He finally remembered Duan Lingtian's current strength was extraordinary. Bai Li Hong felt his face burning as he returned to Duan Lingtian's side. He suddenly felt how ridiculous he was earlier. At this moment, even his strength was not comparable to his junior brother. However, he had overestimated himself and stood in front of Duan Lingtian in an attempt to protect Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1608. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Bai Li Hong's thoughts. Even if he knew, he would not think much of it. After all, his senior brother Bai Li Hong was only worried about him. He would only be touched and would not laugh at Bai Li Hong. There's one more person. Should he come out now? While Tan Chi and the two Dark Nether Sect's elders were staring at Duan Lingtian warily, Duan Lingtian turned to look outside the courtyard and said nonchalantly. Everyone, including Tan Chi and Bai Li Hong, turned to look in that direction in unison. Even they did not notice that there was someone there. As expected of the interim advisor of Sita clan. He really lives up to his name. At this moment, a middle-aged man dressed in green robes walked into the courtyard. The middle-aged man had a jade-like complexion, and there was a cinnabar mole between his brows. When he walked in, his expression was calm, and his gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian as he sized him up with interest. "Zhou Shu." Tan Chi's eyes lit up when he saw the green-clad middle-aged man. This was because the green-clad middle-aged man was the person in charge of the Dark Nether sect stronghold in the capital of Windfall Nation. He was also the vice-sect leader of Dark Nether sect. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Tan Chi. Moreover, Zhou Shu was also a powerhouse in the heaven ranking. However, Zhou Shu's ranking in the heaven ranking was not as good as Duan Lingtian. He was only ranked 30th, naturally. This did not mean that Zhou Shu was inferior to Duan Lingtian. This was because Zhou Shu's ranking was from 10 years ago. In the past 10 years, nobody could shake his ranking. In the past 10 years, the people in Windfall Nation were puzzled by Zhou Shu's refusal to challenge the powerhouses who were ranked at the top of the heaven ranking. In their opinion, the ranking in the heaven ranking had changed drastically in the past 10 years. Many people who were ranked lower than Zhou Shu had entered the top 10 of the heaven ranking. However, Zhou Shu did not make a move at all. It was as though he was content with being ranked 31st in the heaven ranking. Only a few people in the Dark Nether sect knew that the reason Zhou Shu acted this way was not because he was satisfied with his current ranking on the heaven ranking. Instead, he was preparing to enter the top 3 of the heaven ranking in the future. To Zhou Shu, this was undoubtedly a great honor. This was an opportunity for the Dark Nether sect to make a name for themselves. At that time, people would say that the vice-sect leader of the Dark Nether sect had directly entered the top 3 of the heaven ranking. With such an influence, it was only natural that more and more people would join the Dark Nether sect. As a vice-sect leader of the Dark Nether sect, Tan Chi, naturally, knew about this matter. Not only that, but he also knew Zhou Shu's current strength was definitely stronger than Lady Feng from Windfall Nation. Apart from that, he also felt Zhou Shu's current strength was not inferior to the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, who had defeated Lady Feng. Due to this reason, when he saw Zhou Shu, he felt as though he had seen his savior. After Zhou Shu appeared, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Instead, he looked at Bai Lihong and said with a smile, "Senior brother, bring me to the Dark Nether sect. We'll bring Uncle Feng and the others to the capital." Based on his words, he completely ignored Zhou Shu, Tan Chi, and the others. Tan Chi's expression turned grave immediately. This was his first time being ignored by a non-saint stage powerhouse. Although the other party was a powerhouse on the heaven ranking and was stronger than him, he still could not take it. He sneered and said, "Even if you're the interim advisor of Sita clan, do you think you'll be able to get them from the Dark Nether sect? How naive. If it was another 7th-rate force whose strength was on par with the Sita clan, perhaps, the Dark Nether sect would be wary." However, they were not afraid of the Sita clan at all. This was because the Dark Nether sect had a close relationship with the Sita clan to a certain extent. In his opinion, even if the Sita clan knew Duan Lingtian's friend was imprisoned by the Dark Nether sect, they would not meddle in their business. At this moment, even Zhou Shu's expression was grave. As someone who was second only to the sect leader and the supreme elder in the Dark Nether sect, naturally, he had his own pride. Anger rose in his heart when he was ignored by Duan Lingtian. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes as the true energy in his body surged. The devil chi in his true energy rose as well, causing the atmosphere to become slightly oppressive. "Who said I'm going to the Dark Nether sect to get my friend back?" Duan Lingtian glanced at Tan Chi disdainfully. "You're just a bunch of good-for-nothings from the Dark Nether sect. Isn't it easy for me to get my friend back? A bunch of good-for-nothings from the Dark Nether sect." Duan Lingtian's words were like poking a hornet's nest. Not only did Tan Chi's expression turn grave, but even Zhou Shu and the other 2 Dark Nether sect's elders' expressions changed as well. They looked at Duan Lingtian coldly. "You're seeking death," Tan Chi growled. However, he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he glanced at Zhou Shu. Although he was angry, he had lost his rationality. For someone like Duan Lingtian, it would be fine if he used underhanded means. However, if he were to face him head-on, he would be the unlucky one. How arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible just because you've defeated Drift Blaze Sect's Lady Feng and replaced her on the heaven ranking? Zhou Shu took a step forward as devil chi surged out of his body. His gaze was as cold as a blade as he glared at Duan Lingtian. I don't dare to say I'm invincible, but I don't care about a bunch of good-for-nothings from the Dark Nether sect. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he said nonchalantly. You're seeking death. Finally, Zhou Shu could no longer hold it in. His true energy and devil qi surged out of his body. At the same time, within a radius of 100 meters, waves of cold aura rose up, as if something was brewing. It was Zhou Shu's true energy condensed domain technique, condensing his domain. As the domain gradually coalesced, a giant beast shrouded in blood-red stellar energy appeared in the air above Zhou Shu's head, accompanied by a giant axe. The gigantic beast instantly pounced toward Duan Lingtian. It opened its bloody mouth menacingly as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. The gigantic axe soared through the air as though it could tear apart the territory. It wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of Zhou Shu's preemptive strike. There was no hint of panic on his face at all. Break. Without warning, Duan Lingtian spat out a word. In just an instant, it was as though the air had been torn apart. Waves of sharp sword qi swept out in a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. Wherever the sword qi passed, the chilling and oppressive aura would be dispelled and suppressed. It was as though it had never appeared before. In just a blink of an eye, 10,000 sword rays appeared in a 100-meter radius around Duan Lingtian. It was his 10,000 swords territory. Not only was the 10,000 swords territory powerful, but the speed at which it was formed was also much faster than an ordinary territory. Before Zhou Shu's territory was completely formed, the 10,000 swords territory had already formed and crushed Zhou Shu's unformed territory. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It was as though it did not encounter any resistance at all. Impossible. Upon seeing this, Zhou Shu's eyes widened. Shock and disbelief were written all over his face. Although he had heard about how domineering Duan Lingtian's territory was, he thought it was just like Lady Feng from Drift Blaze Sect's territory. It did not cross his mind that even his territory was powerless in front of Duan Lingtian's territory. It was easily crushed. For a time, he found it hard to accept this reality. Whoosh. 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 While Zhou Shu was still in a daze, with just a thought from Duan Lingtian, thousands of sword rays shot out from the 10,000 swords territory. In just a blink of an eye, they destroyed the gigantic axe and gigantic beast that Zhou Shu had formed with his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was as though a father was beating his son. This, when Tan Qi, Bai Li Hong, and the other two Dark Nether Sect's elders saw this, they finally regained their senses. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. Tan Qi, in particular, was aware of Zhou Shu's strength. However, even Zhou Shu could not withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian. It was hard for him to accept this. Before the four of them could react, the 10,000 sword rays in the 10,000 swords territory gathered under Duan Lingtian's feet in just a blink of an eye, forming a flying sword that looked like a real sword. It emitted waves of sharp sword intent that caused ripples to appear in the air as though it would shatter at any moment. When Zhou Shu sensed the terrifying sword intent emitting from the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet, his heart jolted. Although Duan Lingtian did not seem to be using any saint-grade martial tactic, the terrifying sword intent that was emitting from the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than any human-rank prominent saint-grade martial tactics attack that had been cultivated to its peak. It made him lose all will to fight back. Run. Run. At this moment, Zhou Shu only had one thought left in his mind, and he immediately put it into action. With his life at stake, he did not have time to think about anything else. The only thought he had was to save his own life. Vice Sect Leader Zhou, are you trying to escape? The two Dark Nether Sect's elders were dumbfounded when they saw this. Swoosh. At this moment, a short-lived sword cry entered by Li Hong, Tan Qi, and the two dark nether sex elders' ears before it disappeared in just a blink of an eye. It was as though it had never been heard at all. Among the four of them, only Tan Chi managed to catch a glimpse of the sword ray that had flashed by. All he saw was Duan Lingtian stepping on the flying sword as he charged out. In just a blink of an eye, before Zhou Shu could even get far, the flying sword under his feet had already sliced through Zhou Shu's neck as though he was cutting a piece of vegetable. Throughout the entire process, not a single drop of blood was spilled during this short period of time. It was only when the flying sword had traveled a certain distance that blood splattered everywhere. Zhou Shu was dead. Chapter 1609. Bai Li Hong's eyes were filled with joy when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Although he had long heard that his junior brother's strength was extraordinary, it was only hearsay. Today, when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still shocked. The person in charge of the Dark Nether Sect stronghold in Windfall Nation, the vice-sect leader of Dark Nether Sect, Zhou Shu, had died just like that. Although he had not been in the Dark Nether Sect for a long time, he had long heard of Zhou Shu's name. He knew Zhou Shu was the third strongest person in Dark Nether Sect. His strength was only below the sect leader and the supreme elder of Dark Nether Sect. Both of them were saint stage powerhouses. This Zhou Shu made it to the 30th place on the heaven ranking more than 10 years ago. Although he hasn't challenged the people at the top of the heaven ranking in recent years, nobody has been able to shake his position. His true strength is definitely not as simple as the 30th place in the heaven ranking. The moment Bai Li Hong thought of this, he inhaled sharply. He was deeply shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the other hand, Tan Chi looked at Duan Lingtian. Apart from fear, there was only fear in his eyes. Zhou Shu was killed by him. Moreover, he killed him in just a second. How's this possible? Zhou Shu's strength is even stronger than Lady Feng from Drift Blaze Sect. What kind of monster is this Duan Lingtian? How did he kill Zhou Shu so easily? Tan Chi's heart was filled with shock. Until now, he still could not believe what he had just seen was real. When the two Dark Nether Sex elders saw Zhou Shu's body being split into two, horror dawned on their faces as well. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only fear in their eyes. It was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts and souls. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who could easily kill the third strongest person in Dark Nether Sect, they felt helpless. Senior brother, the person who kidnapped you and Uncle Feng to the Dark Nether Sect mentioned in the voice transmission jade token you gave me. Is he the one? Duan Lingtian stood on the flying sword. His purple robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His calm gaze landed on Tan Chi as he asked Bai Li Hong. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tan Chi's expression changed drastically. That's right, it's him. Bai Li Hong nodded. At the same time, he glared at Tan Chi. If Tan Chi did not kidnap them to the Dark Nether Sect, they would have arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation and reunited with their junior brother. It would not have been so troublesome. It's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. When Tan Chi saw the gaze that Duan Lingtian shot at him had suddenly become fierce, his originally unsightly expression became even more unsightly. However, he still tried his best to squeeze out a trace of a smile towards Duan Lingtian. This smile looked even uglier than crying. At this moment, Tan Chi really wanted to run away. However, when he thought of Zhou Shu's fate, his body froze. Zhou Shu's strength was far above his, and in terms of speed, he was far inferior to him. However, even Zhou Shu had not been able to escape from the purple-clothed youth before him. How could he possibly escape from him? Misunderstanding? Bai Li Hong sneered. Tan Chi ignored Bai Li Hong. His gaze would occasionally shift to Duan Lingtian's face as he watched the changes in Duan Lingtian's expression warily. It was as though he wanted to know how Duan Lingtian was feeling. Occasionally, he would shift his gaze to the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet. This was his first time seeing a territory that could be consolidated into a sword. And this sword seemed to contain an extremely terrifying power. This could be seen from how Zhou Shu was instantly killed by the sword earlier. Tan Chi's eyes widened in shock. This was because he saw the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet suddenly lit up and shone brightly. At this moment, he felt a sharp and terrifying aura locking onto him. This aura came from the flying sword under Duan Lingtian's feet. And Tan Qi's thoughts almost froze at this moment. Whoosh! Another short-lived sword cry rang in the air and entered the ears of Bai Li Hong, the two dark nether sect's elders, and Tan Qi at the same time. And this flash of sword whistling was destined to be the last sound he heard in his life. Duan Lingtian stepped on the flying sword and flew past. Tan Qi's head left his body as well. He followed in Zhou Shu's footsteps. In just a few moments, the two vice sect leaders of Dark Nether sect were killed by Duan Lingtian's sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Upon seeing this, the two Dark Nether sect's elders' expressions changed immediately. After exchanging a glance, they tacitly split into two and fled in different directions. At this moment, they did not dare to think Duan Lingtian would let them go. Although they did not know if they could escape, they would die if they did not. In order to survive, they chose to fight. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly when he saw the two Dark Nether sect's elders fleeing in different directions. In just a blink of an eye, the flying sword under his feet shone brightly like the sun as it spread out in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays shot out in all directions. It was as though these sword rays had eyes. They purposely avoided Bai Li Hong and did not hurt him at all. The two Dark Nether sect's elders, on the other hand, were pierced into two hornets' beehives in just a blink of an eye. Their bodies were filled with countless bloody holes, and they were no longer breathing. It was obvious they had been killed in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even use the Devil Seal tablet when he killed the two vice sect leaders and two elders of the Dark Nether sect. Although they were all devil cultivators with extraordinary strength, Duan Lingtian managed to kill them with his own strength. From this, one could see how powerful he was since he thought he was invincible below the saint stage. Bai Li Hong was dazzled by the changes in the situation before him. Senior brother. It was only when Duan Lingtian called out to him that Bai Li Hong regained his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his gaze was complicated. However, there was a smile on his face. He was happy for Duan Lingtian's achievements. Once upon a time, this junior brother of his still needed his protection. However, at this moment, his junior brother's strength had indeed far surpassed his. Senior brother, bring me to the Dark Nether sect. Duan Lingtian said to Bai Li Hong. Dark Nether sect. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong's eyes lit up immediately. He asked, Junior brother, has the Sida clan agreed to help? No. Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to say, Senior brother, it's just me and you. Just us? Bai Li Hong frowned immediately. Junior brother, this is not a joke. Although Zhou Shu, whom you killed earlier, could be considered as the third strongest person in Dark Nether sect, the two strongest people in Dark Nether sect are the strongest. However, the two strongest people in the Dark Nether sect, the sect leader and the supreme elder, were both saint stage powerhouses. Unless we don't alarm them, it'll be difficult for us to rescue them from under their noses. If we make a move in the Dark Nether sect, it'll be difficult for us to not alarm them as well. When Bai Li Hong reached the end of his sentence, he felt helpless. Senior brother, I know what you're talking about. Don't worry, I have a way. Duan Lingtian said. Junior brother. Don't tell me you've broken through to the saint stage. Bai Li Hong asked as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze as a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he had the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, and his cultivation progress was extremely fast, he was still a long way from reaching the saint stage. Even with the help of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, it would still take some time. No. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Bai Li Hong was disheartened. Junior brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Although you're powerful, I'm afraid you're ranked in the top few in the heaven ranking. However, even if you're ranked first in the heaven ranking, you're still nothing in front of a saint stage powerhouse. The difference between a non-saint stage powerhouse and a saint stage powerhouse is just too big. It'll be difficult to rescue them without alarming the two saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect. Bai Li Hong was certain about this. This was because he knew before he and Tan Chi left the Dark Nether sect's estate, Tan Chi had gone to look for the sect leader of Dark Nether sect and told him that he had a chance to become a 4-star saint inscription master. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect was very concerned about this as well. He had personally paid attention to Feng Wu Dao and the others. He knew Bai Li Hong would only work for the Dark Nether sect and inscribe saint inscriptions for the Dark Nether sect if Feng Wu Dao and the others were in the sect. Due to this reason, it was almost impossible to rescue Feng Wu Dao and the others under such circumstances without alarming the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. Senior brother, don't worry. I'm confident I'll be able to rescue Uncle Feng and the others. Although Duan Lingtian had told Bai Li Hong what was at stake, he was still confident. It was as though he was not afraid of the two saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect at all. Bai Li Hong had known Duan Lingtian for a long time. Naturally, he knew Duan Lingtian was not a person who would speak without thinking. Although he did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from, he did not say anything else. After leaving the capital of Windfall Nation with Duan Lingtian, he brought Duan Lingtian to the Dark Nether sect's estate. During the journey, Duan Lingtian's emotions were slightly stirred. I didn't expect to receive news about Uncle Feng so soon. If Uncle Feng knows I found Tian Wu, he'll definitely be very happy. The father and daughter can finally be reunited after so many years. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was thinking about Feng Tianwu, who was in the Drift Blaze sect. When Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong were making their way to the Dark Nether sect, the Dark Nether sect's estate was also in an uproar. This was because the smell of blood from the bodies of the two vice sect leaders and the two elders had attracted the attention of many Dark Nether sect's disciples. As a result, the news of them being killed by someone quickly spread out. Surprise? In the Situ clan's estate, the clan leader, Situ Hao, had just finished listening to the interim advisor, Master Duan's words from his son. Before he could react, he saw a figure rushing in without any prior notice. This person was none other than Situ Ho, one of the supreme elders of Situ clan. Chapter 1610. Clan leader, the Dark Nether sect stronghold in the capital was massacred by an unknown powerhouse. Vice sect leaders Zhou Shu, Tan Chi, and two Dark Nether sect's elders were killed. Situ Ho immediately reported to Situ Hao as soon as he entered the room. A hint of joy could be heard in his voice. To a certain extent, the Dark Nether sect could be said to be on the opposite side of their faction. The Dark Nether sect being attacked was, without a doubt, a good thing for their faction. When Situ Hao heard Situ Ho's words, he looked at his son, Situ Hang. Coincidentally, Situ Hang was looking at him as well. At this moment, both father and son saw the same message in each other's eyes. Master Duan. In the next moment, both of them spoke in unison. Master Duan? What happened to Master Duan? When Situ Ho heard their voices, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Grandpa Ho, did you just say that vice sect leader Zhou Shu of Dark Nether sect is dead as well? Situ Hang could not help but ask. Yes. Situ Ho nodded. Zhou Shu is indeed dead. Moreover, his head seems to have been chopped off. Many people are speculating that it must be a saint stage powerhouse who killed Zhou Shu so easily. After all, although Zhou Shu is only ranked 30th on the heaven ranking, that was more than 10 years ago. The reason why Zhou Shu remained on this ranking is because he didn't challenge anyone who was ranked at the top. Based on his strength, many people speculated that he would be ranked in the top 10 of the heaven ranking if he was placed on the current heaven ranking. Situ Ho continued to say. That's right. I'm afraid his strength is even stronger than Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Situ Hang nodded. It seems like Master Duan is really powerful. Even Zhou Shu was killed by him. Situ Hao sighed emotionally. With Master Duan's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to enter the top 3 of the heaven ranking. Yes. Situ Hang nodded his head in agreement. What? When Situ Ho heard Situ Hao's words, he could not help but widen his eyes. Clan leader, do you mean, the person who killed Zhou Shu is Master Duan? Hang, tell Elder Ho what you just told me. Situ Hao said to Situ Hang. Soon after, as Situ Hang spoke, Situ Ho also learned the ins and outs of the matter. Master Duan's senior brother and friends are imprisoned by the Dark Nether sect? Situ Ho frowned. Logically speaking, we should help Master Duan no matter what. However, this is related to the Dark Nether sect. It's not appropriate for us to act rashly. Otherwise, the clan might be turned upside down. Moreover, now that such a huge incident has happened in the Dark Nether sect stronghold in the capital, Situ Ming's people will most likely suspect us. Even if they don't shed all pretense of cordiality now, I'm sure they'll keep an eye on us. If we help Master Duan and go to the Dark Nether sect now, I'm afraid they'll shed all pretense of cordiality and cause a civil war in the Situ clan. Civil war. For a clan like the Situ clan, these two words were no different from a disaster. In the history of Windfall Nation, there were many seventh-rate forces that were not any weaker than the Situ clan. However, due to civil war, they had either fallen or were reduced to 8th-rate or 9th-rate forces. Due to this reason, no matter which force it was, they would try their best to avoid civil war. This was because once a civil war broke out, the fishermen would reap the benefits in the end. Once a force was weakened by civil war, the forces that were hostile to it would not let go of this opportunity to add insult to injury. Master Duan didn't allow us to interfere in this matter, Situ Hang said. Master Duan, you're right. Master Duan said he'll give us a surprise. Don't tell me he's talking about killing Zhou Shu and the others? Situ Hao asked, puzzled. That should be the case. Situ Ho nodded. Now that such a huge incident has happened in the Dark Nether sect stronghold, Situ Ming's people will definitely investigate it immediately. Hang, go and see if Master Duan has returned. Situ Hao said to Situ Hang. Situ Hang responded and left. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Situ clan, many people were gathered in a spacious courtyard. A middle-aged man was the leader of these people. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would be able to recognize this person as Situ Ming, the second master of Situ clan, whom he had met before. Second master, something so big has happened in the Dark Nether sect stronghold. I'm afraid this matter isn't as simple as it seems. Do you think the clan leader is behind this? An old man said as he looked at Situ Ming. I think the clan leader is behind this as well. Otherwise, why would such a huge incident suddenly happen in the Dark Nether sect stronghold in the capital? Another middle-aged burly man agreed. I don't think the clan leader is behind this. Perhaps, it's an enemy of the Dark Nether sect. After all, most of the people in the Dark Nether sect are devil cultivators. They're violent by nature and have offended many people. Perhaps, they've offended some powerhouse and brought this upon themselves. A middle-aged scribe said in a timely manner. His words seemed to be more rational. Indeed, that's possible. Many people agreed with the middle-aged scholar's words. All right, stop arguing. We'll wait for Elder Zhong to come back and we'll be able to confirm this. Situ Ming interrupted the discussion with a frown on his face. Situ Ming had a certain level of authority in front of these people. The moment he spoke, the entire place fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop on the ground. The Elder Zhong that Situ Ming mentioned was the supreme elder of Situ clan. His name was Situ Zhong. In the Situ clan, he was as famous as Situ Ho. 15 minutes later, a bald old man dressed in gray walked in from outside. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Few people dared to look him in the eye. Situ Hao and Situ Ho didn't make a move. The bald old man was none other than Situ Zhong. He looked at Situ Ming as soon as he entered. Situ Ming nodded when he heard Situ Zhong's words. At the same time, he sighed in relief. Humph. It seems like the Dark Nether sect's enemy is here. The Dark Nether sect is really good at causing trouble. They actually killed an imminent Saint stage powerhouse like Zhou Shu. Without Zhou Shu, how is the Dark Nether sect going to rise again? Soon after, someone snorted coldly. Voices of dissatisfaction rose and fell one after another. As the core members of Sita Ming's faction, naturally, they knew about the relationship between their faction and the Dark Nether sect. They knew the Dark Nether sect and the Dark Nether sect were in the same boat. The loss of the Dark Nether sect was also their loss. Alright, there's no point in talking about this now. The most important thing now is to find out who's the one who's going against the Dark Nether sect. Sita Ming said impatiently. While Sita Ming's faction was still in a state of chaos due to the incident at the Dark Nether sect's base, Duan Lingtian had already arrived at the Dark Nether sect's estate with Bai Li Hong. Junior brother, what's your plan? Bai Li Hong asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, wait for me here. I'll scout the area first before coming back with you to save Uncle Feng and the others. Duan Lingtian said to Bai Li Hong. After he finished speaking, without waiting for Bai Li Hong's reply, Duan Lingtian moved and disappeared in front of Bai Li Hong as though he had vanished into thin air. Upon seeing this, Bai Li Hong smiled wryly. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait on the spot. The Dark Nether sect's estate was not shrouded by a flight-prohibiting formation. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was like a fish in water when he entered. He did not encounter any obstacles as he easily entered and arrived at the eastern side of the Dark Nether sect's estate. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had learned about this from Bai Li Hong. The two saint stage powerhouses of the Dark Nether sect, the sect leader of Yin Yang sect and the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect, were cultivating in the eastern side of the Dark Nether sect's estate. This was because the heaven and earth spirit energy there was the most abundant in the entire Dark Nether sect's estate. Most of the 6th grade saint stones that appeared in the Dark Nether sect's 7th grade saint stone vein were in the eastern side. Due to this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy there was especially rich. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the eastern side of the Dark Nether sect's estate, it was as though he had entered an uninhabited land. Although this was partly due to the lack of people in the eastern side, it was mostly due to Duan Lingtian's current strength. Ordinary people would not be able to discover his whereabouts at all. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian sensed a powerful spiritual energy appearing out of thin air and sweeping toward him menacingly. Divine consciousness. In an instant, Duan Lingtian could tell it was a divine consciousness. It was the divine consciousness of a saint stage powerhouse. Who are you? Why are you trespassing in my Dark Nether sect? At the same time, a clear voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. The voice was loud and clear as though it came from all directions. Are you the sect leader of Dark Nether sect or the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect? Upon hearing this voice, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he asked nonchalantly. You're a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. You're quite bold. You know I'm the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, but you're still so calm. The loud voice resonated again. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. So what if you're the sect leader of Dark Nether sect? Don't tell me you're going to eat me? Duan Lingtian continued to speak nonchalantly. Whoosh. At this moment, a gust of wind seemed to have blown past. Ripples appeared in the air not far in front of Duan Lingtian before a tall figure appeared out of thin air. Naturally, the figure did not appear out of thin air. When Duan Lingtian slightly activated his strange pupil, he could still vaguely capture the trajectory of the person who had flown over earlier. The tall figure was dressed in a long black robe with red embroidery. He wore a crown on his head, making him appear extremely noble. Chapter 1611. The middle-aged man who appeared out of thin air was none other than the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng. Tell me, who are you? Why did you come to my Dark Nether sect? Yi Feng asked in a deep voice as he looked at the purple-clad young man with a slight frown. If it was not for the fact that the purple-clad young man before him had remained calm from the beginning until the end, he would have attacked at lightning speed and killed the purple-clad young man. As a devil cultivator, it was undoubtedly a great humiliation for him that someone had intruded into the sect he was in charge of. Moreover, this person had even intruded into the place where he cultivated. However, the purple-clad young man's behavior made him wary. Who knew if the purple-clad young man had a powerful background? If the purple-clad young man had a powerful background and he made a move, he and the Dark Nether sect would be the unlucky ones in the end. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked at Yifeng calmly and said nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Yifeng's eyes widened immediately. Naturally, he was familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. He was the interim advisor of Situ clan who had suddenly appeared a few months ago. People called him Master Duan. He had become famous after he cured the great young master of Situ clan, Situ Hang. Then, he challenged Lady Feng of Drift Blaze sect who was ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking and successfully replaced her. He was originally a nobody, but now, he was a powerhouse who was ranked at the top of the heaven ranking. Currently, Duan Lingtian was a household name in Windfall Nation. As the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, it was impossible for Yifeng not to know about Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, not only did he know about Duan Lingtian, but he also knew that the second master of Situ clan, Situ Ming, regarded Duan Lingtian as a thorn in his side. This was because Duan Lingtian had saved the Situ clan's first young master, Situ Hang, causing the Situ clan's second young master, Situ Zhua, to lose the opportunity to inherit the clan leader's position. In short, he had destroyed Situ Ming's plan. Although Situ Ming's faction was at odds with the other faction led by the Situ clan's patriarch, Situ Hao, to the point of fighting openly and covertly, even Situ Ming was unwilling to fight with Situ Hao's faction. Because once both sides fought, it would be the Situ clan's loss in the end. No matter who won in the end, they would not be considered the final winner. Only by obtaining control of the Situ clan without shedding a drop of blood could it be considered a true victory. Assassinating Situ Hang was undoubtedly a shortcut. Situ Ming's faction had also put their plan into action. However, in the end, their plan had failed because of the appearance of Duan Lingtian. For this reason, in the eyes of Situ Ming's faction, Duan Lingtian had become a thorn in their side. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect and the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect owed Situ Ming's father a favor in the past. Due to this reason, to a certain extent, the Dark Nether sect could also be considered as part of Situ Ming's faction. It was just that they did not belong to the Situ clan. The thorn in Situ Ming's side was, naturally, the thorn in Yifeng's side as well. You're the interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan. When Yifeng looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes gleamed coldly as he said in a deep voice, Master Duan, our Dark Nether sect and the Situ clan have always minded our own business. May I know the reason for your uninvited visit to our Dark Nether sect today? If I'm not mistaken, as the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, you must be itching to kill me right now, right? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile on his face. Yifeng was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would know what was on his mind. One must know that even though he had such thoughts, he did not express them. He was very confident in his ability to control his emotions. Based on his expression, it doesn't seem like he's making a wild guess. It seems like he already knows about the relationship between our Dark Nether sect and the Situ clan. Don't tell me he's here with Situ Hao's faction. Is he here to get rid of us? The moment Yifeng thought of this, he became cautious again. Master Duan, what do you mean by that? However, on the surface, Yifeng pretended that he did not know anything. He frowned and pretended to be confused. Situ Ming. Duan Lingtian's expression remained indifferent as he slowly spat out these 3 words. These 3 words caused Yifeng's eyes to narrow immediately. He immediately began to observe his surroundings. He extended his divine consciousness as though he wanted to see if there were any powerhouses hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to make a move on him. At the same time, he raised his hand and crushed a jade token. In just a blink of an eye, a ray of light shot out and disappeared into the mountains in the distance. There's no need to look. It's just me. The clan leader of Situ clan and the others aren't here. When Duan Lingtian saw the grave expression on Yifeng's face, he instantly knew what was on Yifeng's mind. You're here alone? Naturally, Yifeng did not believe this. Not only that, but he became even more cautious. he did not think Duan Lingtian would come here alone. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian knew about the relationship between the Dark Nether sect and Sita Ming's faction. It was even more impossible for him to barge into the Dark Nether sect alone. It was no different from seeking death. However, no matter how he looked at it, Duan Lingtian did not seem like a person who would seek death. Faced with Yi Feng's vigilance, Duan Lingtian, naturally, could see that Yi Feng did not believe him. For this reason, he did not say anything and waited quietly. He had also seen Yi Feng's action earlier. He knew Yi Feng was calling for someone. At this moment, the only person Yi Feng could call for was the Supreme Elder of the Dark Nether sect. As expected, in just a short while, the space beside Yi Feng rippled, and an old figure appeared. It was an old man with messy gray hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes shone with a bloodthirsty gleam. The old man's face was ferocious, and he did not look like a normal person at all. Invisibly, it brought about a strong sense of oppression. However, this oppression was only effective on ordinary people. It was completely ineffective on Duan Lingtian. Supreme Elder of the Dark Nether sect? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly as he looked at the old man. However, the old man ignored him. After the old man appeared, he looked at Yi Feng who was standing next to him and asked, "Sect leader, why did you call me out in such a hurry?" "Elder Peng, he's the new interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian." Yi Feng scanned the surroundings with his divine consciousness vigilantly. After he did not discover anything, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said to the old man in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian?" It was obvious Elder Peng, the Supreme Elder of the Dark Nether sect, had heard of Duan Lingtian's name before. When he learned of Duan Lingtian's identity, his eyes narrowed slightly. However, the bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes intensified. A terrifying killing intent could be faintly felt coming from his body. Chapter 16:12. However, even though Elder Peng, the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect, wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, he was not in a hurry to make a move. His divine consciousness was searching in all directions with Yi Feng's divine consciousness. It was as though they were trying to find the person hiding in the dark. Both of them had the same thought. They felt there was a powerhouse from Situ House faction behind Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would not have appeared in front of them so openly. However, it did not cross their minds that perhaps Duan Lingtian alone was enough to deal with them. Two idiots. Duan Lingtian cursed inwardly when he saw the two of them staring at him, but their thoughts were not on him at all. At the same time, a stone tablet appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand out of thin air. It was a stone tablet with a chipped corner. It was densely carved with ancient words. Even until now, Duan Lingtian could not recognize any of the ancient words. However, even though he could not recognize the words on the stone tablet, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's ability to use it at all. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian raised his hand at lightning speed and lifted the stone tablet with a chipped corner in his hand. In the next instant, his eyes sharpened as he stared at Yi Feng and the old man next to him. In an instant, his hand that was holding the stone tablet trembled. The stone tablet in his hand shot out like an arrow toward Yi Feng and the old man. When the stone tablet flew out, wisps of black mist suddenly rose around it. The moment the black mist appeared, waves of terrifying aura instantly spread out and wreaked havoc in the surroundings. It even shrouded Yi Feng and the old man next to him. Both of them shuddered as they regained their senses. This terrifying aura caused both of their hearts to palpitate involuntarily. They immediately withdrew their divine consciousness and shifted their attention to the stone tablet with a chipped corner that Duan Lingtian had thrown out. The stone tablet with a chipped corner gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. This feeling was suffocating to the point of suffocation. Boom! Boom! Without any hesitation, Yi Feng and the other man attacked almost at the same time. Accompanied by two loud sounds, two powerful auras instantly appeared within a radius of 100 meters around the two of them. It was obvious that they wanted to use their true essence to condense a domain that belonged to them. Vital essence was the power of a saint. A domain condensed from Jin Yuan was not something a domain condensed from Jin Qi could compare to. It wasn't just the strength of his domain. Even the speed at which he condensed his domain had increased by leaps and bounds. As soon as the auras of Yifeng's domain appeared, before it could even take shape, it gave Duan Lingtian a tremendous pressure. Duan Lingtian's expression could not help but become solemn. As expected of a saint stage powerhouse. Even my 10,000 swords territory won't be able to contend with such a territory. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel this. However, although his expression was solemn, Duan Lingtian had no intention of retreating. His gaze landed on the stone tablet with a chipped corner that was rapidly flying out. He had confidence in it. It was none other than the Devil Seal Tablet, one of the 10 great Super Saint weapons on the 10 great Saint weapons ranking. It was also a Super Saint weapon that could restrain devil cultivators. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's thoughts left his mind, as though it had sensed the domain condensed by Yifeng and the other man's true essence, the black mist on the Devil Seal Tablet instantly erupted. An even more terrifying aura spread out as though it was a powerhouse that had been provoked. It was completely enraged and unleashed all of its energy without holding back. As the black mist continued to erupt, the terrifying aura spread out. The domain that Yifeng and the other man were about to condense was instantly suppressed. After being suppressed, Yifeng and the other man's domain did not collapse. It was only on the verge of collapsing. Impossible. How's this possible? Upon seeing this, Yifeng and the other man's expressions changed drastically. When they looked at the chipped corner stone tablet that Duan Lingtian tossed out again, their eyes were filled with horror. A mere Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator had actually forced them to this extent. Naturally, they could tell this was all because of the stone tablet in front of them. What the hell was this stone tablet? Don't tell me. At this moment, Yifeng seemed to have recalled something. His eyes widened as he cried out in shock, "It's the Devil Seal Tablet! It's the Devil Seal Tablet! The Devil Seal Tablet!" The moment Yifeng's words left his mouth, the old man's expression changed drastically. He no longer focused on condensing his domain. In just an instant, the old man's domain that had yet to condense was instantly suppressed by the Devil Seal Tablet's energy. It shattered into pieces as though it had never existed. Once the Dark Nether Sect's Supreme Elder's domain was broken, Yifeng's domain could no longer hold on. In just a short moment, he followed in the former's footsteps. Without the support of their domain, both of them were completely exposed to the Devil Seal Tablet. Run! Run! Facing the Devil Seal Tablet that only existed in the legends, Yifeng and the other man who had just witnessed the might of the Devil Seal Tablet had no intention to fight at all. They did not even have the time to look at each other before they fled in 2 different directions in panic. Whoosh! Whoosh! One had to admit that as Saint stage powerhouses, both of them were ridiculously fast. Since both of them had fled in 2 different directions, the Devil Seal Tablet could only choose one target at a time. In the end, the Devil Seal Tablet chose the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect and chased after him. The Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect was fast, but the Devil Seal Tablet was not slow either. In just a short moment, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the energy that surged out of the Devil Seal Tablet shrouded the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect in just a blink of an eye. The Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect was shrouded by a black cloud as though he was hiding. After a long while, the black cloud dissipated, and the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect reappeared. However, when he reappeared, his eyes were dim, and there was no sign of life on his body. The Devil Seal Tablet was used to suppress devil cultivators. Usually, it would only destroy the soul and not the body. For this reason, although the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect looked fine on the surface, his soul had actually been destroyed by the Devil Seal Tablet. However, since the Devil Seal Tablet had chosen to suppress the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect, it had missed the opportunity to suppress Yifeng, the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect. Duan Lingtian initially thought the Devil Seal Tablet would continue to pursue Yifeng after suppressing the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect. However, he did not expect the Devil Seal Tablet would not make any move after suppressing the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect. It was as though it had completely lost track of Yifeng. One of them actually managed to escape. This is going to be troublesome. Duan Lingtian's expression was extremely grave. He knew he had chosen the best time to use the Devil Seal tablet, but he did not expect Yifeng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, would still be able to escape. Now that Yifeng had escaped, it meant he was going to be in trouble. Chapter 16:13. Before he came here, Duan Lingtian had already planned to kill the two Saint Stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect. Naturally, he planned to kill both of them at once. Initially, he had thought about luring one of them away. However, when he thought about it, it was not realistic. Although he was powerful now, he was not a match for either of the two Saint Stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect if he did not use the Devil Seal tablet. If he did not use the Devil Seal tablet, he would be in a dangerous situation. However, if he used the Devil Seal tablet, he would alert his enemies. Due to this reason, he decided to use the Devil Seal tablet when both of them appeared at the same time. In the beginning, everything went according to his plan. When Yifeng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, and the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect appeared together, Duan Lingtian could already see them being killed by the Devil Seal tablet. However, what happened next was completely out of his expectations. He did not expect the Devil Seal tablet would be able to suppress Yifeng and the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect so easily. Moreover, it took some time for them to escape. Moreover, he did not expect Yifeng to recognize the Devil Seal tablet at the most critical moment and decide to escape. Due to this reason, the situation had completely changed. The Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect was killed by the Devil Seal tablet, and Yifeng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, had escaped. Now that the Devil Seal tablet has lost track of Yifeng, it's impossible for me to catch up to him with my current strength. Duan Lingtian's expression was grave. If it was any other time, he would not have thought much of it if Yifeng had escaped. However, at this moment, Yifeng found out that he possessed the Devil Seal tablet. Since Yifeng knew he had the Devil Seal tablet, he must have known it was a super saint weapon on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. What if Yifeng spread the news that he had the Devil Seal tablet? It would be a disaster for him. Just the thought of it sent chills up Duan Lingtian's spine. Let alone the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, the Devil Seal tablet was a super saint weapon that people in the entire Dao Martial Saint land would go crazy for. To a devil cultivator, the Devil Seal tablet was no different from a nightmare. Whoever obtained the Devil Seal tombstone would not need to fear devil cultivators. Although they would only fear devil cultivators who were one realm higher than them, it was still an extremely impressive feat. Just this alone was sufficient to make countless martial and Dao cultivators go mad for the Devil Seal tablet and flock to it like ducks. If these people found out that the Devil Seal tombstone was in Duan Lingtian's hands, Duan Lingtian could almost imagine what would happen. Just the thought of that scene made Duan Lingtian tremble with fear. Duan Lingtian inhaled a breath of cold air. His eyes flickered, and he finally calmed down after a long while. Since things have already developed to this stage, it is futile to think about it any further. The most important thing now is to rescue Uncle Feng, teacher, and the rest and bring them back to the Sida clan. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he temporarily cast Yifeng's matter to the back of his mind. Since one of the two Saint Stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect had died and escaped, Duan Lingtian no longer had anything to worry about. He directly swaggered into the Dark Nether sect's estate where the 7th grade Saint Stone Reserve was mined. He no longer concealed himself. Who's there? Duan Lingtian's swagger naturally attracted the attention of many Dark Nether sect's patrolling disciples. These Dark Nether sect's disciples shouted one after another as they surrounded Duan Lingtian like dumplings. Previously, when the Devil Seal tablet killed the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect, it did not attract the attention of the Dark Nether sect's people. Otherwise, these Dark Nether sect's disciples would not dare to act so boldly. What a joke! How could they be a threat to someone who could kill their Dark Nether sect's Supreme Elder? Faced with the dozen or so Dark Nether sect's disciples surrounding him, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Scram." Originally, Duan Lingtian did not think he would make things difficult for these people if they left. Unfortunately, when these Dark Nether sect's disciples heard Duan Lingtian's words, they became stubborn and flew into a rage. "Brat, you're seeking death. Not only did you barge into our Dark Nether sect, but you even asked us to scram. I really don't know where you get your courage from. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him. The group of dark nether sect's disciples made a ruckus as they attacked Duan Lingtian. Dazzling true energies shot out in all directions and intertwined with each other as though they had transformed into a huge net that enveloped Duan Lingtian. Humph. As soon as Duan Lingtian snorted, the aura in the area within a 100-meter radius around him changed drastically. The piercing aura caused the group of dark nether sect's disciples' expressions to change. Just as their expressions changed, tens of thousands of solid sword lights appeared in the void within a radius of 100 meters. Territory. He's a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. When Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory appeared and shattered the attacks of the group of dark nether sect's disciples, horror dawned on the group of dark nether sect's disciples as they cried out in horror. This was destined to be the last emotion they felt in their lives. As the 10,000 swords flew out, the bodies of the group of dark nether sect's disciples were pierced. In just a few moments, they turned into corpses that resembled a hornet's nest before they fell from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, the group of people who had come in a ferocious manner had turned into wandering ghosts. I've given all of you a chance. Duan Lingtian's expression was cold as he looked at the corpses. His voice was indifferent and emotionless. Just like that, Duan Lingtian killed his way into the dark nether sect's 7th grade Saint Stone vein. During this time, Duan Lingtian killed another 2 imminent Saint Stage Devil cultivators. One of them was the Vice Sect leader of Dark Nether Sect, and the other was the Grand Elder of Dark Nether Sect. Duan Lingtian's appearance shocked all of the laborers in the Dark Nether Sect's Saint Stone vein. Someone had actually killed his way into the Dark Nether Sect's estate and even killed the Vice Sect leader and Grand Elder of Dark Nether Sect. In the past, this was something that they did not even dare to think about. However, it was clear to them now. Duan Lingtian. Soon after, the group of laborers saw another young man who was also a laborer rose into the air. They were pleasantly surprised when they saw the purple-clad young man who looked like an invincible god of war. Does he know this powerhouse? Isn't he also a laborer like us? How is it possible for him to know such a powerhouse? That's right. How is it possible for a person who knows such a powerhouse to end up being a laborer here? The group of laborers discussed among themselves. They found it hard to believe. Nangong Yi, from the looks of it, you didn't suffer much. Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked at the familiar young man before him. This young man was one of the Nangong brothers whom he was familiar with on Cloud Continent. His name was Nangong Yi. After Duan Lingtian saw Nangong Yi, he quickly discovered Feng Wudao, Sima, and the others as well. When he discovered they were safe and sound, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Uncle Feng, teacher. Duan Lingtian descended from the air and appeared in front of Feng Wudao and the others in just a blink of an eye. He greeted the 2 seniors, Feng Wudao and Sima Changfeng. After a while, he greeted Chen Xiaoshui. Then, he nodded at Xiongquan and Gold Thug and said, I'm sorry for troubling all of you during this period of time. You're welcome. Xiongquan and Gold Thug shook their heads. Xiongquan even smiled as he said, I knew young Master would definitely come and save us. Master, don't tell me the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, who has been rumored in Windfall Nation recently is really you? Gold Thug asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As Gold Thug asked the question, Feng Wudao and the others shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They were also curious about this. Yes. In the face of Gold Thug's question, Duan Lingtian nodded and said with a smile, I'm indeed the interim advisor of Sita clan now. I'm here to bring all of you away and temporarily bring all of you to the Sita clan. The interim advisor of Sita clan. Master Duan. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's admission, Feng Wudao and the others could not help but feel shocked even though they had suspected it. They knew very well why the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, was so famous. Now that they found out the Duan Lingtian they knew was Master Duan, how could they not be shocked? I can't believe it's really you. Chen Xiaoshui exclaimed in shock. In that case, you're here with the powerhouses from Sita clan as well? Nangong Yi asked with bright eyes as he looked at the corpses of the Dark Nether sect's disciples that had been smashed into minced meat on the ground. No, I came here alone. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Alone? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Feng Wudao and the others. He had barged into the Dark Nether sect alone and killed so many Dark Nether sect's disciples, including the vice sect leader and grand elder. Although they did not find it strange that Duan Lingtian possessed such strength, they did not find it strange. After all, when they found out Duan Lingtian was the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, they knew he had the strength of a heaven-ranking powerhouse. Naturally, it was easy for him to kill two imminent saint stage powerhouses who were not in the heaven ranking. However, since Duan Lingtian dared to kill so recklessly in the Dark Nether sect, there was no doubt he would alert the two saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect. It was precisely because they thought of those two saint stage experts that Feng Wudao and the others were frightened. Young master, you should leave now. If the sect leader and supreme elder of Dark Nether sect catch wind of this and rush here, you'll be in danger. Xiong Quan was the first to regain his senses. His expression was solemn as he told Duan Lingtian. That's right. We'll take advantage of the chaos to escape. If we manage to escape, we'll go to the capital to look for you. Feng Wudao nodded in agreement as he said to Duan Lingtian in a slightly anxious manner. Although Sima and the others did not say anything, the anxious look in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian showed they shared the same thoughts. They hoped Duan Lingtian would leave as soon as possible so that the two saint stage powerhouses from Dark Nether sect would not be able to escape. Don't worry, they won't come. Chapter 1614. He won't come? When Feng Wudao and the others heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were stunned. They did not know why Duan Lingtian would say such a thing. However, when they saw the confidence on Duan Lingtian's face, they could not help but believe in Duan Lingtian's words. Although they had many questions in their hearts, they were not in a hurry to ask. Instead, they left with Duan Lingtian. When the remaining laborers saw Duan Lingtian leaving with Feng Wudao and the others, they finally regained their senses. He's the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan? One of the laborers muttered in surprise. Earlier, since he was not far away from Duan Lingtian and the others, he could vaguely hear the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao and the others. It seems like the rumors are true. The interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, is indeed a powerhouse on the heaven ranking. Another laborer chimed in. Humph. Master Duan isn't just a powerhouse on the heaven ranking. The powerhouses on the heaven ranking are also divided into different grades and ranks. Master Duan is currently ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. If Master Duan continues to advance, his ranking will definitely not be limited to the 23rd place. You must know that even Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect who was defeated by Master Duan was widely acknowledged as someone who could enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking before she was defeated by Master Duan. That's right. With Master Duan's strength, he'll definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. The group of laborers discussed among themselves. Their words were all about Duan Lingtian. I can't believe those laborers like us are related to Master Duan. It's obvious Master Duan entered the Dark Nether sect today because of them. I'm so envious. It'll be great if I have such a relationship with Master Duan. That's enough. Stop dreaming. Master Duan is such an important person. He's not someone you can associate with. Master Duan has left with the others. There's no one from the Dark Nether sect around. Let's leave as well. If we continue to stay here, we'll die sooner or later. Amidst the sounds of discussion, the group of laborers quickly reached a consensus, and they all soared into the sky and fled towards the outside. Soon after, they discovered they did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Even when they occasionally saw the Dark Nether sect's disciples, they could tell they were running for their lives. Their expressions were even more panicked than theirs. What happened? Regarding this, the group of laborers was rather puzzled. They did not know that when Duan Lingtian killed the Grand Elder and the Vice Sect leader of the Dark Nether sect, a Dark Nether sect's disciple had gone to the eastern side of the Dark Nether sect's estate to report to their sect leader. However, he soon discovered the sect leader of Dark Nether sect was not around. Moreover, he even found the corpse of the supreme elder of the Dark Nether sect. When the Dark Nether sect's disciple recounted everything he had seen, the remaining people from the Dark Nether sect, including the high-ranking officials and the disciples, chose to flee. The Grand Elder is dead and the sect master is missing. If we stay here, won't we be killed at any time? In the Dark Nether sect, when the tree fell, the monkeys would scatter. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was bringing Feng Wu Dao and the others to meet up with Bai Li Hong. Junior brother, Bai Li Hong had been waiting for a long time, but he did not see Duan Lingtian. He could not help but feel worried. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian had not only returned, but he had even brought Feng Wu Dao and the others with him, he was shocked. Was this not too efficient? Moreover, did the sect leader of Dark Nether sect not notice his junior brother's actions? Logically speaking, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect would most likely stop his junior brother from saving them. Could it be that the sect leader of Dark Nether sect was cultivating in closed-door cultivation, and that's why junior brother had the opportunity to kill them? In the end, Bai Li Hong thought to himself. As for killing the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect and scaring away the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Bai Li Hong could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Naturally, he did not dare to think about it as well. Senior brother, let's return to the capital. After calling out to Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. A vast amount of true energy surged out and transformed into an invisible force that carried Feng Wu Dao and the others back to the capital of Windfall Nation. Along the way, Bai Li Hong could not help but ask, Junior brother, did the sect leader of Dark Nether sect not show up? The moment Bai Li Hong's words left his mouth, Feng Wu Dao and the others shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian. They found this strange as well. Logically speaking, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect should have shown up soon after such a huge incident had happened. However, contrary to their expectations, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect did not show up from the beginning until the end. There must be something fishy about this. They had a feeling that something they didn't know was happening behind the scenes. He ran away. Duan Lingtian said. Ran away? Duan Lingtian's words caused Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, and the others to be petrified. The Dark Nether sect's supreme elder died in my hands, and the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng, has escaped. Duan Lingtian continued to say. When he mentioned Yi Feng's escape, he could not help but frown. Today's matter of rescuing someone was almost perfect. However, Yi Feng's escape had caused quite a lot of trouble. Although the latent danger might not be exposed in the near future, even Duan Lingtian himself could not say for sure what would happen when the news of him possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread out as time went by. Bai Li Hong and the others who were almost petrified were truly petrified when they heard Duan Lingtian say he had killed the Dark Nether sect supreme elder. Bai Li Hong's figure that was moving forward came to a halt. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian, Feng Wu Dao, and the others also came to a halt. Duan Lingtian, why you've broken through to the saint stage? Chen Xiao Shui asked in shock as his eyes widened. Freak. Nangong Yi looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. Feng Wu Dao and the others had similar expressions on their faces as well. When they found out Duan Lingtian was the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, they were already shocked by the improvement in his strength. It had only been a short while, but Duan Lingtian had already defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and entered the heaven ranking. In their opinion, this was already an exaggeration. However, it did not cross their minds that the exaggeration was yet to come. Duan Lingtian actually said he had killed the Dark Nether sect supreme elder. In fact, that was a true saint stage powerhouse. Although they had only worked in the Dark Nether sect for a period of time, it did not affect Feng Wu Dao and the others' understanding of the Dark Nether sect and the two saint stage powerhouses. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, one of the two saint stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect had been killed by him while the other one had fled. Duan Lingtian had also said that the people from Sita clan did not come. He came alone. In other words, the other saint stage powerhouse from the Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, was scared away by Duan Lingtian. How could they not be shocked when they thought of this? Junior brother, didn't you say you haven't broken through to the saint stage yet? Bai Lihong asked in a daze when he finally regained his senses after a long while. At the same time, Feng Wudao and the others' eyes were also trained on Duan Lingtian. It was as though they wanted to know how Duan Lingtian would answer this question. Senior brother, I didn't lie to you. It's true that I haven't broken through to the saint stage yet. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian calmly said, as for the reason I killed the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect, it's because I used a special technique. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect was also scared away by my special technique. Special technique. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was obvious he did not want to reveal the technique he used. You're not at the saint stage, but you managed to kill a saint stage powerhouse. Junior brother, I don't know what to say to you anymore. Bai Lihong sighed. He believed Duan Lingtian's words. Bai Lihong was shocked, but Feng Wudao and the others were even more shocked. After all, Bai Lihong had only met Duan Lingtian in the Dao Martial Saint Land. On the other hand, they had known Duan Lingtian since they were on Cloud Continent on the Mortal Continent. It could be said that they had watched Duan Lingtian grow step by step with their own eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's strength was far beyond their reach. I can't believe there's someone as monstrous as Duan Lingtian in our Cloud Continent. Chen Xiaoshui sighed emotionally. Feng Wudao and the others deeply agreed with this. Uncle Feng. Duan Lingtian did not linger on this topic. Soon after, he looked at Feng Wudao and changed the topic. I've found Tian Wu. Tian Wu. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Feng Wudao was not the only one who looked at Duan Lingtian excitedly. Even Bai Lihong, Sima Changfeng, and the others looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Bai Lihong was no stranger to Feng Tianwu. This was because his junior brother had asked him to look for a woman who came from the mortal continent just like his junior brother. She was also Feng Wudao's daughter. Sima Changfeng and the others were no stranger to Feng Tianwu as well. At the very least, after knowing Feng Wudao, they were no stranger to Feng Tianwu. They knew Feng Tianwu was Feng Wudao's daughter. They also knew about the complicated relationship between Feng Tianwu and Duan Lingtian. Now that they knew Duan Lingtian had found Feng Tianwu, Bai Lihong and the others were happy for Feng Wudao. Big brother Feng, congratulations. Sima Changfeng was the first to congratulate Feng Wudao. After so many years of being together, he and Feng Wudao were already brothers. Uncle Feng, congratulations. The two brothers, Chen Xiaoshui and Nangong, congratulated Feng Wudao as well. Miss Tian Wu. Not only did Xiong Quan and Gold Thug know Feng Tianwu, but they had also spent quite some time with Feng Tianwu. Their eyes lit up when they found out their young master and master had found Feng Tianwu. Tian Wu. Where is she now? Is she in the Sida clan in the capital? Feng Wudao looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, and even his breathing became slightly hurried. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. No. Feng Wudao frowned. Yes. Chapter 1615. Tian Wu's master. Feng Wudao was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not know what happened to his daughter after she came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, he did not know his daughter had a master in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Uncle Feng, although all of you have been staying in the Dark Nether sect, I'm sure all of you know about the happenings in Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Feng Wudao. Yes. Feng Wudao nodded. Since all of you know I'm the interim advisor of Sida clan, I'm sure all of you know how I became famous in Windfall Nation, right? Duan Lingtian asked again. You healed the great young master of Sida clan and defeated Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. That's how you became famous. This time, before Feng Wudao could speak, Nangong Yi had already spoken. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded before asking again, then, do all of you know about Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect? Of course. Nangong Yi's eyes lit up. Speaking of Lady Feng, she's also a monstrous martial Dao prodigy. It's said that she appeared in Drift Blaze sect a few years ago and entered the heaven ranking a year ago. Not only that, but she's also the youngest martial Dao prodigy in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's heaven ranking. Most importantly, she's a woman. Half a year later, she entered the 23rd place in the heaven ranking again. Not only did she become famous in Windfall Nation, but she's also famous in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Another half a year has passed. Just when almost everyone in Windfall Nation thought she had the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, she was defeated by you. It can be said that she's the unluckiest person in your journey to become famous. However, with her innate talent and strength, it shouldn't be difficult for her to enter the top of the heaven ranking again. For a woman to be able to achieve so much at the age of 40, it really makes one blush with shame. When Nangong Yi reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but sigh emotionally. Ling Tian boy, you mentioned that Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Could it be? When Feng Wudao saw Duan Ling Tian intentionally mentioning Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, a thought that even he found hard to believe flashed through his mind. It was precisely because he found it hard to believe that he couldn't continue when he reached this point. Uncle Feng, looks like you've already guessed it. When Duan Ling Tian saw Feng Wudao's expression, how could he not guess what he was thinking? He immediately smiled and said, "That's right. That Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect is your daughter, Tian Wu." Boom. On the other hand, no matter if it entered into the ears of Feng Wudao or by Li Hong and the others, these words of Duan Ling Tian were no different than a bolt of lightning that shook them to the point they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. It's really Tian Wu. Feng Tianwu's eyes widened. Her face was full of excitement, and her body trembled uncontrollably. That Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect is Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, Bai Li Hong, Sima Chang Feng, Chen Xiao Shui, and Nangong were dumbfounded as well. They had also heard of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect. Naturally, they knew what kind of person she was. If it was not for Duan Ling Tian, Lady Feng would definitely be the most dazzling person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. Even if she was defeated by Duan Ling Tian, she was still dazzling in Windfall Nation. It was just that she was no longer the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. However, such a young female powerhouse was actually the daughter that Feng Wudao had been looking for all this while. How could they not be shocked? Lady Feng is Miss Tian Wu. At the same time, Xiong Quan and Gold Thug exchanged glances. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with Feng Tianwu. However, it did not cross their minds that after a few years, the beautiful lady who was deeply in love with their young master and master had also achieved such a shocking achievement. She was only slightly inferior to their young master and master. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised when he saw the shock on everyone's faces. After all, he was also shocked when he found out Lady Feng was Tian Wu when he was in Drift Blaze sect. Wu Dao, congratulations. Bai Li Hong was the first to return to his senses and congratulated Feng Wudao. Sima Chang Feng and the others also returned to their senses and congratulated Feng Wudao one by one. In the end, Sima Chang Feng even sighed with envy. Big brother Feng, you have no more regrets in your life now that you have such an outstanding daughter. At this moment, Feng Wudao finally returned to his senses. However, he did not look as happy as everyone had imagined. It has only been a few years, and Tian Wu has already achieved such a cultivation base. I think she must have had a hard time in these few years. Feng Wudao said with a hint of heartache. As the saying went, one has to endure hardships to become a man of honor. Feng Wudao believed his daughter must have suffered a lot in order to achieve her current achievements. Due to this reason, he felt heartache for her. If it was possible, he really hoped his daughter could live a carefree life. She did not want to become powerful, she only wanted to live a peaceful life. This was the most sincere wish of a father. Let's return to the capital first. When Duan Ling Tian saw the anticipation in Feng Tianwu's eyes, naturally, He knew he was eager to see Feng Tianwu. He immediately called out to Bai Li Hong and brought Feng Wu Dao and the others back to the capital. When they returned, a shocking piece of news began to spread in the Dark Nether Sect's estate. Of the 2 saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether Sect, the Supreme Elder had been killed, and the sect leader had gone missing. Many high-ranking officials and disciples had also died in the sect. At the same time, the remaining high-ranking officials and disciples of the Dark Nether Sect had also left the Dark Nether Sect. They were afraid of getting into trouble. In just a blink of an eye, a 7th-rate sect had fallen apart. Surprisingly, even though the Dark Nether Sect's estate was empty, nobody dared to lay their hands on the 7th-grade Saint Stone vein in the Dark Nether Sect's estate. This was because they did not know if they would offend the powerhouse or force that had almost annihilated the Dark Nether Sect. The Dark Nether Sect is gone just like that? Although the Dark Nether Sect is the weakest 7th-rate force in Windfall Nation, it's still a 7th-rate force. It's not something a 6th-rate force can compare to. Moreover, it even had 2 saint stage powerhouses. Such a sect was annihilated overnight. Who did the Dark Nether Sect offend? Or did they offend some force? At the same time, many people near the Dark Nether Sect's estate were discussing among themselves. They were curious about who the Dark Nether Sect had offended. Soon after, another piece of news began to spread. On the same day that the Supreme Elder of the Dark Nether Sect was killed and the sect leader went missing, many people who were captured by the Dark Nether Sect had witnessed Master Duan, the interim advisor of Sida clan, appear in the Dark Nether Sect and kill many of the Dark Nether Sect's disciples. Apart from that, he had also killed a vice sect leader and the Grand Elder of the Dark Nether Sect. Don't tell me it's the Sida clan. It should be. I wonder how the Dark Nether Sect offended the Sida clan to the point that they had to annihilate it. They're both 7th-rate forces, but the Sida clan annihilated the Dark Nether Sect as though they were playing house. How ridiculous. Humph. The Dark Nether Sect is merely the weakest 7th-rate force in Windfall Nation. How can it be compared to the Sida clan? The Sida clan is one of the top 7th-rate forces in Windfall Nation. Not only that, but they also have a close relationship with the Imperial family. A mere Dark Nether Sect is nothing compared to them. The rumors about the Sida clan annihilating the Dark Nether Sect became more and more intense. All of this was because Duan Lingtian, the interim advisor of Sida clan, had appeared in the Dark Nether Sect on the day the Dark Nether Sect was annihilated. Not only that, but he had also killed many of the Dark Nether Sect's disciples. However, the speed at which the news spread was not as fast as Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong. Since Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong remembered how much Feng Wu Dao missed his daughter, they traveled at full speed as well. In just a few days, they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation. When they arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, Duan Lingtian immediately brought his men to the Sida clan. Master Duan. The guards at the entrance of the Sida clan bowed respectfully when they saw Duan Lingtian. They did not dare to be negligent at all. What a joke. Even the clan leader and the great young master of the Sida clan had to be respectful when they met the purple-clad young man. How could they dare to be impudent in front of him? All right. Duan Lingtian smiled as he nodded at the Sida clan's guards. Then, he brought Bai Li Hong, Feng Wu Dao, Sima, and the others into the Sida clan. Although the people brought by Duan Lingtian were unfamiliar faces, the Sida clan's guards did not dare to stop them. This was because they knew Master Duan was extremely powerful, so they did not dare to stop him. Even if Master Duan did not make a move, the clan leader and great young master would not allow them to be impudent. If they stopped him, perhaps they would have to pack up and leave the Sida clan when the news reached the ears of the clan leader and great young master. Master Duan actually smiled at us earlier. How kind. One of the Sidhu clan's guards sighed emotionally. Previously, second young master had a friend whose status and cultivation base could not compare to Master Duan. However, he was extremely arrogant in front of us. The way he looked at us was as though he was looking at lowly people. The gap between people is really huge. I was there that time as well. Perhaps, this is what the saying goes, ugly people make more mischief. Another guard chimed in. That's right. In terms of appearance, second young master's friend really can't compare to Master Duan. The other family guards all laughed. However, there was one guard who did not say anything from the beginning until the end. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he said to the other guards, "Brothers, I suddenly feel that my cultivation base seems to have improved, and I have to go into closed-door cultivation for a while. I'll be leaving for a period of time, and I'll make up for all of you later. Go. Chapter 16:16. The Sita clan's guard who had temporarily left his post did not return to cultivate after he entered the Sita clan's estate. His destination was the inner mansion. To be more precise, it was the courtyard where Sita Ming, the second master of Sita clan, lived. Second master. After reporting his arrival, the Sita clan's guard successfully met Sita Ming. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" With just a glance, Sita Ming recognized the guard he had planted at the entrance of the Sita clan's estate. He could not help but ask. Every time someone entered or left the Sita clan's estate, he would be informed by the guards he had planted. "Second master, Master Duan has returned." The guard replied. "He's only back now?" Sita Ming frowned. Before the incident at the Dark Nether Sect's base in the capital, he already knew Duan Lingtian had left the Sita clan. Moreover, he even suspected the incident at the Dark Nether Sect's base in the capital was caused by Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was strong enough to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. However, when he thought about the strength of Zhou Shu, the person in charge of the Dark Nether Sect's base, he felt Duan Lingtian might not be a match for Zhou Shu. "Yes." The guard nodded and continued to say, "He brought 8 people with him this time." 8 people? Sita Ming frowned. "Who are they?" "I'm not sure about that." The guard shook his head. "All right, I understand. You may leave now." Sita Ming replied and waved his hand to signal the guard to leave. After the guard left, Sita Ming frowned. His expression was extremely grave. Where did that Duan Lingtian come from? It's as though he appeared out of thin air in Windfall Nation and ruined my plan. The plan that Sita Ming mentioned was, naturally, the incident where he tried to assassinate Sita Hang. That matter was naturally not something that his son could do alone. He was the real mastermind behind it. The news of Duan Lingtian's return soon reached the ears of the clan leader of Sita clan, Situ Hao, and the great young master of Sita clan. Both of them came out to welcome Duan Lingtian at the same time. Master Duan. Clan leader of Sita clan, young Master Hang. When Duan Lingtian saw Situ Hao and Situ Hang, he smiled and greeted them. Then, he introduced Bai Li Hong and the others behind him to them. Master Bai. Situ Hao and Situ Hao had long heard of Bai Li Hong. Hence, they were very enthusiastic. Of course, they didn't neglect Feng Wu Dao and the others. After all, they were Duan Lingtian's friends and family. Situ Hang's residence, Situ Hang's residence, Situ Hang's residence's residence. This arrangement was, naturally, for the convenience of Duan Lingtian and the others. They did not have to cross half of the Sita clan before they could meet. After settling by Li Hong and the others, Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wu Dao. "Uncle Feng, rest well today. I'll go to the Drift Blaze sect with you tomorrow morning." "All right." Although Feng Wu Dao was anxious, he knew there was no need to rush. He nodded and returned to his room to rest. After bidding farewell to Bai Li Hong and the others, Duan Lingtian returned to Situ Hang's residence with Situ Hao and his son. "Master Duan, I can't believe you managed to save all of them by yourself." Situ Hang exclaimed in shock. "Master Duan, I don't think you met the sect leader and supreme elder in the Dark Nether sect this time, right?" Situ Hao asked. He knew the Dark Nether sect very well. In fact, he wished he could uproot it. However, the moment he recalled the relationship between the Dark Nether sect and Situ Ming's progeny, he was worried the people from Situ Ming's progeny would become desperate and join forces with the 2 great Saint Stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect to deal with his progeny. If the 2 great Saint Stage powerhouses from the Dark Nether sect joined the fray, his progeny would definitely not be a match for them. At that time, even if the old ancestor of Situ clan intervened, their progeny would be greatly damaged. It would be impossible for them to fight with Situ Ming's progeny then. As the old ancestor of Situ clan, even if he knew Situ Ming's progeny was in the wrong, he would not blame them for the sake of the clan. This was the law of the jungle and the Dao martial saint land. The strong preyed on the weak, and only the fittest survived. Due to this reason, even if Duan Lingtian asked him to help, he was powerless to do so. He could not bring everyone from his progeny to gamble since it was a gamble that they would definitely lose. However, it was completely beyond his expectations that Duan Lingtian would be able to save them on his own. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, Situ Hao and Situ Hang narrowed their eyes immediately. Then, the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect is dead. As for the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, he has fled. Currently, the Dark Nether sect only exists in name, right? Duan Ling Tian said unhurriedly. His tone was very casual, as though he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. What? Duan Lingtian's words stunned Situ Hao and Situ Hang. Both of them looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly. They discovered Duan Lingtian did not seem to be lying at all. Young Master Hang, didn't I tell you before I left that I'll give you a surprise? Are you satisfied with this surprise? Duan Lingtian said with a smile as he looked at Situ Hang. Surprise. At this moment, Situ Hang finally remembered that Duan Lingtian had indeed said he would give him a surprise before he left the Situ clan without their help. However, he thought the surprise was because Duan Lingtian had killed the two vice sect leaders of Dark Nether sect at the Dark Nether sect stronghold. At this moment, he finally realized the surprise Duan Lingtian had mentioned was something he did not even dare to think about. The supreme elder of Dark Nether sect was dead, and the sect leader of Dark Nether sect had fled. The Dark Nether sect only existed in name. It seems like there's a terrifying force behind this Master Duan. Situ Hang thought to himself, could it be a powerhouse from Drift Blaze sect? When he recalled the close relationship between Duan Lingtian and Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect and the fact that Lady Feng was the direct disciple the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect doted on the most, he could not help but think to himself. Situ Hao's thoughts were similar to Situ Hang's. The Dark Nether sect was destroyed. The moment he thought of this, his heart was filled with excitement. His eyes were filled with gratitude when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Master Duan. As the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao actually bowed and thanked Duan Lingtian. If news of this spread out, many people would be shocked. Situ Hang bowed and thanked him as well. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the thoughts of Situ Hao and Situ Hang. Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Hao and said, Clan leader Situ, my senior brother and my friends will be staying in the Situ clan for the time being. You, Master Duan, Master Bai Li and your friend can stay in our Situ clan for as long as they want. I can promise you that our Situ clan will treat them as distinguished guests and make them feel at home at all times. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his words, Situ Hao interrupted him and made a promise. Thank you, clan leader Situ. Duan Lingtian quickly thanked him. You're welcome, Master Duan. Situ Hao smiled. You're the interim advisor of our Situ clan. It's only right for me to do this. Master Duan. Situ Hang suddenly seemed to have recalled something as his expression turned grave. Earlier, I heard you and Master Feng say that you're going to the Drift Blaze sect with him tomorrow? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Master Duan. At this moment, Situ Hao's expression turned grave as well. You don't know this, but the people from Situ Ming's faction have been very active while you were away. It's fine that they didn't know about your whereabouts when you left earlier. I'm sure they've received news that you're back today as well. If you leave tomorrow, I'm worried they'll do something to you. Situ Hao voiced out his concern. That's right. Situ Hang nodded as well. Even if Grandfather Ho comes with you tomorrow, it's still not safe. Based on our speculation, Situ Ming has most likely suspected you of being the one who killed the two vice sect leaders of Dark Nether sect. You've ruined their plans time and time again. If they find an opportunity, they won't let it go so easily. That's it? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not seem to mind. Master Duan, this isn't a joke. Sita Ming is a ruthless person through and through. He already holds a grudge against you for saving Heng, or previously. This time, even if he only suspects you and can't confirm it, he won't let you go so easily. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Even if Elder Ho comes with you tomorrow, all of you won't be safe. This is because Sita Ming might personally make a move. Coupled with the other supreme elder of our Sita clan, even Elder Ho won't be able to stop two Saint stage powerhouses at the same time. However, if Master Duan insists, Elder Ho and I can come with you. Situ Hao took a deep breath and said when he saw Duan Lingtian was still unconcerned about this matter. Clan leader Situ, I know you have good intentions, but there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head. A hint of confidence could be seen on his face. As long as you spread the word about our purpose of going to the Drift Blaze sect, Situ Ming won't dare to make a move on us even if he's 10 times more courageous. Purpose? What purpose? As though he was affected by Duan Lingtian's confidence, Situ Hao could not help but ask. Situ Heng also looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. My uncle Feng is the father of Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng. Do you think Situ Ming will dare to make a move when the news of me accompanying my uncle Feng to the Drift Blaze sect spreads? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. When Duan Lingtian's words entered Situ Hao and his son's ears, it was like a heavy bomb that exploded. It took them a while to regain their senses. That Master Feng is Lady Feng's father? Chapter 16-17. When they learned that Mr. Feng Wu Dao, who came to the Sita clan with Duan Lingtian, was the father of Lady Feng from Drift Blaze sect, they were shocked. Whether it was Situ Heng or Situ Hao, both of them were shocked. It did not cross their minds that the ordinary-looking man whose cultivation base was merely at the mortal shedding stage would be the father of Lady Feng, who was famous in the entire Windfall Nation. Who was Lady Feng? She was the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. She was only overshadowed by the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan. However, apart from having an extremely high innate talent in martial Dao, Lady Feng had a background that was envied by many people in Windfall Nation. She was the direct disciple of the sect leader of the 7th-rate sect, Drift Blaze sect. She was also the direct disciple that the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect doted on the most. The sect leader of Drift Blaze sect treated her like her own daughter. In Windfall Nation, everyone knew that offending Lady Feng was no different from offending the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. Who was the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect? She was someone that even the Windfall Nation's imperial family did not dare to offend. She was a great deterrent in Windfall Nation. If that's the case, we don't have to worry about Sita Ming making a move. Situ Hao nodded. He knew very well that once Sita Ming found out that Duan Lingtian and Lady Feng's father went to the Drift Blaze sect to visit her, he would not dare to make a move even if he was given 100 guts. Perhaps, he could make the whole thing watertight. However, if something happened to Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, Lady Feng would definitely be furious. At that time, even if the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect did not stand up for Duan Lingtian, she would stand up for Feng Wu Dao since he was the biological father of her most beloved direct disciple. Killing Feng Wu Dao was no different from slapping her face. At that time, even if there was no evidence to prove that Sita Ming was the culprit, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect would not let Sita Ming go since he had the motive. The sect leader of Drift Blaze sect would definitely not let go of anyone who had the motive to kill Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao. She would definitely give her most beloved direct disciple a satisfactory explanation. I didn't expect Mr. Feng to be Miss Feng's father. I was a little rude to him just now. Situ Heng sighed. Uncle Feng won't take these things to heart. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he bid farewell to Situ Hao and his son and returned to his previous room. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Situ Hao and his son deliberately spread the news that Miss Feng's father, Mr. Feng, had come to the Sita clan as a guest. Moreover, everyone knew that the Sita clan's interim advisor, Master Duan, would be heading to the Drift Blaze sect with Mr. Feng tomorrow to visit his family and look for Lady Feng. In the courtyard where Situ Ming lived, a person hurriedly walked in. Second Master, Duan Lingtian is going to the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow. As far as I know, Situ Ho won't be going with him. The person who entered was an elder of the Situ clan. Oh. Upon hearing the Situ clan's elder's words, Situ Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Then, does this mean we have a chance to get rid of Duan Lingtian? Situ Ming could not wait to grind Duan Lingtian's bones into dust for ruining his plans. Naturally, he would not miss the chance to kill Duan Lingtian when he heard about it. However, how can Situ Ho not be going with him? Soon after, Situ Ming frowned. He felt something was amiss. In fact, he was not afraid even if Situ Ho went with Duan Lingtian. After all, Situ Ho was alone. At that time, he would bring along the Situ clan's supreme elder who was as famous as Situ Ho. Situ Ho alone would not be able to stop the two saint stage powerhouses. It must be related to the purpose of Duan Lingtian's departure tomorrow. The Situ clan's elder who hurriedly came to look for Situ Ming said, "According to the news I heard, Duan Lingtian will be leaving the capital with Lady Feng's father from the Drift Blaze sect tomorrow to visit his family." Drift Blaze sect's Lady Feng's father? Situ Ming's face turned grave. What's going on? It said that Duan Lingtian brought a few people to our Situ clan today, and one of them is Lady Feng's father. The Situ clan's elder continued to say, "However, I'm pretty sure he's an imposter. Lady Feng has been famous in Windfall Nation for a long time, but I've never heard of her having a father." Humph. Then, have you heard of Lady Feng and Duan Lingtian having a close relationship before this? Situ Ming snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, the Situ clan's elder fell silent. The matter of their Situ clan's interim advisor, Duan Lingtian, and Lady Feng, the Drift Blaze sect's disciple, had gradually spread out in Windfall Nation. Many people even called them a celestial couple since both of them stood at the peak of the younger generation in Windfall Nation. They were the idols of all the young talents in Windfall Nation. No wonder Situ Ho didn't plan to bring Situ Ho along. As it turns out, it's because of Lady Feng's father. Situ Ming said with a gloomy expression. He originally thought this was an opportunity, but only now did he realize that this was simply a pit that he did not dare to jump into. It would be fine if it was just Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had a close relationship with Lady Feng, Duan Lingtian's death should not alarm Ziyun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. After all, Duan Lingtian and Lady Feng only had an ambiguous relationship, and there was no official relationship between them. Under such circumstances, even if Lady Feng was the favorite direct disciple of the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, it was impossible for her to stand up for Duan Lingtian who had been killed because of her status. A person's death was like an extinguished lamp. It was impossible for Ziyun to stand up for someone who was not related to her. However, Lady Feng's father was different. He was related to Lady Feng by blood. If he was killed, let alone Lady Feng, even the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, would not stand by and do nothing. If she stood by and did nothing, people might say that she, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, was cold-hearted to the point that she did not even care about the life and death of her favorite direct disciple's father. He must be an imposter. The Situ clan's elder insisted on his opinion. Even if he's an imposter, do we still dare to bet? What if he's the real deal? At that time, do you think the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, will stand by and do nothing? Situ Ming sneered. As long as we do it flawlessly, even the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, won't be able to do anything to us, right? The Situ clan's elder said. Do you think the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, Ziyun, would need to gather evidence to kill someone? Situ Ming snorted. Although Situ Ming knew Duan Lingtian would leave the Situ clan tomorrow, giving him the best opportunity to make a move, he did not dare to make a move because he was worried the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect would take revenge on him. Apart from that, he had also thought about whether he could only kill Duan Lingtian and not touch the people around Duan Lingtian. However, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed a little unrealistic. Due to this reason, he could only watch as Duan Lingtian swaggered out of the Situ clan and the capital. However, he did not dare to make a move. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao left the capital of Windfall Nation, there were only the two of them. However, Duan Lingtian clearly noticed that Situ Hao had sent a few people to follow them in the dark. He did not reject this. This was because along the way, they would more or less encounter some ignorant people. With these people sent by Situ Hao, they did not have to worry about being disturbed. Feng Wudao followed Duan Lingtian out. The excitement between his brows could not be concealed at all. This was because he was about to see his daughter whom he had not seen for many years. Feng Tianwu was his only daughter, and she was the apple of his eye. When he found out that Feng Tianwu was safe and sound, his heart that had been in suspense for a few years finally calmed down. When he found out about Feng Tianwu's achievements, he felt heartache and gratified at the same time. Uncle Feng, the Drift Blaze sect is not far away. With my speed, I'll be able to reach it in the afternoon at the earliest. Duan Lingtian smiled as he told Feng Wudao. He had also noticed the excitement on Feng Wudao's face. However, he could understand how Feng Wudao felt. Tianwu will definitely be very happy to see you, Uncle Feng. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt happy for Feng Tianwu as well. When Duan Lingtian and Feng Wudao were making their way to the Drift Blaze sect, two people slowly walked out of the side hall of a magnificent palace in the Windfall Nation's capital. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man with a cold expression on his face. The person behind him was an old man. The old man looked very restrained as though he was worried about something. You're returning to the capital this time because you want to use the promise that the Fourth Imperial Highness made to you back then? The middle-aged man in front suddenly asked nonchalantly. Yes. The old man did not dare to be negligent in front of the middle-aged man. He responded respectfully. You must know that once the Fourth Imperial Highness agrees to your request, you'll have nothing to do with King Qian's estate from now on. The middle-aged man added. I understand. The old man nodded. However, his eyes were still filled with determination. All these years, he had been staying at the southern border of Windfall Nation. His heart had long been as still as water. He had never thought of returning to King Qian's estate that he had worked so hard for in the past. However, during his most desolate period of time, he got to know his second and third brothers. A group of bandits was born from that. All these years, he and his two brothers depended on each other. Although they were not blood brothers, they were better than blood brothers. However, some time ago, his third brother was killed. It was obvious the person who killed his third brother was a powerhouse that he could not fight against. The moment he thought of this, he recalled the King Qian's estate that he had worked so hard for in the past and the promise that King Qian, the Fourth Imperial Highness of Windfall Nation's imperial family, had made to him. The reason King Qian made such a promise was because he was lucky enough to come across an opportunity and saved King Qian's life. Chapter 1618. The old man's gaze turned blurry when he recalled the incident in the past. Previously, when King Qian was out hunting, he was ambushed by an assassin. Since the powerhouses around King Qian had gone to deal with the powerhouses among the assassins, there were not many people around King Qian. As the coachman, he was there as well. At that time, one of the assassins attacked King Qian with his sword. At that moment, he made a timely move and blocked the sword for King Qian, saving King Qian's life. Subsequently, the powerhouses around King Qian killed the other assassins and killed the assassin. At that time, he was heavily injured and on the brink of death. However, due to King Qian's importance, a grade 4 Saint Refinement Master from the Windfall Nation's imperial family saved him from the jaws of death. At that time, King Qian summoned him and made a promise to him. He promised that he would fulfill any request within his capabilities, no matter what it was. At that time, he only thanked King Qian for his kindness. He did not take the promise to heart. Previously, when King Qian was attacked by an assassin, Duan Lingtian had just recovered from his heavy injuries. Fear rose in his heart because he knew the Fourth Imperial Highness, King Qian, was someone who had ambitions for the throne. He would frequently encounter similar assassinations in the future. As for him, he only had one life left, so he only wanted to protect himself. Under such circumstances, he resigned from King Qian and left the capital of Windfall Nation. He settled down at the southern border of Windfall Nation. In the end, he even formed a bandit gang and led a comfortable life. Before he left, King Qian had told him that the promise he made would always be valid. Initially, he thought he would never have to use that promise. However, it did not cross his mind that his third brother would be killed by a mysterious powerhouse. It was only when he realized he might not be a match for the mysterious powerhouse that he recalled the promise the Fourth Imperial Highness, King Qian, had made to him. Due to this reason, he decided to return to the capital and use the promise King Qian made to him. However, he was unlucky. Although he entered King Qian's estate, he was told that King Qian was in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he could only wait in the guest room in the side hall. He had waited until today when King Qian finally came out of closed-door cultivation. When he found out he was here, he sent someone to pick him up and summon him. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man, the old man soon arrived at the main hall of King Qian's estate. At the entrance of the main hall, there were 10 armored soldiers standing straight. Their faces were grave and stern, and their gazes were as sharp as blades. They gave off an invisible sense of oppression. "Your Highness, Yi Mu Bai is here." The middle-aged man stood outside the main hall and spoke respectfully. "Mu Bai is here? Bring him in." At the same time, a hearty laughter came from the main hall. The laughter sounded very kind, but the old man, who was also Yi Mu Bai, knew clearly that this was definitely a formidable person. He was polite to him. Although it was because he was grateful for saving his life back then, it was more to show off to his subordinates. After all, King Qian did not want anyone to know that he was an ungrateful person. After walking into the main hall, Yi Mu Bai finally saw the Fourth Imperial Highness, King Qian, again after so many years. However, he noticed that King Qian was no longer the young man he used to be. The current King Qian had the aura of a superior. The strength of the imposing aura brought a certain amount of pressure to him. Yi Mu Bai could not help but sigh inwardly. Time really flies. In just a blink of an eye, so many years had passed. "Greetings, Fourth Imperial Highness." After Yi Mu Bai entered, he immediately kneeled down and bowed humbly. "Mu Bai, you're my savior. There's no need for you to be so courteous. Quickly, get up." The Fourth Imperial Highness, also known as King Qian, was a middle-aged man dressed in a long golden robe. He had a kind expression on his face, and he had a pair of tiger-like eyes that exuded an awe-inspiring aura. With a raise of his hand, an invisible energy extended out and lifted Yi Mu Bai up. When Yi Mu Bai sensed this energy, he could not help but feel shocked. Even if the Fourth Imperial Highness was not at the saint stage, he was most likely at the imminent saint stage. As someone who had walked out of King Qian's estate, he still had a discerning eye. "Thank you, Fourth Imperial Highness." After Yi Mu Bai was lifted up, he thanked King Qian respectfully. "Mu Bai, I heard you came back this time to ask for my help?" King Qian asked with a smile. "Yes." Yi Mu Bai nodded. "The reason I came back this time is because I need your help. After this matter, I'll definitely not disturb you, Fourth Imperial Highness." "Mu Bai, you're too polite. You're my savior. Back then, I've already promised you that I'll do anything within my power. Many years have passed, and you still haven't returned. I thought you'd forgotten about that promise. It seems like you haven't forgotten about it after all." King Qian still had a smile on his face. "Tell me, what do you want my help with this time?" "Fourth Imperial Highness, I want you to help me get rid of a person." Yi Mu Bai took a deep breath and replied after a long while. "Oh." King Qian's eyes gleamed before he nodded. "As long as I have the ability to help you get rid of him, I won't refuse." "Tell me, who is he?" "Actually, I don't know who he is as well." Yi Mu Bai smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, King Qian frowned immediately. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depth of his eyes. "How dare you? At this moment, the two old men standing behind King Qian and the middle-aged man standing beside Yi Mu Bai suddenly shouted out loud. Two extremely powerful auras suddenly extended from the two old men's bodies and swept toward Yi Mu Bai. After a while, Yi Mu Bai's body began to tremble from the pressure. This powerful aura almost suffocated Yi Mu Bai. At this moment, Yi Mu Bai could confirm that these two old men were saint stage powerhouses. As King Qian raised his hand, the two old men finally withdrew the powerful aura that was emitted from their bodies. Mu Bai, even you don't know who he is. How am I supposed to help you? King Qian asked as he looked at Yi Mu Bai. The smile on his face had also faded. Fourth Imperial Highness, it's my fault. I didn't finish my sentence in one breath. Although I don't know who he is, I have his portrait in my hand. Moreover, I know he came to the capital some time ago. Yi Mu Bai, who was secretly wiping away his cold sweat, hastily added. Some time ago? King Qian frowned. In other words, you don't know whether he's still in the capital or not? Yes. Yi Mu Bai nodded. Soon after, he continued to say, Fourth Imperial Highness, if that person is still in the capital, I'd like you to help me get rid of him because he killed someone very important to me. If he's no longer in the capital, I can only blame myself for being unlucky. I won't trouble you again in the future, Fourth Imperial Highness. One must admit that Yi Mu Bai's words had the profundity of taking a step back in order to advance. Since that's the case, leave that person's portrait behind. Return to the guest room in the side hall and wait for the good news. This prince will definitely do his best for this matter. Not for anything else, but to repay you for saving my life in the past. King Qian said. Yes. After Yi Mu Bai left the portrait behind, he was led away by the middle-aged man who brought him here. At the same time, King Qian opened the portrait in his hand and saw a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Yi Mu Bai is really getting worse and worse. To think that such a young man actually has to use up the promise I made to him in the past. Naturally, King Qian only said these words in his heart. Fourth Imperial Highness, there's a person outside who claims to be the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. When King Qian put away the portrait in his hand, the voice of the gatekeeper resonated from outside. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng, requests to see the Fourth Imperial Highness. At the same time, an energetic voice resonated from outside. The voice contained the true origin and entered the main hall in just a blink of an eye. It's a saint stage powerhouse. At this moment, the two old men behind King Qian looked at each other and nodded before replying to King Qian. Since the voice contained the true origin that only saint stage powerhouses possessed, they could tell it was a saint stage powerhouse just by listening to the voice. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect? Why is he here? King Qian raised an eyebrow as he muttered to himself curiously. Then, he stood up and walked out of the hall. As he walked, he smiled as he said, It's an honor for sect leader Yi Feng to visit my King Qian's estate. A saint stage powerhouse was qualified enough for him to personally welcome them. When King Qian walked out of the hall, the two old men behind him followed him out as well. Fourth Imperial Highness. Outside the main hall, the travel-worn Yi Feng bowed at King Qian. A hint of exhaustion could be seen on his face. Sect leader Yi Feng, King Qian was stunned when he saw Yi Feng's wretched appearance. He had met the sect leader of Dark Nether sect once before. However, at that time, the sect leader was in high spirits. This time, however, he looked like a stray dog. It's a long story. Fourth Imperial Highness, let's talk inside. Yi Feng sighed. All right. King Qian nodded and beckoned Yi Feng to enter the main hall. He sat down again and gestured for Yi Feng to sit on the lower seat. Sect leader Yi Feng, you're the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. You're so well regarded. Why are you in such a wretched state? King Qian asked curiously as he looked at Yi Feng. Fourth Imperial Highness, we'll talk about this later. Before that, I'd like to ask you a question. Yi Feng looked at King Qian. What question? King Qian was curious. Fourth Imperial Highness, do you know about the Devil Seal Tablet? Yi Feng's expression turned solemn as he looked at King Qian. The Devil Seal Tablet. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, not only King Qian, but even the two old men behind King Qian had a change of expression. Naturally, they were no stranger to the Devil Seal Tablet. Even in the entire Dao Martial Saint land, these three words reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. Chapter 1619. Sect Leader Yi Feng, there must be a reason why you suddenly mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet, right? King Qian asked as he looked at Yi Feng with a burning gaze. The Devil Seal Tablet was one of the 10 super saint weapons on the 10 great saint weapons ranking. Who would not want to obtain it? When he heard Yi Feng mentioning the Devil Seal Tablet, the first thought that appeared in his mind was that Yi Feng knew the whereabouts of the Devil Seal Tablet. In fact, it was not only King Qian who thought so. Even the two old men behind King Qian thought so as well. Indeed, there's a reason why I mentioned the Devil Seal Tablet. Yi Feng nodded. Not only did he not deny it, but he even said bluntly, it's because I know the whereabouts of the Devil Seal Tablet. Boom! The moment Yi Feng's words left his mouth, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. It was like a huge rock had fallen on a calm lake. King Qian and the other two narrowed their eyes as they looked at Yi Feng in unison. Their gazes were as sharp as knives as though they could slice Yi Feng into countless pieces. Where's the Devil Seal Tablet? King Qian asked. The two old men behind King Qian extended their divine consciousness and locked their auras on Yi Feng immediately. That's what I'm going to say next. Yi Feng was not angered by the two old men's gazes. His expression remained calm as he spoke unhurriedly. Didn't you ask why I'm in such a wretched state earlier, Fourth Imperial Highness? The reason I'm in such a wretched state is because of the person who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. I'm sure Fourth Imperial Highness knows that I, Yi Feng, am the sect leader of Dark Nether Sect, and I'm also a Saint Stage Devil Cultivator, Yi Feng said. King Qian nodded. King Qian nodded. He had long known that Yi Feng was a devil cultivator. However, what he was most curious about was who possessed the Devil Seal Tablet. That person who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet is only an imminent saint stage martial cultivator. However, because of the Devil Seal Tablet, the supreme elders of our Dark Nether sect died in his hands. If it wasn't for the fact that I escaped in time, perhaps, I would have been killed by the Devil Seal Tablet as well. When Yi Feng reached the end of his sentence, a hint of fear could be seen on his face. If I'm not mistaken, the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether Sect is also a Saint Stage powerhouse, right? King Qian asked. Yes. Yi Feng nodded. The Supreme Elder and I are both Saint Stage Devil Cultivators. It's precisely because we're both Saint Stage Devil Cultivators that we fell into the Devil Seal Tablet's trap. If any one of us is not a Devil Cultivator, we can easily crush that half-step Saint Realm Martial Cultivator. Who is he? King Qian asked with a burning gaze. In his opinion, a mere martial cultivator at the imminent saint stage was nothing to worry about. As long as he knew which imminent saint stage martial cultivator possessed the Devil Seal Tablet, he would be able to snatch it away immediately. Your Highness, before I tell you who that person is, I hope you can agree to a request of mine, and give me a promise. Yi Feng's eyes gleamed as he told King Qian bluntly. Impudent. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, King Qian frowned. The two old men behind him could not help but shout, Yi Feng. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're qualified to negotiate with His Highness the Fourth Prince? You're just a stray dog. Believe it or not, we'll make you stay in King Qian's estate forever. The auras of the two saint stage powerhouses behind King Qian became even more powerful. In the end, it was as though dark clouds were pressing down on Yi Feng, pressuring him greatly. However, Yi Feng ignored them. Instead, he stared at King Qian. Your Highness, I know the strength of these two seniors beside you. It'll be easy for them to kill me. However, are you sure you don't want to know where the Devil Seal Tablet is? The two old men's expressions changed drastically. They were about to teach Yi Feng a lesson when King Qian raised his hand to stop them. Sect leader Yi Feng, tell me your request and promise, King Qian said indifferently as he looked at Yifeng. King Qian said nonchalantly as he looked at Yifeng. His tone was emotionless, and no one could tell if he was happy or angry. Fourth Imperial Highness, now that the Supreme Elder of my Dark Nether sect has been killed, I've also fled the sect. Currently, the Dark Nether sect only exists in name. I'd like to ask for your permission to let me serve you. Yifeng bowed at King Qian. His tone was filled with humility. Oh. You want to serve me? King Qian smiled. As far as I know, you and your Dark Nether sect are closely related to the Sita clan. Aren't you betraying the Sita clan by doing this? In other words, you're betraying Sita Ming and the Sita clan. As the fourth Imperial Highness of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian, naturally, knew about the Sita clan. Your Highness, as the saying goes, man strives for higher ground while water flows for lower ground. I know very well that even if I tell Sita Ming about the Devil Seal tablet, he might not be able to obtain it. In fact, he might even go for wool and come home shorn. Moreover, compared to you, Sita Ming is nothing. Yifeng, a saint stage powerhouse, was fawning over King Qian. Man strives for higher ground while water flows for lower ground. Good, very good, very good. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, King Qian smiled. I agree to your request. However, before you look for me, you should already know that the Sita clan doesn't support me in the competition for the throne of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. If you serve me, you'll become an enemy of the Sita clan. Even if Sita Ming and Sita Hao don't get along well, they're still on the same side. It's difficult for them to change sides. King Qian reminded him in a timely manner. Don't worry, Fourth Imperial Highness. I have a way to split the Sita clan and make Sita Ming's faction support you. Yifeng said solemnly. Oh. King Qian's eyes lit up. Are you serious? If he could obtain the support of Sita Ming's faction in the Sita clan, not only would his strength increase tremendously, but his opponent's strength would also be reduced accordingly. This was, without a doubt, a good thing for him. I don't dare to lie to you, Fourth Imperial Highness, Yifeng said. King Qian nodded. Good, good. Yifeng, you're very good. From now on, as long as you serve me well, I won't mistreat you. King Qian said with a smile, now, tell me what you want. The promise I want isn't difficult for you, Fourth Imperial Highness. In fact, it's just a matter of pushing the boat along with the current. Yifeng took a deep breath as his eyes gleamed coldly. I hope that after you obtain the Devil Seal tablet, you'll hand over the owner of the Devil Seal tablet to me so that I can personally take his life. This is the promise you want? This time, King Qian was slightly surprised. He did not expect this was all Yifeng wanted. Yes. Yifeng nodded. At the same time, he said hatefully, not only did that person kill my Dark Nether sect Supreme Elder, but he even forced me to flee the Dark Nether sect in a wretched state. Currently, the Dark Nether sect only exists in name. Since he destroyed my sect, I'll take his life. This is just a small matter. I can promise you. King Qian agreed readily. Thank you, Fourth Imperial Highness. Yifeng quickly expressed his gratitude. Now, you should be able to tell me who has the Devil Seal tablet, right? King Qian asked. At once, the two old men behind King Qian stared intently at Yifeng's face. It was as though they were trying to figure out if Yifeng was telling the truth from the changes in his expression. Fourth Imperial Highness, I'm sure you've heard of the owner of the Devil Seal tablet. Yifeng said. Oh. I've heard of him. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, King Qian became even more curious. Who's he? Duan. Ling. Tian. Yifeng gritted his teeth as he spat out word by word in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian? King Qian raised an eyebrow. I seem to have heard of this name before. Fourth Imperial Highness, the interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, who recently rose to fame, is Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, one of the old men behind King Qian said. Is it him? When King Qian heard this, realization dawned on him. He looked at Yifeng as though he wanted confirmation. That's right. Yes, it's him. Yifeng nodded fiercely as he said, that day, he was the one who barged into my dark nether sect and used the Devil Seal tablet to kill my sect's supreme elder. I was lucky enough to escape with my life after that. Yifeng shuddered when he recalled the scene that day. The moment the Devil Seal tablet's aura locked onto him, he thought he would not be able to escape death. He did not expect the Devil Seal tablet would chase after his dark nether sect's supreme elder first. During that critical moment, he forcefully circulated the true origin in his body and broke free from the Devil Seal tablet's aura. That was how he managed to survive. Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, the owner of the Devil Seal tablet. No wonder you came to me. As it turns out, it's because the owner of the Devil Seal tablet is from the Situ clan. King Qian said indifferently as his eyes gleamed with wisdom. Although there were not many people in the Windfall Nation's imperial family who were capable of fighting for the throne, there were still many of them. Although he was one of them, he was not the most powerful one. The most powerful one was the second Imperial Highness who was supported by the Situ clan. However, Yifeng did not look for his second brother but came to him instead. He knew this must have something to do with the Situ clan. If Yifeng went to look for his second brother, even if his second brother managed to obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he might not let Yifeng deal with the interim advisor of Situ clan. To Yifeng, the Devil Seal tablet was not the most important thing. The most important thing was revenge. He could give Yifeng a chance to seek revenge. The interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian, is it? I want the Devil Seal tablet in your hands. King Qian's lips curled up coldly. However, he was inexplicably excited. It was as though he could already see the scene of him obtaining the Devil Seal tablet. If I can obtain the Devil Seal tablet, the few saint-staged devil cultivators under second brother's command won't be a problem at all. I'll be able to suppress them with the Devil Seal tablet. The moment King Qian thought of this, he became even more excited. He was so excited that his hand lost balance and threw the portrait left behind by Yi Mu Bai to the ground. It's him. Chapter 1620. What? Do you know him? King Qian asked as his eyes lit up when he noticed Yi Feng's loss of composure. To be honest, when he received the portrait from Yi Mu Bai, he was not confident he would be able to find the person in the portrait, let alone avenge Yi Mu Bai. But now, the portrait had accidentally fallen to the ground, causing Yifeng to react in such a way. Because of that, he realized that Yifeng might recognize the person in the portrait. Yifeng seems to be my lucky star. King Qian thought to himself. Fourth Imperial Highness, isn't that the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian? After taking a deep breath, Yifeng regained his senses. When he heard King Qian's question, he asked in surprise. When he heard King Qian's words, he realized King Qian had never seen Duan Lingtian before. However, if King Qian had never seen Duan Lingtian before, why would he have Duan Lingtian's portrait? He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. What? He's the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian? Even King Qian was shocked when he heard Yi Feng's words. The person Yi Mu Bai wants me to help him kill is the interim advisor of Situ clan, Duan Lingtian? The owner of the Devil Seal tablet? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The two old men behind King Qian looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Fourth Imperial Highness, Yifeng did not understand what was going on. After one of the old men behind King Qian explained, Yifeng finally understood what was going on. His eyes lit up immediately. How can there be such a coincidence? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know what was going on in King Qian's estate. Moreover, he did not know that he had already been targeted by someone. The person who targeted him must have a high status and power in Windfall Nation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian happened to bring Feng Wu Dao to the Drift Blaze sect. Ever since he came to the Drift Blaze sect to challenge Feng Tianwu, there were very few people in the Drift Blaze sect who had not seen Duan Lingtian before. Therefore, when he arrived at the Drift Blaze sect's monastery gate, the few Drift Blaze sect's disciples who were guarding the monastery gate immediately recognized Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian had only defeated their Drift Blaze Sect's Lady Feng, they might not have given him any face. However, based on the previous situation, this interim advisor of Sita clan, Master Duan, had a close relationship with their Drift Blaze Sect's Lady Feng. Mr. Duan. For this reason, when they faced Duan Lingtian, the few Drift Blaze Sect's disciples did not dare to be negligent as they greeted him respectfully. I'm here to look for Miss Feng and your sect master, Duan Lingtian said to the Drift Blaze Sect's disciples. The reason Duan Lingtian mentioned the sect master of Drift Blaze Sect was because he wanted her to know about Feng Wudao's existence so that she could take care of him. Mr. Duan, please. Soon after, a Drift Blaze Sect's disciple led the way and brought Duan Lingtian into the Drift Blaze Sect. Along the way, more and more Drift Blaze Sect's disciples noticed Duan Lingtian. When they saw Duan Lingtian had come to the Drift Blaze Sect again, they could not help but discuss among themselves. Why is this interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, here in our Drift Blaze Sect again? He has a special relationship with Lady Feng. Isn't it normal for him to come here? That's right. It's normal for lovers to meet each other. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. Many of the Drift Blaze Sect's male disciples had a desolate expression on their faces. The number one powerhouse among the younger generation in Drift Blaze Sect, the number one beauty in Drift Blaze Sect, had actually been snatched away by an outsider. When Feng Wudao heard the discussion among the Drift Blaze Sect's disciples, he could not help but take another look at Duan Lingtian. He sincerely hoped that his daughter would be together with Duan Lingtian even though Duan Lingtian already had 2 fiancées who were pregnant. Perhaps, they had already given birth to their child. He believed that his daughter would not be at a disadvantage even if she was together with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was a person with a strong sense of responsibility. After learning that Duan Lingtian had come, the sect master of Drift Blaze Sect, Ziyun, personally summoned him. Sect Master Ziyun. After greeting Ziyun, Duan Lingtian glanced around. However, he did not see Feng Tianwu at all. Sect Master Ziyun, where's Feng Tianwu? Feng Tianwu is currently in closed-door cultivation, Ziyun said. Ziyun said, her closed-door cultivation in the future will affect her breakthrough. If there's nothing urgent, it's best not to disturb her. Based on her words, it seemed as though she was reminding Duan Lingtian not to disturb Feng Tianwu's cultivation if there was nothing urgent. Although Feng Tianwu's heart was only with Duan Lingtian, and she did not object to it, she was not optimistic about the relationship between the two of them. In her opinion, since Feng Tianwu had obtained the 7 absolute sex blazing phoenix progeny's inheritance, it would not be difficult for her to soar in the future. Sooner or later, she would surpass Duan Lingtian. At that time, even if Feng Tianwu did not dislike Duan Lingtian might not continue to be with Feng Tianwu. Although she did not spend much time with Duan Lingtian, she could tell he was a man with a strong sense of pride. Greetings, sect leader Ziyun. At this moment, Feng Wudao also bowed to Ziyun. At the same time, he said to Duan Lingtian, boy, since Tianwu is at a critical juncture in her cultivation, let's not disturb her for the time being. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. This is? Ziyun had long noticed Feng Wudao. Moreover, she felt that the expression between Feng Wudao's brows gave her a sense of déjà vu. Now that she heard Feng Wudao's words, she could not help but look at Duan Lingtian and asked. This is Uncle Feng, Tianwu's biological father. Duan Lingtian said to Ziyun. Thank you, sect leader Ziyun, for taking care of Tianwu in these past few years. Feng Wudao bowed towards Ziyun as he said respectfully. Tianwu's biological father. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ziyun's eyes could not help but light up. When she noticed that Feng Wudao was bowing to her, she immediately used her true energy to form an invisible force and lifted Feng Wudao up. So you're Tianwu's father. Tianwu has mentioned you to me many times over these past few years. When facing Feng Wudao, Ziyun's attitude was completely different. Not only was she kind, she even had a smile on her face. It was as if she was a completely different person. This treatment, Duan Lingtian shook his head. You've given birth to a good daughter. Ziyun smiled as she led Feng Wudao to the seat below the main seat in the hall. Only then did she return to her seat and said to Feng Wudao with a smile. It's all because of sect leader Ziyun's guidance. Feng Wudao said modestly. Soon, Ziyun and Feng Tianwu became familiar with each other. Feng Wudao would occasionally mention some of Feng Tianwu's past and Ziyun listened with great interest. For a time, Duan Lingtian seemed to have been isolated and became a foil. Half an hour later, Feng Wudao finally remembered Duan Lingtian. He smiled awkwardly before he said to Ziyun, speaking of which, it's all thanks to that boy Ling Tian that I was able to escape from the Dark Nether sect. Dark Nether sect? Escape? Ziyun frowned. What's going on? Feng Wudao told Ziyun about how he was captured by the Dark Nether sect to be a slave. What a Dark Nether sect? Ziyun sneered. To think that they even dared to capture the father of my direct disciple to be a slave. Yi Feng really has the guts of a leopard. Mr. Feng, don't worry. I, Ziyun, will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. There's no need for that. Upon hearing this, Feng Wudao shook his head. Mr. Feng, don't tell me you don't believe me. Ziyun frowned. Sect leader Ziyun, you've misunderstood. I said there's no need for that because the Dark Nether sect only exists in name now. The Dark Nether sect's supreme elder is dead, and the sect leader has escaped. Even if you want to go to the Dark Nether sect's estate to settle the score, I'm afraid you won't be able to find the real culprit. Feng Wudao hastily explained. What's going on? Ziyun was stunned. She glanced at Duan Lingtian before she asked Feng Wudao. The Drift Blaze sect that she controlled was a force that was only second to the imperial family in Windfall Nation. Naturally, her intelligence network was extremely shocking. She knew about the relationship between the Dark Nether sect and the Sida clan. For this reason, she knew the Sida clan would not help Duan Lingtian to attack the Dark Nether sect. I'm not too sure about the details. It seems like some powerhouse came to the Dark Nether sect and killed the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder. It scared the Dark Nether sect's elder so much that he fled. While the Dark Nether sect was in chaos, that boy Ling Tian came and took the opportunity to rescue us. Feng Wudao, who originally wanted to tell the truth, changed his mind when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian did not want him to tell the truth, he knew there must be a reason for him to do so. Along the way, his trust in Duan Lingtian had reached an unconditional level. For this reason, he would do whatever Duan Lingtian asked him to do. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had his reasons for asking Feng Wudao to change his mind. If everyone knew he was the one who killed the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder, it would not be a good thing for him. After all, he was only a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. For a Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator to kill a Saint stage powerhouse, this was truly unbelievable. Although most people would not think of the Devil Seal tablet when this news spread out, there would definitely be people who would be curious about the method he used to kill the Saint stage powerhouse. At that time, the curious people would swarm over and annoy him to death. It was fine if he was annoyed to death. However, he was most afraid of a powerhouse personally coming and forcing him to tell the truth. At that time, how would he face it? However, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect, Yi Feng, is still alive. He's still a hidden danger. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he recalled Yi Feng, who knew he had the Devil Seal tablet in his possession. He had a bad feeling about this. Yi Feng would definitely use the fact that he had the Devil Seal tablet in his possession to stir up trouble. At that time, he would be in deep trouble. So that's how it is. After listening to Feng Wudao's explanation, realization dawned on Ziyun. If that's the case, all of you are quite lucky. As for the powerhouse who killed the Dark Nether sect's supreme elder and scared the sect leader of Dark Nether sect to the point of fleeing, he must be a powerhouse the Dark Nether sect had offended. The Dark Nether sect's reputation in Windfall Nation isn't good. They would not shrink from any crime. I think they've kicked an iron plate this time. Chapter 1621. Since Feng Tianwu was in closed-door cultivation, Duan Lingtian did not see Feng Tian with this time. Ling Tian boy, aren't you going to stay with me? Feng Wudao, who was invited by Zi Yun, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect, to stay, asked when he heard that Duan Lingtian was leaving. Uncle Feng, you haven't seen Tian Wu for many years. You'll be able to see her when she comes out of closed-door cultivation if you stay in Drift Blaze sect. As for me, I have some things to do, so I'm afraid I won't be able to accompany you. Duan Lingtian said apologetically. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind, Feng Wudao did not say anything else. Be careful then. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and bade farewell to Zi Yun before he left. He left the Drift Blaze sect and made his way back. As soon as he left Drift Blaze sect, tens of thousands of solidified sword rays appeared in the air with Duan Lingtian as the center. Whoosh! 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 The sword rays whistled and gathered together to form a flying sword that hovered under Duan Lingtian's feet. It brought Duan Lingtian along as it flew back to Windfall Nation at a terrifying speed. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed like a ghost. His speed was ridiculously fast. At this moment, the few imminent Saint stage martial cultivators sent by Situ Hao, the clan leader of Situ clan, were left far behind by Duan Lingtian. This, after the few of them appeared, they looked at each other with their mouths agape. Is he really an imminent Saint stage powerhouse like us? Although his speed is not as fast as a Saint stage powerhouse, it's much faster than us imminent Saint stage powerhouses. It's almost on par with a Saint stage powerhouse's speed. The interim advisor of our Situ clan, Master Duan, is really not a simple person. Put everything else aside, I'm afraid even the person who ranks first on the heaven ranking is far from his speed. Among all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is invincible. Master Duan might not be at a disadvantage even if he's facing the person who ranks first on the heaven ranking. After discussing in a low voice for a while, they finally returned to the capital of Windfall Nation. However, along the way, they completely lost sight of Duan Lingtian. Naturally, there was a reason why Duan Lingtian was in a hurry to return to the capital of Windfall Nation and the Situ clan. He knew the news about the Dark Nether sect would definitely spread to the capital of Windfall Nation in a few days. At that time, when Situ Ming's faction learned that the Dark Nether sect only existed in name, they would be so angry that they would vomit blood. And in that case, he might very well do something desperate. What he needed to do was to go back and help Situ Hao and his son. Although he wasn't a match for sage stage powerhouses who weren't demonic cultivators, he wasn't afraid of anyone who was below the sage stage. In fact, he could kill as many as they came. This was his confidence, his confidence. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, a few days after he returned to the Situ clan, the news about the Dark Nether sect had already spread to the capital of Windfall Nation and the Situ clan. One of the two great saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect, the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect, has been killed. The sect leader of Dark Nether sect has gone missing. The Dark Nether sect's estate is empty. The Dark Nether sect only exists in name. This time, the Dark Nether sect will most likely disappear from the history of Windfall Nation. Similar rumors spread everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. Following the spread of this news, the Situ clan was completely silent. However, Duan Lingtian knew this was just the calm before the storm. Master Duan, thank you. The clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, paid a visit to Duan Lingtian again. His tone was filled with gratitude. Although he had learned the news about the Dark Nether sect only existing in name when Duan Lingtian returned, and he trusted Duan Lingtian, this news had undoubtedly dealt a huge blow to the arrogance of Situ Ming's faction. It made him even more grateful to Duan Lingtian. Clan leader Situ, you don't have to be so polite. In some aspects, we're on the same boat. We're on the same boat, Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. As the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, naturally, knew what Duan Lingtian meant. Indeed, when Duan Lingtian removed the devil inscription on his son's body, Duan Lingtian had already stood on their side, opposing Situ Ming's faction. Unlike Situ Hao's faction whose morale was greatly boosted, Situ Ming's faction was the complete opposite. In Situ Ming's courtyard, a loud bang sounded. Situ Ming had smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Situ Hao and Situ Ho didn't leave the Situ clan at all. How did the Dark Nether sect suffer such a calamity? Father, do you think this matter has something to do with Duan Lingtian? Situ Zhua, who was standing at the side, asked through gritted teeth as his eyes gleamed coldly. Previously, it was Duan Lingtian who had ruined his plan and saved Situ Hang. Otherwise, he would have replaced Situ Hang and become the first successor of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian? Upon hearing Situ Zhua's words, Situ Ming frowned. I'm already shocked that he managed to kill Zhou Shu. One of the two saint stage powerhouses in the Dark Nether sect is dead, and the other is missing. Do you think he's capable of doing that? Father, perhaps he didn't do it on his own accord? Situ Zhua insisted. He has an unusual relationship with Lady Feng from the Drift Blaze sect. Perhaps, he asked the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect to kill the Supreme Elder of Dark Nether sect through Lady Feng? Moreover, the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect didn't even have to do it herself. All she had to do was to send the powerhouses under her command. Impossible. Situ Ming shook his head. Under Situ Zhua's puzzled gaze, he explained, one of the two vice sect leaders of Drift Blaze sect is a good friend of mine. He has an important position in Drift Blaze sect. Even the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect thinks highly of him. If the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect made a move, or if the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect sent someone to do it, it's impossible for him to not know about it. As long as he knows about it, he'll definitely inform me immediately. Therefore, this possibility doesn't exist. Situ Ming said confidently. He had a close relationship with the vice sect leader of Drift Blaze sect. If the sect leader of Drift Blaze sect didn't make a move, there are only two possibilities. One is that Duan Lingtian is a saint stage powerhouse. The second possibility is that the Dark Nether sect has offended a powerful enemy and is digging their own grave. Situ Zhong, the supreme elder of Situ clan who was on Situ Ming's side, chimed in. Perhaps, our train of thought has been wrong since the beginning. The incident at the Dark Nether sect stronghold in the capital was actually a signal. We all thought it was Duan Lingtian who made a move. However, other than the fact that Duan Lingtian was not in the Situ clan at that time, there's no evidence to prove it was Duan Lingtian who made the move. Situ Ming took a deep breath as his train of thought gradually cleared up. Perhaps, that incident had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. As for whether Duan Lingtian is a saint stage powerhouse, that's impossible. When he left with Lady Feng's father from Drift Blaze sect, I used my divine consciousness to observe him from afar. I didn't sense the aura of a saint stage powerhouse from him at all. Although I didn't disturb him, I'm certain he's definitely not a saint stage powerhouse. Situ Ming said confidently. In that case, whether it's the incident at the Dark Nether sect stronghold in the capital or the incident at the Dark Nether sect this time, it has nothing to do with Duan Lingtian? Situ Zhua frowned. It was obvious he was slightly displeased. He hoped that this incident had something to do with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, his father would definitely kill Duan Lingtian at all costs in a fit of rage. That should be the case. Situ Ming nodded. His eyes gleamed fiercely. That Dark Nether sect really can't do anything right. Especially the Yifeng. I've already told him to restrain his disciples and stop causing trouble everywhere, but he refused to listen. Now, even he's gone missing. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Second Master. Just when Situ Ming thought the Dark Nether sect had ended up like this because they had provoked a powerful enemy, a voice resonated from outside the courtyard. Come in. Situ Ming raised an eyebrow and called out indifferently. Soon after, Situ Ming saw one of his Situ clan's elders bringing a middle-aged man into the courtyard. Second Master. The Situ clan's elder bowed at Situ Ming. Greetings, Second Master Ming. After the ordinary-looking middle-aged man entered the courtyard, the first thing he did was to look at Situ Ming and greet him indifferently. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes, as though he disdained to bow in front of Sita Ming. Upon seeing this, Sita Ming's expression turned grave immediately. "Who are you? How dare you not bow when you see my father?" Sita Zhua's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted in his deep voice. Whoosh! When the middle-aged man raised his hand, a dazzling golden order token appeared in his hand. He faced Sita Zhua, causing his expression to turn grave immediately. This was because he saw the 3 words on the golden order token. King Qian's estate. This person was from King Qian's estate. The moment Sita Zhua thought of this, his face turned pale immediately. Heavens! Earlier, he had actually shouted at the people from King Qian's estate. Naturally, he knew very well what it meant for someone to be able to take out the golden order token from King Qian's estate. This meant the other party was working for King Qian. When Sita Ming and Sita Zhong saw the golden order token from King Qian's estate, both of them could not help but frown. So it's the lord from King Qian's estate. Sita Ming nodded at the middle-aged man. "May I know why you're here, lord?" Although the middle-aged man before him was not a saint stage powerhouse, since he was from King Qian's estate, he was not someone Sita Ming could easily offend. Moreover, since the other party came with the golden order token from King Qian's estate, it was obvious he was here on King Qian's orders. "Second Master Ming, I'm here on behalf of the 4th Imperial Highness to invite you to King Qian's estate," the middle-aged man said bluntly. The moment his words left his mouth, not only did Sita Ming's expression turn grave, but even Sita Zhong, Sita Zhua, and the Sita clan's elders' expression changed drastically. Chapter 1622. However, the 4th prince, King Qian, had actually sent someone to invite Sita Ming to King Qian's estate. If Sita Ming went, it would not be good news for him if news of this spread out. The Sita clan supporting the 2nd prince was the decision made by the old ancestor of Sita clan. If one dared to disobey the old ancestor's order, there was only one outcome waiting for them: to be expelled from the Sita clan. "Please help me tell His Highness King Qian that I appreciate his kindness," Sita Ming said to the middle-aged man from King Qian's estate. "The 4th Imperial Highness King Qian has long expected 2nd Master Ming to reject him. Apart from inviting you over, he also asked me to tell you that Yifeng is waiting for you in King Qian's estate," the middle-aged man said. Yifeng. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Sita Ming's eyes widened immediately. Even Sita Zhua, Sita Zhong, and the Sita clan's elders' expressions changed slightly. Naturally, they were familiar with the name Yifeng. Yifeng was the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. Today, they had just received news that the supreme elder of Dark Nether sect had been killed, and the sect leader of Dark Nether sect was nowhere to be found. The Dark Nether sect only existed in name. Now that someone from King Qian's estate had come, he even said Yifeng was in King Qian's estate. Don't tell me the Dark Nether sect has offended King Qian's estate. The moment Sita Ming thought of this, his heartbeat quickened. He looked at the middle-aged man in panic. "Sir, please tell His Highness King Qian that although I, Sita Ming, have some ties with the Dark Nether sect, I have nothing to do with what the Dark Nether sect has done." At this moment, all Sita Ming wanted to do was to clear his name. "Second Master Ming, you can explain yourself if you want to. Forgive me for not being able to help you," the middle-aged man said indifferently. "Moreover, the 4th Imperial Highness King Qian asked me to tell you that if you're unwilling to follow me to King Qian's estate, you'll have to bear the consequences." Bear the consequences. The moment the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, Sita Ming and the others' expressions turned grave. Sita Ming looked at Sita Zhong. "Go." Sita Zhong nodded at Sita Ming and said through voice transmission, "At this point, you don't have a choice. King Qian isn't a merciful person." Sita Ming secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew very well that he had no other choice. If he offended King Qian, he would be in deep trouble. Although the prince whom the Sita clan supported was not inferior to King Qian in any aspect, he might not necessarily fall out with King Qian just to protect him. "My lord, I'll go with you." In the end, Sita Ming gave in. "Let's go," the middle-aged man said nonchalantly. Although he was only at the imminent saint stage, since he was working for King Qian, he was not afraid at all even if he was facing a saint stage powerhouse like Sitaming. A fox borrowing the tiger's might, a dog relying on its master's power, nothing more than this. Sitaming followed the middle-aged man and left the Sita clan's estate. They went straight to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace and King Qian's estate. When Sitaming entered King Qian's estate, a figure hiding in the dark outside King Qian's estate turned around and left as well. He went to another spacious mansion in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. It was the mansion of King Rong, the second imperial highness of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Sitaming from Situ clan went to Old Fort's place. King Rong was an elegant middle-aged man with a medium build who was dressed like a scholar. When he heard the report from the informant he had planted near King Qian's estate, he could not help but frown. "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" A young man dressed in black behind King Rong asked indifferently as he looked at the informant. The young man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. When he looked at the informant, it seemed as though there were two piercing rays in his eyes, causing the informant to feel shocked. He did not dare to look him in the eye. "I'm sure I'm not mistaken." The informant took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and replied. "You, make a trip to Situ clan and ask Situ how what's going on. Tell the Situ clan to give King Rong a satisfactory explanation within 3 days," the young man replied. The young man nodded. "Yes." The informant left and made his way to the Situ clan. When the clan leader of Situ clan, Situ Hao, learned about this, horror dawned on his face. Sitaming openly went to King Qian's estate. What's he trying to do? Clan leader of Situ clan, I've already passed the message to you. Please give the second Imperial Highness a satisfactory explanation within 3 days. The informant from King Rong's estate was extremely humble in King Rong's estate, but he was extremely domineering in the Situ clan. In King Rong's estate, he was merely a lackey. However, in the Situ clan, he was a messenger from King Rong's estate. After the informant from King Rong's estate left, Situ Hao's expression was still extremely grave. His brows were tightly knitted together. At this moment, Sitaming finally met the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian in King Qian's estate. "Sitaming greets your highness King Qian." Sitaming bowed at King Qian. "There's no need for formalities, second Master Ming. Please take a seat," King Qian said with a smile as he gestured for Sitaming to sit. However, Sitaming did not dare to sit. "What? Are you not going to give me face, second Master Ming?" The smile on King Qian's face faded slightly as he asked with a solemn expression. "No. No." Sitaming was shocked and immediately sat down. However, he felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. "Second Master Ming, I heard you're not happy in the Situ clan?" King Qian asked with a smile as he looked at Sitaming. "You must be joking, your highness King Qian. As the second master of Situ clan, how could I not be happy in the Situ clan?" Sitaming forced a smile. Even if he was unhappy in the Situ clan, he would not say it out loud, let alone in front of King Qian. This was because, to a certain extent, the Situ clan and King Qian were on opposite sides. "It seems like second Master Ming still has some reservations about me." King Qian shook his head before he raised his hands and clapped them. At this moment, a person walked into the main hall. It was someone Sitaming was extremely familiar with. When Sitaming saw the person, he instantly stood up. His eyes gleamed coldly as he asked through voice transmission, "Yifeng, why are you here? Don't you know our Situ clan and King Qian's estate are on opposite sides?" "Second Master, naturally, I know the Situ clan and King Qian's estate are on opposite sides." Yifeng did not reply through voice transmission. Sitaming's expression turned grave immediately as he asked through voice transmission again, "Yifeng, what are you trying to do?" "Second Master, I'm not trying to do anything. I just want you to understand the current situation. The Situ clan no longer has room for you. What you need to do now is to leave the Situ clan with your men and seek refuge with the Fourth Imperial Highness." Chapter 1623. Before Sita Ming came here, he had thought of many possibilities. He had even thought that King Qian's estate might have annihilated the Dark Nether sect and captured Yifeng, the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. However, it seemed like that was not the case now. He did not expect Yifeng to betray him and even become King Qian's messenger to ask him to lead his men to betray Sita clan and join King Qian's side. Imperial Highness King Qian, if this is the only reason you asked me to come here, I'm afraid I can't stay here any longer. Sita Ming took a deep breath and glared at Yifeng before he looked at King Qian and said bluntly. What a joke. He had been working hard all his life to become the leader of Sita clan. Although he had lost to Situ Hao, he did not give up. He wanted his son to replace Situ Hao's son and become the next clan leader of Sita clan. In the future, he would also become the retired emperor of Sita clan. If he betrayed Sita clan, he would become a traitor of Sita clan. It would be impossible for him to become the leader of Sita clan. If he chose to betray Sita clan, it would mean he would be overturning all his efforts in the past. Naturally, he was unwilling to make such a choice. After Sita Ming finished speaking, he turned around to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, he was stopped by two old men who appeared behind King Qian. Imperial Highness King Qian, what's the meaning of this? Sita Ming's expression turned grave. When he looked at King Qian again, his eyes were filled with rage. Second Master Ming, if you want to leave, you should listen to what Yifeng has to say before leaving. If you still insist on keeping your memory in the Sita clan after Yifeng has finished speaking, I won't stop you anymore. King Qian said. Upon hearing this, Sita Ming glanced at Yifeng indifferently. If you have something to say, just say it. You want me to betray Sita clan? Do you think you're worthy? Second Master Ming, you shouldn't speak too soon. Yifeng was not angered by Sita Ming's disdain. Instead, he said indifferently, actually, the reason I asked you to join King Qian is to save your life. If you insist on being stubborn, there's nothing I can do about it. Save my life? What do you mean by that? Sita Ming's expression turned grave. Second Master Ming, do you know why I'm in King Qian's estate? Yifeng asked. When Yifeng saw that Sita Ming did not answer him and continued to stare at him, he continued to say, the reason I came to King Qian's estate is because I don't want to die. Do you know how difficult it was for me to escape from the Dark Nether sect? The force behind Duan Lingtian is terrifyingly powerful. Even the Supreme Elder of our Dark Nether sect died because of him. I chose to leave the Dark Nether sect because I was afraid of him. Yifeng continued. When Yifeng saw the disbelief on Sita Ming's face, he immediately swore on the lightning penalty oath. If the Supreme Elder of my Dark Nether sect didn't die because of Duan Lingtian, and if I didn't flee the Dark Nether sect out of fear of Duan Lingtian, I'm willing to be killed by the 99 heavenly tribulation. As a drop of Yifeng's blood rose into the air, 9 claps of thunder came from the horizon, bearing witness to Yifeng's oath. After he swore on the lightning penalty oath, Yifeng remained unscathed. He was not killed by the lightning penalty. This was enough to prove that he was not lying. The instant Yifeng swore on the lightning penalty oath, Sita Ming could no longer maintain his composure. Horror dawned on him immediately. There's such a powerful force behind Duan Lingtian? Is it the Drift Blaze sect? It has nothing to do with the Drift Blaze sect. Yifeng said, I don't know where that force comes from as well. However, its strength is definitely not inferior to the Sita clan. It's not the Drift Blaze sect. Sita Ming was not surprised when he heard that the force behind Duan Lingtian was not the Drift Blaze sect. However, this made him even more afraid. The unknown was the most terrifying. The force behind Duan Lingtian was so mysterious. Perhaps, he would not be able to react in time if it turned against him. To be able to kill the Dark Nether sect Supreme Elder and force Yifeng to abandon the entire Dark Nether sect and flee. The force behind Duan Lingtian is definitely not something Elder Zhong and I can fight against. Various expressions appeared on Sita Ming's face. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. How did Situ Hao manage to find someone like Duan Lingtian? Don't tell me I'm destined to lose to him. My son is destined to lose to his son. No. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Sita Ming roared in his heart, roaring crazily. However, he knew it was useless no matter how unwilling he was. This was because the outcome had already been decided. Just as Yifeng had said, if he continued to stay in the Sita clan, he might be killed at any time. Once the force behind Duan Lingtian joined forces with Situ Hao's faction, his faction would not be able to fight back at all. Imperial Highness King Qian, Sita Ming is willing to serve you. Soon after, Sita Ming made up his mind and bowed at King Qian. At this moment, he no longer had a choice. Second Master Ming, if you want to serve Imperial Highness King Qian, you'll have to show some sincerity. Yifeng smiled. What sincerity? Situ Ming's expression turned grave. In the past, would Yifeng dare to be so presumptuous in front of him? Naturally, you'll have to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Yifeng continued to say. You, Situ Ming's expression turned grave. However, when he saw King Qian looking at him and waiting for him to make a decision, he could only swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve King Qian. If he betrayed King Qian, he would be killed by the lightning penalty. Imperial Highness King Qian, I suggest that my subordinates and I continue to hide in the Sita clan. Perhaps, I'll be able to seize control of the Sita clan in the future and become the true master of the Sita clan. Sita Ming suggested. Even at this moment, he still did not forget about the Sita clan. He took the initiative to suggest to King Qian that he should continue to stay in the Sita clan. Naturally, he had his own reasons for suggesting this. He did not want to be branded as a traitor to the Sita clan. Once he betrayed the clan, it would mean he no longer had anything to do with the Sita clan. Moreover, his subordinates might not be willing to follow him. Perhaps, these people would support him when he was in the Sita clan. However, if he chose to betray the clan, they might not continue to follow him. There's no need for that. However, King Qian rejected Situ Ming's suggestion. With Duan Lingtian around, it's impossible for you to defeat Situ Hao. Sita Ming was rendered speechless by King Qian's words. He really wanted to say, "Can't I have you as my backer?" However, he did not say it out loud in the end. He could tell King Qian wanted him to betray the Sita clan. He could more or less guess King Qian's intention. King Qian wanted to use him to betray the Sita clan to disgust his strongest opponent, the second prince, King Rong. I'll give you 1 day to bring your men and leave the Sita clan and come to my estate, King Qian said as he looked at the 2 old men blocking Sita Ming's path. As King Qian spoke, he looked at the 2 old men who were blocking Sita Ming's path. Both of you, follow Second Master Ming. If he's alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave even if he enters the Sita clan. After Sita Ming and the 2 old men left, only King Qian and Yifeng were left in the main hall. You're very smart. You didn't expose the Devil Seal tablet. King Qian looked at Yifeng with admiration. He was very satisfied with Yifeng's wit earlier. The fewer people who know about the Devil Seal tablet, the better. Yifeng smiled with his eyes narrowed. In the following day, the Sita clan was turned upside down. All of this was due to the departure of Sita Ming, the second master of Sita clan. To be more precise, he had betrayed the clan. Sita Ming, the second master of Sita clan, brought his son, the supreme elder of Sita clan, Sita Zhong, and a few other Sita clan's elders along with the 2 powerhouses from King Qian's estate as they left the Sita clan and headed to King Qian's estate. When this matter spread out, it stirred up a storm in the peaceful Sita clan. In the main hall of the Sita clan's estate, a few Sita clan's elders who were on Situ Ming's side in the past were kneeling on the ground in front of Sita Hao, the clan leader of Sita clan. Clan leader, I was blind in the past. I didn't expect Situ Ming would betray the Sita clan. I'm willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I'll only be loyal to you and your descendants for the rest of my life. One of the Situ clan's elders took the lead and bowed. The moment his words left his mouth, he swore on the lightning penalty oath. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the sky. The remaining Situ clan's elders followed suit. If it was in the past, Situ Hao would have been very happy that so many elders who were on the opposite side of him had decided to side with him. However, his expression was extremely grave at this moment. Ever since he found out Sita Ming and Sita Zhong had betrayed the Sita clan, his expression had not changed at all. Elders, the fact that all of you didn't leave with Sita Ming is enough to prove your loyalty to the clan. I won't pursue the matter in the past. I hope all of you will serve the clan well in the future. Sita Hao said to the few Sita clan's elders before him. Thank you, clan leader. The few Sita clan's elders quickly expressed their gratitude. Sita Ming betrayed the Sita clan? Duan Lingtian had learned about this from the great young master of Sita clan, Sita Hang. He was also shocked by this news. Where did he go after he betrayed the Sita clan? King Qian's estate. Sita Hang said with a grave expression, in the past, I thought Sita Ming was just vying with my father for the leadership of the clan. I didn't expect he would betray the clan. Now that he has left, our Sita clan has lost 2 saint stage powerhouses in one go. Does your Sita clan's old ancestor know about this? Duan Lingtian asked. My father must have gone to inform the old ancestor now. The old ancestor will definitely be furious when he finds out about this. However, Sita Ming has already brought his men and pledged allegiance to King Qian's estate. No matter how furious the old ancestor is, there's nothing he can do. When Sita Hang reached the end of his sentence, he felt helpless. Duan Lingtian had been in the capital of Windfall Nation for a long time. Naturally, he knew what King Qian's estate meant. Mr. Duan, someone passed a message to you at the entrance just now. He asked me to pass it to you. Chapter 1624. As Duan Lingtian responded, a person walked in from outside. This person was none other than one of the guards on duty at the entrance of Sita clan. What did he say? Duan Lingtian asked. He said a person called Yifeng asked you to visit King Qian's estate when you're free so that you can catch up. The Sita clan guard replied. Yifeng? Upon hearing the guard's words, Sita Hang frowned. Don't tell me it's the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. I remember the sect leader of Dark Nether sect is called Yifeng. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Yifeng. He had finally appeared. Moreover, he was in King Qian's estate. The Yifeng used to be the sect leader of Dark Nether sect. He's on Sita Ming's side. The Sita clan supports the second prince, King Rong. As for the fourth prince, King Qian, he's King Rong's strongest opponent. Duan Lingtian's heart sank. The Yifeng must have given something in order to stay in King Qian's estate. He must have given something because he knows I have the Devil Seal tablet. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, killing intent rose in his eyes. If he could, he would kill Yifeng and all the people who had learned of his possession of the demon's sealing tombstone. Because this news would bring him a fatal calamity. King Qian's estate, King Qian. That King Qian must have found out I have the Devil Seal tablet. Duan Lingtian frowned. He was not afraid of King Qian at all. However, as the prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, King Qian was guarded by many saint stage powerhouses. Most of those saint stage powerhouses were not devil cultivators. It would not be easy for him to kill King Qian. However, even if King Qian knows I have the Devil Seal tablet, he definitely won't spread the news. Humans are greedy. He must want to take the Devil Seal tablet for himself. Duan Lingtian was certain of this. To be honest, when Yifeng escaped from him at the Dark Nether sect's estate, he had thought of leaving Windfall Nation to lie low for a while. Because once the news of him possessing the Devil Seal tablet spread, he would be in great danger. However, before that, he had to make arrangements for Bai Lihong and the others. However, now that he knew Yifeng was in King Qian's estate, he was no longer in a hurry to leave. If it's just King Qian, I don't really have to leave Windfall Nation. When I break through to the Saint Stage, I won't be afraid of those Saint Stage powerhouses by King Qian's side. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. Not to mention his strong foundation, when he broke through to the Saint Realm, he would be able to transform the true Qi in his body into true Sun origin. According to Huolao, the benefits that Huolao had given him last time could only be fully realized after he had broken through to the Saint Realm. According to Huolao, with just the Sun origin alone, it would be easy for him to defeat an opponent who was one stage higher than him. Coupled with his strong body, powerful 10,000 swords territory, and the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang had given him, he believed there would not be many Saint stage powerhouses in Windfall Nation who would be able to defeat him after he had broken through to the Saint stage. At that time, he would not care about King Qian's estate at all. At that time, I'll be able to kill all of them. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he bade farewell to Situ Hang and hastily returned to his room. After returning to his room, he entered the third level of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda and cultivated diligently to break through to the Saint stage as soon as possible. Naturally, before he could break through to the Saint stage, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base would have to reach the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage and the imminent Saint stage first. However, based on his current progress, Duan Lingtian was confident he would be able to break through to the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage in half a month. Naturally, half a month was referring to the time outside. Yi Feng is actually in King Qian's estate. This means Situ Ming's betrayal must have something to do with Yi Feng as well. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, Yi Feng also thought of this. Whether it was Yi Feng or Duan Lingtian himself, they did not realize a great crisis was brewing rapidly. It was about to engulf Duan Lingtian at any time. The Devil Seal tablet was enough for many people to resort to all means. While the undercurrent was surging in the capital of Windfall Nation, in a faraway place at the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, a supreme order from the Mountain Shade Black Market's leader was quickly passed down. A painting, a young man, and a name. Lord Leader has ordered us to find the young man in the painting at all costs. This young man's name is Duan Lingtian. This was the order passed down from the messenger of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters to the lower branches. The lower branches of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters were located in the districts of some ordinary fourth-rate forces. Below them, there were also lower branches in the districts of fifth-rate forces. The Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was one of the lower branches. This branch had also received the order from the upper branch. Along with the order was a very clear painting of a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. His name was Duan Lingtian. Pass down this order to all the branches. There were branches one level lower than the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. These branches included the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. A few months later, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation also received the order from the upper branch, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Apart from that, they also received a painting and the name of the young man in the painting. Duan Lingtian? This name sounds familiar. The leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation, a gray-clad old man with white hair, was standing in front of a pavilion on the mountainside of a steep mountain. He was looking at the painting in his hand as he muttered to himself. Lord Leader, I've heard of this name before. While the gray-clothed old man was muttering to himself, a voice came from behind him. It was a middle-aged man standing outside the pavilion. He promptly responded to the gray-clothed old man. Oh. The gray-clad old man's eyes lit up. He immediately turned around and looked at his most capable subordinate. Lord Leader, you must have heard of this name before. However, you didn't pay much attention to it when you heard of it. The middle-aged man said, a few months ago, the young man who defeated Drift Blaze Sex Lady Feng is the interim advisor of the Siddha clan in the capital. His full name is Duan Lingtian. Currently, he's widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. Now that you mention it, I remember now. The gray-clad old man nodded. At the same time, he looked at the painting in his hand and said, I wonder if he has the same name as the person in the painting. If they're the same person. Chapter 1625. The gray-clad old man was the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation. He knew very well what the heavy painting in his hand meant. This painting was sent directly from the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters. Any branch that could find the person in the painting would be rewarded handsomely. If they could bring the person in the painting back to the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the leader of that branch would even have a chance to follow the supreme leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters for 10 years. The latter was enough to make anyone go crazy. The supreme leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters was the leader with the highest position in the Mountain Shade Black Market. At the same time, he was also a top powerhouse in the Debussy subterranean. To be able to follow such an expert for 10 years and listen to his instructions was undoubtedly a dream come true. For this reason, when the old man heard the name of the young man who had caused a commotion in Windfall Nation a few months ago was Duan Lingtian, he could not help but feel excited. Jing Yuan, make a trip to the capital of Windfall Nation and meet the interim advisor of Sita clan in the Sita clan. See if he's the person in the painting. Hong Zhen, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Windfall Nation, raised his hand and passed the painting in his hand to the middle-aged man. Make a copy of this before you depart. Yes, Lord Leader. Jing Yuan nodded solemnly before he took the painting and left. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw the painting in Hong Zhen's hand, he would be shocked to discover that the person in the painting was him. Moreover, the painting was extremely lifelike. In King Qian's estate in the capital of Windfall Nation. King Qian, if Duan Lingtian still refuses to come out in 10 days, I'll have no choice but to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan mansion. I can only suppress my cultivation base for another month at most. In the main hall of King Qian's estate, a white-clad young man glanced at King Qian, the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Based on his words, it seemed as though he did not treat the other party as a prince at all. A hint of anger flashed in the depth of King Qian's eyes, but he did not flare up. Instead, he forced a smile as he replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Within 10 days, I guarantee that Duan Lingtian will have to come out even if he doesn't want to. You're the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, and it's his blessing that you came all the way from the distant Southern Ridge Yuan mansion to challenge him. He really doesn't know what's good for him by running away like this. There's no need for you to flatter me. I'm only here for the reward you promised me. If he doesn't show up within 10 days, I'll leave. As for the deposit, I will not return it." The white-clothed young man said indifferently. He didn't seem to be considerate at all. Of course, of course. Although the white-clad young man was not understanding, King Qian did not dare to vent his anger. Not only was this white-clad young man ranked first on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's district, but he was also a disciple from a powerful sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. That clan was so powerful that it was not inferior to the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Moreover, the white-clad young man was a lineal disciple of that clan. 2 months ago, he had invited the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion's Lin clan to Windfall Nation to kill Duan Lingtian and seize the Duan Lingtian spatial ring. To be more precise, he wanted to seize the Devil Seal tablet in Duan Lingtian's hands. Naturally, he did not tell this white-clad young man, Lin Dong, about the Devil Seal tablet. He only wanted the items in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring that were of great significance to him. The deal between him and Lin Dong was that Lin Dong would seize Duan Lingtian's spatial ring and hand it to him after he killed Duan Lingtian. He would also pay another reward for it. In order to invite Lin Dong, he had gritted his teeth and paid a huge price. However, when he thought about how he could obtain the Devil Seal tablet, he felt that everything was worth it. Humph. Farewell. The white-clad young man, Lin Dong, snorted coldly before he turned around and left. He was arrogant. It was obvious he did not take King Qian seriously at all. King Qian's expression turned grave as he looked at Lin Dong's departing figure. Fourth Imperial Highness, Lin Dong is too arrogant. You're the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. You're going to inherit the Windfall Nation's imperial family's throne in the future, and yet, he dares to treat you like this. Yi Feng, who had been standing at the side and had not spoken a word since the beginning, spoke. Humph. Other people might be afraid of me because I'm the fourth prince of the Windfall Nation's imperial family, but Lin Dong doesn't have to be afraid. The Lin clan he's from isn't any weaker than our Windfall Nation. King Qian snorted, causing Yi Feng to feel awkward. Yi Feng, what's your plan? It's already been 2 months, but there's still no news from the Sita clan. Soon after, King Qian stared at Yifeng coldly. Fourth Imperial Highness, I've really tried my best during these 2 months. Right now, there's a rumor going around that the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, is afraid of Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. However, there's nothing I can do if he doesn't show himself. Yifeng smiled wryly. Since there's nothing you can do, you don't have to worry about this anymore, King Qian said indifferently. Yifeng immediately felt relieved. Hearing this, Yifeng heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had long wanted to give up on this task. It was obvious the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian, did not dare to accept the challenge. Otherwise, he would have shown himself a long time ago. The people in the capital of Windfall Nation realized the topic on the streets had changed in just a few days. As it turned out, in the past 2 months, the hottest topic on the streets was that Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, had come to Windfall Nation to challenge the interim advisor of Sita clan, Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian refused to accept the challenge. Naturally, the news from the Sita clan was that Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation. However, most people did not believe this. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian was afraid of Lin Dong and did not dare to accept the challenge. Although the topic these few days was still about Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong, more people began to mention that Lin Dong was an honored guest of King Qian's estate. King Qian's estate. If this name did not have anything to do with the Sita clan, it would not be a big deal. However, now that it had something to do with the Sita clan, many people's imaginations began to run wild. After all, everyone knew that the Sita clan was close to King Rong's estate. In the face of a challenge from an honored guest of King Qian's estate, the interim advisor of Sita clan under King Rong's estate actually refused to accept the challenge. To a certain extent, did this mean that King Rong's estate was inferior to King Qian's estate? Soon after, similar discussions began to spread like wildfire under the influence of people with ulterior motives. King Rong's estate could no longer sit still and began to exert pressure on the Sita clan. In the Sita clan, Situ Hao, who had just sent the people from King Rong's estate away, had a frown on his face. In the end, he still went to the courtyard where his son, Situ Heng, was staying. Is Master Duan still not showing any signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation? Situ Hao asked Situ Heng. What's wrong, father? Are you still bothered by the rumors that are spreading? Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Master Duan doesn't care about those rumors. Situ Heng smiled. The situation is different now. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Then, he told Situ Heng about the people from King Rong's estate. Apart from that, he also told Situ Heng about the rumors that had been spreading in the nation recently. Everyone was saying that King Rong's estate was inferior to King Qian's estate. Up until now, Duan Lingtian did not have any direct contact with King Rong's estate. However, since he was the interim advisor of Sita clan, and Sita clan was a force that relied on King Rong's estate, he was more or less related to King Rong's estate. Therefore, he was labeled as a member of King Rong's estate. As for Lin Dong, as an honored guest of King Qian's estate, he was also labeled as a member of King Qian's estate. What's the person from King Qian's estate trying to do? Situ Heng's expression was extremely grave. I keep having a feeling that something's not right. Initially, I thought Lin Dong wanted to compete with Master Duan because he heard about Master Duan's reputation. However, it seems like things aren't that simple. I'm afraid King Qian's estate must have something to do with this. Situ Hao hit the nail on the head. Father, do you mean King Qian's estate might have sent Lin Dong to attack King Rong's estate? Situ Heng's eyes narrowed. That's very likely. Situ Hao nodded. Unfortunately, Master Duan hasn't come out of closed-door cultivation yet. It seems like more than 3 months have passed since Master Duan went into closed-door cultivation, right? Yes. It has been more than 3 months. Situ Heng nodded. King Rong's estate can no longer sit still. King Rome's men have given me 2 options under his orders. Situ Hao sighed. What options? Situ Hang frowned. King Rome, if Master Duan is really in closed-door cultivation, you must think of a way to get him to come out of closed-door cultivation. Ask him if he's confident in fighting Lin Dong. If he's not confident, withdraw. Situ Hao said. How do we withdraw? Situ Hang's frown deepened. Ask Master Duan to publicly announce that he's leaving the Situ clan and has nothing to do with us from now on. Situ Hao sighed. How can we do that? Situ Hang's expression changed drastically. Master Duan is my savior. How can we let him do that? Father, I don't agree to that. No. There's a second option. Father, what's the second option that King Rome gave you? Situ Hang seemed to have grasped at straws. The second option is based on the fact that Master Duan isn't in closed-door cultivation. The second option is to withdraw. Situ Hao heaved a long sigh. What's your decision, clan leader Situ? At this moment, the sound of a door opening rang in the air. A purple figure walked out of one of the rooms in the courtyard and bathed in the sunlight. The purple figure was a purple-clad young man. He had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was extraordinarily handsome. Master Duan. Situ Hang's eyes lit up when he saw the purple-clad young man. He immediately went up to him. Master Duan. Situ Hao smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew Master Duan had heard everything he said. He felt slightly awkward. Chapter 1626. Naturally, the 3 months here referred to the 3 months in the outside world. A total of 15 months had passed in the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In other words, it was 1 year and 3 months. Clan leader Situ immediately asked someone to announce to the public that from today onward, Duan Lingtian am no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan. Duan Lingtian said to Situ Hao. Master Duan, you don't have to do this. Situ Hang's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would make such a decision. Master Duan, perhaps, as the clan leader of Situ clan, I hope that you'll leave the Situ clan. However, as a father, I can't ask you to leave the Situ clan no matter what. After all, you saved my son's life. Situ Hao said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Situ Hang was his only son. Master Duan, you don't have to make a decision in such a hurry. Let's think of another way. Perhaps, there's a better way that doesn't require you to leave the Situ clan. When Situ Hao reached the end of his sentence, he also spoke to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Situ Zhua's words, Duan Lingtian, who was originally calm, smiled. Master Duan, you, Situ Hao and his son were confused when they saw the smile on Duan Lingtian's face. They did not know why Duan Lingtian was smiling. Clan leader Situ, it's already rare for you to say something like this. Duan Lingtian said, as for my decision, it won't change. Naturally, my decision has nothing to do with you and young Master Hang. I don't plan to stay in Windfall Nation for long anyway. It's only a matter of time before I leave. Naturally, although I've left the Situ clan and am no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, I'll still be staying in the Situ clan for a period of time in the future. After some time, I'll officially leave the Situ clan and Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian continued to speak. Now that he had settled down Feng Wudao and the others in Windfall Nation, there was nothing that he was worried about. What he had to do was to find the power behind Xuanai as soon as possible and look for his fiancée, Li Fei. It had been quite some time since he arrived at the capital of Windfall Nation, and he had also obtained quite a lot of useful information. Initially, he had determined that the force behind Han Xuanai was the Greenwave Han Mansion. His next step was to head to the Greenwave Han Mansion. Situ Hao and Situ Hang fell silent when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They knew that Duan Lingtian would leave one day, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Master Duan, even if you want to leave, there's no need for you to leave the Situ clan. Situ Hang insisted. Young Master Hang, I've already made up my mind. You don't have to persuade me. Duan Lingtian smiled. Based on his words, it was as though he had already seen through the mundane world. However, before I announce that I'm leaving the Situ clan and am no longer the interim advisor of Situ clan, I hope that clan leader Situ can help me make another announcement. I, Duan Lingtian, will personally accept the challenge from the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. As for the date, it's up to him to decide. Duan Lingtian looked at Situ Hao and said something that stunned Situ Hao and Situ Hang. Master Duan was actually going to accept the challenge from the powerhouse from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? They could not help but be stunned. Previously, when they heard Duan Lingtian had decided to leave the Situ clan, they naturally thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge from the powerhouse. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Master Duan, why you're confident? Situ Hao asked in a daze. Why would I accept the challenge if I'm not confident? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Even before he went into closed-door cultivation, he was not afraid of the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking, let alone the current him. Master Duan, since you're confident, there's no need for you to leave the Situ clan, Situ Hao said. Master Duan. Situ family head, please help me spread the news first. Duan Lingtian changed the topic. It was obvious he did not want to change his mind. When Situ Hao saw Duan Lingtian had made up his mind, he sighed inwardly. However, he did not insist on it since he could tell it would be useless even if he insisted. It was obvious Master Duan was not the kind of person who would change his mind. In the capital of Windfall Nation. The topic that had been buzzing in recent days had just changed when another piece of shocking news came. It caused the entire capital of Windfall Nation to be in an uproar. News came from the Situ clan. The interim advisor of Situ clan, Master Duan, had announced his departure from the Situ clan. From today onward, he was no longer a member of the Situ clan. Master Duan actually announced his departure from the Situ clan? It seems like he's really not in closed-door cultivation. Humph. Is he afraid of the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion? Isn't it obvious? If he's not afraid, why would he make such a decision? In fact, recently, many people have been saying King Rong's estate is not as good as King Qian's estate because of him. Since Duan Lingtian has left the Situ clan, he won't have anything to do with King Rong's estate anymore. At that time, nobody will say King Rong's estate is not as good as King Qian's estate anymore. It seems like Duan Lingtian is really afraid of the powerhouse from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion in the past 2 months. That's why he's holed up like a turtle. Tui. To think I took him as my idol and thought he's really in closed-door cultivation. You're too naive. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had announced his departure from the Situ clan. Almost everyone thought Duan Lingtian did not dare to accept the challenge from the powerhouse from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Even the people in King Qian's estate were no exception. He actually announced his departure from the Situ clan? King Qian was stunned when he heard the news. At the same time, he looked at the middle-aged man who was sweating profusely. Situ Ming, is this your plan? The middle-aged man was none other than Situ Ming, the former second master of Situ clan. A few days ago, King Qian had told Yifeng to stay out of this matter. Then, he went to look for Situ Ming and asked him if he had any way to force Duan Lingtian to make a move. Situ Ming also swore that he would definitely force Duan Lingtian to make a move. In fact, he was the one who secretly pushed for the change in the capital of Windfall Nation. There was only one reason he did this, and that was to put pressure on King Rong's estate. King Rong's estate would, naturally, put pressure on the Situ clan. In his opinion, it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to not make a move at that time. However, it did not cross his mind that after waiting for a few days, he would receive news that Duan Lingtian was leaving the Situ clan. This was completely different from what he had imagined. In his impression, Duan Lingtian was an arrogant young man. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to avoid the challenge. However, it seemed like he was wrong. Yifeng stood on the other side as he looked at Situ Ming with a hint of mockery in his eyes. He had already guessed Situ Ming's intention when the discussion in the capital of Windfall Nation changed. For a moment, he was extremely displeased. He was displeased because he thought Situ Ming's plan would work. However, now that it had been proven that Situ Ming's plan was useless, he was secretly pleased. Who asked you to fight for credit? Now, you know you can't simply come up with a plan, right? Situ Ming, do you have nothing else to say? King Qian's expression turned even more grave when he saw Situ Ming standing there in a daze without any response. Imperial Highness King Qian, I didn't expect this as well. Situ Ming took a deep breath and smiled wryly. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a voice that resonated from outside. Fourth Imperial Highness, good news. Good news. A middle-aged man barged in without permission. Don't you know the rules? King Qian's expression that was already grave turned even gloomier. Please forgive me, Fourth Imperial Highness. However, this news is really urgent. Fourth Imperial Highness, the Situ clan has released another piece of news. They said that Duan Lingtian will accept Master Lin's challenge after he announced his departure from the Situ clan. The middle-aged man hurriedly said. What? Upon hearing this, King Qian was stunned. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared as his eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. He accepted the challenge? As for Situ Ming, who was originally still dripping with cold sweat, after hearing the words of the middle-aged man who barged in, his eyes lit up and his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. This news really came at the right time. At this moment, both King Qian and Situ Ming were overjoyed. If there was anyone present who was unhappy, it would be Yifeng. Damn it. Duan Lingtian actually accepted the challenge. What the hell was he doing earlier? Yifeng's expression was extremely grave. However, nobody was paying attention to his expression at this moment. Quick! Go and get Master Lin. King Qian said to the middle-aged man anxiously. Yes. The middle-aged man responded and left. At the same time, this news had also spread in the capital of Windfall Nation. For a moment, this even more shocking news completely suppressed the previous heavy news. After Master Duan announced his departure from the Situ clan, he's going to accept the challenge from the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking from the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Many people's eyes lit up with anticipation. I told you my idol won't back out before the battle. Why do I remember you were still spitting on Master Duan this morning? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Tui. Don't accuse me wrongly. I didn't say that. I'm sure you said that. Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Similar discussions were happening everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. Duan Lingtian's reputation that had plummeted suddenly rose from hell to heaven. He was praised everywhere in the capital of Windfall Nation. At the same time, the Situ clan was being criticized instead. Humph. It must be the Situ clan who forced Master Duan to leave. I'd like to see the expression on the Situ clan's people's faces if Master Duan wins this battle. Situ clan? Tui. Ungrateful be asterisk stards. Have they forgotten how Master Duan pulled their great young master back from the gates of hell? Chapter 1627. The entire Windfall Nation's capital was in an uproar because of Duan Lingtian's challenge to Lin Dong. The topics that were originally scattered were now gathered together. The moment news of this battle spread, it was destined to be the center of attention. Although Lin Dong was not from Windfall Nation, the people in Windfall Nation had long heard of his name. They knew he was the strongest person on the heaven ranking in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Not only that, but he was also a direct descendant of a powerful sixth-rate clan in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Lin Dong was also known as the strongest person below the Saint stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. This honor made Lin Dong publicly acknowledged as the strongest person on the Saint Rudiment stage in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had only become famous in Windfall Nation a few months ago, his strength was also publicly acknowledged by the people in Windfall Nation. This was because he had defeated Drift Blaze Sex Lady Feng. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, Lady Feng was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in Windfall Nation. When she was defeated by Duan Lingtian, the people in Windfall Nation had already concluded that Lady Feng possessed the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking. However, Duan Lingtian was able to defeat her. In the opinion of the people in Windfall Nation, if Duan Lingtian had the intention to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, it would not be a problem at all. Especially when they heard Lin Dong, the strongest person on the heaven ranking, had come to Windfall Nation to challenge Duan Lingtian, they realized Duan Lingtian was not a simple person. Who was Lin Dong? He was the strongest person on the heaven ranking. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian had the strength to enter the top 10 of the heaven ranking, but he was only ranked 23rd on the heaven ranking. The strongest person on the heaven ranking was challenging the person who was ranked 23rd. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the history of Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. I wonder when the battle between Master Duan and the powerhouse from Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion will be held. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope they'll hold this battle in public. If that's the case, I'll be able to watch the battle. That's right. If they hold the battle in the palace, we won't be able to enter. Very soon, many people in the capital of Windfall Nation began to worry about the location of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Lin Dong. After all, it directly affected whether they would be able to watch the battle or not. In the main hall of King Qian's estate. Mr. Lin, that Duan Lingtian is very arrogant. He said that you can decide the time and place. Do you want the location to be in the palace or outside? There won't be many spectators in the Imperial Palace, but if we set it outside, I'm afraid that not only the people in the capital but also the people around the capital will come to watch the show. King Qian asked as he looked at Lin Dong. Of course it's outside. Lin Dong snorted coldly. If he dares to accept the challenge, I will make him lose face in front of everyone. Mr. Lin, our agreement is to kill him. King Qian said with a frown. Don't worry, after I humiliate him and embarrass him, I'll naturally kill him and take his spatial ring for you. Lin Dong said indifferently. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, King Qian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he asked, Mr. Lin, when is the time? Let's set it for tomorrow. After this matter is settled, I still have to return to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion, Lin Dong said. King Qian nodded. All right. Then, he looked at Situ Ming who was standing below him and said with a smile, Second Master Ming, I'll leave the location of the battle to you. Give me an answer in the afternoon. Yes, Imperial Highness King Qian. Situ Ming quickly replied with a smile on his face. As it turned out, although he had joined King Qian did not put him in an important position. It made him feel as though he was a talent who was unrecognized. However, this time, due to the method he came up with to get the Duan Lingtian to accept Lin Dong's challenge, King Qian began to think highly of him. This made him feel happy from the bottom of his heart. He felt that this was a good start. As for Yi Feng who was standing at the side, his expression was extremely grave. However, when Yi Feng saw King Qian looking at him, his expression changed immediately. It was replaced by a humble expression. Yi Feng, spread the news that Mr. Lin has decided to have a battle with the Duan Lingtian tomorrow. As for the location, you can spread the news after Second Master Ming has made the arrangements in the afternoon. However, when you spread the news, you can announce that the battle tomorrow will be held outside the capital. At that time, everyone can go and watch the battle. King Qian said to Yi Feng. Yes, Fourth Imperial Highness. Although Yi Feng was displeased, King Qian had made him do it. This was an errand that could be done by anyone. However, King Qian had made Situ Ming do it. At this moment, Yi Feng realized his position in King Qian's heart was no longer as important as Situ Ming. I can't let this continue. I must think of a way to change King Qian's impression of me. Damn it. If King Qian didn't force me to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I wouldn't spread the news about the Devil Seal tablet, I wouldn't have to stay here and suffer. At this moment, Yi Feng regretted telling King Qian about the Devil Seal tablet. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought this news to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. It's easy for the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion to annihilate the Duan Lingtian. There's no need for them to go through so much trouble. Moreover, King Qian had promised to let me kill the Duan Lingtian with my own hands. However, he went back on his word because of the Devil Seal tablet. Yi Feng was the most displeased about this. Duan Lingtian had used the Devil Seal tablet to kill his Dark Nether Sect Supreme Elder and forced him to flee. The Dark Nether Sect only existed in name now. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation to him. If he could not kill the Duan Lingtian with his own hands, he would not be able to avenge the Duan Lingtian. However, based on the current situation, he had lost the right to speak. Due to this reason, he regretted bringing the news about the Devil Seal tablet to King Qian's estate. However, since things had already developed to this point, Yi Feng knew it was useless for him to regret. There was no medicine for regret in this world. As Yi Feng obediently spread the news, the entire capital of Windfall Nation was in an uproar again. Outside the capital? Tomorrow? Everyone can watch the battle? Ha! Great! Great! Previously, I was worried the battle would be held in the Imperial Palace. Now, it seems like I was overthinking. The battle between Master Duan and the strongest powerhouse on the heaven ranking will definitely be exciting. Unfortunately, the location will have to be guessed in the afternoon. Otherwise, I'll go and get a seat now. While the entire capital of Windfall Nation was in an uproar, another piece of shocking news spread out from King Qian's estate. I'll add one more thing. The battle between Master Lin Dong and the Duan Lingtian is a death duel. It won't end until one of them dies. The moment this news spread out, the entire capital of Windfall Nation fell silent. Death duel? Everyone was stunned by these 3 words. It did not cross their minds that the powerhouse from the southern Ridge Yuan mansion would have a death duel with the Duan Lingtian.